Duanling Tian was surprised by the fact that he had unwittingly become a protector to those who participated in death duels in Sin City. But he knew it was out of his control. Although there was another death duel taking place in front of him, he only watched on emotionlessly. He had witnessed many death duels in Sin City, and so far, there seemed to be no foul play. His only concern was if there was going to be any foul play. Boom! The winner of the death duel was decided very quickly. The saber ray from one of the men's Saint Saber swiftly killed his opponent. Naturally, the victor also sustained some minor injuries during the death duel. Previously, this person would have immediately fled the scene since he was afraid he would be taken advantage of in his weakened state. Others might rob and kill him on the spot. Instead, today, he began to tend to his wounds openly without moving from his spot and took a pill as though there was no one in his surroundings. The situation in Sin City seems to have improved greatly since the appearance of the black-robed man. If it was before, this man wouldn't have dared to linger on the scene to treat his wound after being injured in a battle. Many spectators shook their heads when they saw the victor's behavior after his victory. No one would have acted this way in the past. Although I am confident that I'm able to kill him and I'm tempted by his spatial ring and the spatial ring of the man he killed, I don't dare to take advantage of the situation when I think of the black-robed man, a sexless cultivator said with a laugh. Previously, similar to the members of the Black Crow Alliance, he loved to prey on such easy prey. However, since the appearance of the black-robed man, he was relieved he did not act that way recently. Otherwise, he might have been killed. Nowadays, even when he saw people who were weakened by fights, he did not dare to take advantage of them. Who knew if the black-robed man was watching? He did not want to tempt fate. He would not risk his life since if he lost, he would die. Many people said that the black-robed man is just taking advantage of the situation as well. I think that's not true. There are many death duels in Sin City recently and many people were severely injured after their fights, but the black-robed man did not prey on them. Doesn't this prove he's not a bad person? A sexless cultivator said in support of Duanling Tian. I agree. Many sexless cultivators nodded in assent. Boom! Just as the spectators were about to leave, a loud explosion rang in the air. A vast and powerful energy suddenly appeared and shrouded the man who was tending to his wounds. Killed him instantly. The man was blown into pieces. There was nothing left of him except for his spatial rings. He died. The spectators exclaimed in shock. A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Many sexless cultivators knew it was the work of a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. It would have been impossible for anyone else to launch that kind of attack. This turn of events startled Duanling Tian, who was about to leave as well. He turned around and looked up at the sky. He saw a figure hovering in the air. A member of the Black Crow Alliance? Duanling Tian said as he raised an eyebrow. He saw the other person was wearing the uniform of the Black Crow Alliance member. He had killed so many people from the Black Crow Alliance that he was familiar with their uniforms. A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse? How interesting. Previously, the strongest member of the Black Crow Alliance whom Duanling Tian had killed was only a cultivator at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage. He had yet to encounter a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, all the innate spiritual roots he had devoured were ordinary ones. Duanling Tian was, naturally, excited now that a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage from the Black Crow Alliance had appeared. This person's innate spiritual root had to be quite good for him to be at the Saint Celestial stage compared to the others. He's from the Black Crow Alliance. Isn't he afraid of being killed by the black-robed man? Several sexless cultivators who were prepared to leave stopped immediately. They had identified the man's identity based on his uniform just like Duanling Tian did. Didn't you see his strength when he attacked? He's a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He might not be afraid of the black-robed man. True. Although the black-robed man is strong, up until now, the strongest person he killed was only at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage cultivator. The black-robed man might not be strong enough to kill the Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. This Black Crow Alliance member doesn't seem to be in a hurry to leave after killing and looting from the dead man. It's obvious he's not afraid of the black-robed man. Do you think the black-robed man will appear? Under the watchful gaze of the sexless cultivators, The Black Crow Alliance member collected the spatial rings of the person he killed before he descended from the sky. It seemed like he had no plans of leaving after collecting the spatial rings, since he was just standing there looking around as though he was searching for something or someone. What's he looking for? Could it be that he's waiting for the black-robed man? It seems like the Black Crow Alliance has finally decided to retaliate. This Saint Celestial stage powerhouse from the Black Crow Alliance has come to defeat the black-robed man and avenge the members he had killed. That's possible. Many sectless cultivators figured out the intention of the powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage from the Black Crow Alliance when they saw him lingering on the scene. If he did not plan to defeat the black-robed man, was there a need for him to wait for those two men to finish with their death duel before he attacked the victor? Since he was at the Saint Celestial stage, he could have easily dealt with those two men who were only at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, even if they were at the peak of their strength. There was no reason for the man from the Black Crow Alliance to wait for them to finish their death duel before killing the victor. It was not difficult for the people to figure this out. Do you think the black-robed man will appear if he hears about what happened? Many sectless cultivators were curious. I'm guessing the black-robed man won't come. It's obvious this man from the Black Crow Alliance came prepared. Disregarding his strength at the Saint Celestial stage, there might be other members of the Black Crow Alliance lying in wait. I definitely won't come if I'm the black-robed man. It's obvious that this is a trap. I agree with you. Most sectless cultivators had a good impression of the black-robed man. They all sincerely hoped Duan Ling Tian would not show up. Hidden in the dark, Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Hua, "Is it a trap?" He asked Elder Hua to check the surroundings to see if there were people hiding, and if there were, what were their cultivation bases like. It was better to be safe than sorry. Duan Ling Tian was aware of the risk of being careless. Meanwhile, many sectless cultivators began to leave when they thought Duan Ling Tian would not appear. On the other hand, those who had just received the news instantly rushed here, hoping to watch a show. As the crowd gathered, there were some people who managed to identify the man from the Black Crow Alliance. Some of them said in shock, "Isn't that Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance?" Zhao Zhan. Commotion broke out immediately. The way the spectators looked at the man from the Black Crow Alliance changed completely. Earlier, they thought the Black Crow Alliance member in front of them was just a regular Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. However, as it turned out, that man was Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Apart from being the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zhan was also extremely powerful. He was considered an elite among those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of Black Crow Alliance, personally made an appearance. It's obvious he's here for the black-robed man. However, I'm sure the black-robed man won't appear now that Zhao Zhan is here. It seems there's nothing interesting to watch today. The group of sectless cultivators was very certain that Duan Ling Tian would not come after they got over their shock of the appearance of Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance? Zhao Zhan? A cold voice suddenly rang out. It seemed to magically drown out all the noises in the surroundings even though the voice was not loud. Following that, a figure clad entirely in black appeared before everyone's eyes. No one knew who was under the loose-fitting black robe with a hood. However, one thing was certain, it was definitely a man. The black-robed man? The crowd went wild when the black-robed man appeared. All the sectless cultivators were shocked and they had an expression of disbelief on their faces. I didn't expect him to come. Isn't he worried about Zhao Zhan killing him? Doesn't he know that Zhao Zhan is one of the elites among the powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage? Zhao Zhan is ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He's signing his own death warrant. The group of sectless cultivators shook their heads and looked at the black-robed man with a hint of pity in their eyes. Many sectless cultivators even advised Duan Ling Tian to leave while he still had a chance. "Are you the one who has been killing my men?" Zhao Zhan asked. He looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. Zhao Zhan asked to confirm the black-robed man's identity. After all, there were some people in Sin City who had begun to imitate the black-robed man. He was not certain if this black-robed man was the same person who killed members of the Black Crow Alliance. Naturally, even if this person was not the original black-robed man, he did not intend to let him go as well. Duanling Tian felt that Zhao Zhan's name sounded familiar. After giving it some thought, he realized this person was the brother of the person whom he had killed. Is this Zhao Tu's brother? Duanling Tian remembered that before he killed Zhao Tu, he had said his brother was Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, to protect himself. However, it was unfortunate that Duanling Tian did not care. Naturally, Zhao Zhan did not expect that the black-robed man standing before him did not only kill many of his men from the Black Crow Alliance, but he was the person who killed his brother, Zhao Tu. Since Zhao Zhan did not know, Duanling Tian did not plan to tell him either. So what if I killed all of them? They're just trash that like to take advantage of the weak. Duanling Tian answered indifferently. He looked calm and at ease. It was as though he thought nothing of killing those men from the Black Crow Alliance. Indeed, that was how Duanling Tian felt. He had seen many members of the Black Crow Alliance in Sin City, but he did not kill all of them. Those whom he had killed were those who had bad intentions. He felt no remorse for killing those people. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Those sectless cultivators who were initially gossiping among themselves kept quiet immediately. All of them looked at Duanling Tian in shock. They did not think Duanling Tian would be so domineering. He was so arrogant even when faced with Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, who was ranked 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Was he not afraid of death? Since he dares to act so boldly in front of Zhao Zhan, could it be that he's stronger than Zhao Zhan? A sectless cultivator suddenly said, breaking the silence. His words instantly caused an uproar among the spectators. Now that you've said it, it seems possible. That's true. How do we know Zhao Zhan is stronger? Perhaps the black-robed man is even stronger than Zhao Zhan? He managed to kill everyone with just a strike so far. Yeah. Even if the strongest person the black-robed man had killed was only at the peak of the even quintessential saint stage, his cultivation base could very well be at the third form of the saint celestial stage or higher. When the group of sectless cultivators started talking again, it seemed like they had changed their opinion. Zhao Zhan's expression changed drastically when he heard the discussions in his surroundings. When he heard their words, he was instantly reminded that there was an issue. The spectators were right. He did not know the true strength of the black-robed man. Since the black-robed man dared to show up even after knowing he was the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, there were only two possibilities for that. First, the black-robed man was weaker than him but had appeared to call his bluff. Second, the black-robed was stronger than him and was not afraid of him. So what if I killed all of them? They're all trash who like to take advantage of the weak. Duanling Tian's arrogant words kept echoing in Zhao Zhan's mind. It caused him to believe that the black-robed man was stronger than him. You've killed so many men from the Black Crow Alliance's men. Our leader won't let you go. Just wait and see. Zhao Zhan said shamelessly in a low voice after taking a deep breath. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around in preparation to leave. He had made up his mind. It was better to leave even if it was humiliating. If the black-robed man was really stronger than him, then he was as good as dead. In the Black Crow Alliance, the leader was the strongest. In Zhao Zhan's opinion, it would not be too late to deal with this matter when the leader of the Black Crow Alliance returned. It would be safer this way. He decided not to take the risk. However, could Zhao Zhan leave just because he decided to leave? Who? Duanling Tian, who was covered in his black robe, moved in that instant. It was as though he was a ghost, as it seemed like he appeared out of thin air in front of Zhao Zhan, blocking Zhao Zhan's way before he could leave. Zhao Zhan's expression changed drastically when he saw the black-robed man blocking his way. Meanwhile, the spectators began to regain their senses as well. They all remembered Zhao Zhan's words. You've killed so many men from the Black Crow Alliance. Our leader won't let you go. Just wait and see. Based on Zhao Zhan's words, it was obvious he was afraid of the black-robed man and was trying to escape. The spectators all turned to look at Zhao Zhan disdainfully. At the same time, some of them could not help but mock Zhao Zhan. Zhao Zhan's scared. If he's scared, why did he come today? He probably didn't expect the black-robed man to be stronger than him. Since the black-robed man appeared even after knowing Zhao Zhan's the deputy leader of Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zhan probably feels the black-robed man is stronger than him. That's what I think as well. Isn't it humiliating? It's not just humiliating for him, but for the Black Crow Alliance as well. Humiliating? It's better to be humiliated than to lose one's life. Initially, only a few people mocked Zhao Zhan. As time passed, more and more people began to join in and make fun of him. This was because people from the Black Crow Alliance were known for taking advantage of the weak, so their reputation was not good in Sin City. However, most people did not dare to speak out due to the Black Crow Alliance's strength. Now that they were presented with a chance to mock Zhao Zhan, they would definitely not let go of this chance. As the saying went, one should know when to seize an opportunity. Therefore, all of them seized this chance and mocked Zhao Zhan mercilessly. When Zhao Zhan heard the people's words, his face paled before it turned purple. Currently, Zhao Zhan was backed into a corner. He looked at Duanling Tian, who was blocking his way, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you really want to fight?" When he spoke, killing intent surged out of his body and swept toward Duanling Tian. He was trying to test Duanling Tian. After all, there was a possibility that Duanling Tian was just putting on a front and calling his bluff. Zhao Zhan might be able to glean something by the way Duanling Tian reacts when faced with the killing intent. If Duanling Tian was really just calling his bluff, he could kill Duanling Tian and redeem his and Black Crow Alliance's reputation. However, Zhao Zhan's expression quickly changed again. This was because he discovered the black-robed man was unaffected by the killing intent. The black-robed man did not move at all. His expression could not be seen since it was hidden by the hood. As the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, "Why would you ask such a stupid question?" Duanling Tian said after a while. The spectators were initially shocked by the words. They began to laugh when they regained their senses. Run! This was the only thought left in Zhao Zhan's mind when he heard Duanling Tian's words. It was obvious Duanling Tian was confident he could defeat him. His expression changed as he turned and prepared to run at the speed of light. However, it seemed as though Duanling Tian could read Zhao Zhan's mind since he blocked Zhao Zhan's way again. Zhao Zhan failed to escape again. Who? In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian lifted his hand and a ruler appeared in his hand. The ruler looked simple and crudely made. Universe teleportation. This ruler was a celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, that was on the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As for the universe teleportation, it was a unique divine ability from the universe ruler. As soon as Duanling Tian brought the universe ruler out, he immediately merged his Sun Saint energy that was comparable to the Saint origin of a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse into the universe ruler and cast the universe teleportation. At this moment, before Zhao Zhan and the others could react, there was a flash before their eyes and a mysterious force swept toward them. Zhao Zhan and the others did not expect this. At this moment, elementary devouring tactic. Whirlpools began to appear around Duanling Tian's body, devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings like a starving beast. Zhao Zhan and the group spectators were distracted by the universe teleportation, so they did not notice Duanling Tian had cast the elementary devouring tactic and the lack of heaven and earth spirit energy in their surroundings. Duanling Tian's Sun Saint energy was raised to its limit in just a short time. It was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse who had just broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, Zhao Zhan came back to his senses. As soon as he made a move, Duanling Tian reached Zhao Zhan's side in a blink of an eye, causing Zhao Zhan's expression to change drastically again. Wang! The sound of a blade's cry could be heard in the air. It was the sound of Duanling Tian who had poured his enhanced Sun Saint energy into the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universe Ruler, and using it like a saber to hack at Zhao Zhan. He did not use any martial tactics or any other divine abilities. He merely used the profundity from the Sovereign Heart Sword with the Universe Ruler that had been infused with Sun Saint energy to attack Zhao Zhan. There were many types of Celestial Supreme Treasures. For example, the Jasper Celestial Sword on the 2nd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an offensive-type Celestial Supreme Treasure. On the other hand, the Astonishing God Halberd on the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an offensive and defensive type of Celestial Supreme Treasure. The Universe Ruler on the 4th floor of 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an assist-type Celestial Supreme Treasure that could be used to confuse one's opponent with its unique divine ability, the universal teleportation. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he possessed only the barest of strength to use the universe ruler. For this reason, when he cast the universal teleportation, the effect was very weak. Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, regained his senses after being stunned for a moment. Then he easily broke out of the constraint of the divine ability, the universal teleportation that Duan Ling Tian had cast using the universe ruler. Even so, the divine ability had affected Zhao Zhan. Oh no! When Zhao Zhan regained his senses, he discovered Duan Ling Tian was already next to him. Moreover, a swift and piercing aura was heading toward him as well. He felt so threatened by the aura that he instantly cast all the defensive techniques he had in his arsenal in a rush. Although the universe ruler Duan Ling Tian had used was only an assist-type celestial supreme treasure, it was still a celestial supreme treasure after all. The saint weapons in mundane realms could hardly compare to it. Wang! As the universe ruler in Duan Ling Tian's hand slashed toward Zhao Zhan, the air seemed to still. All of the defensive techniques Zhao Zhan had cast seemed to have no effect at all when faced with the universe ruler. Kacha! A crisp sound rang in the air as Zhao Zhan was decapitated. His head, separated from his body, flew in the sky from the impact. Blood splattered everywhere, creating a dazzling sight. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The sectless cultivators who managed to break out of the constraint of the universal teleportation regained their senses just in time to see Duan Ling Tian decapitating Zhao Zhan with the universe ruler. Moreover, it seemed as though decapitating Zhao Zhan was as easy as cutting tofu. The sectless cultivators gasped in unison as they looked at Zhao Zhan, who had been decapitated, with a look of incredulity in their eyes. They were not shocked by the bloody scene before them, but they were terrified by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking after all. However, he was like an ant before Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had killed him without much effort in less than a minute. How terrifying! The black-robed man's strength is too terrifying. No matter what, Zhao Zhan was a powerhouse who was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, he could not even endure a blow from the black-robed man. Moreover, the black-robed man killed Zhao Zhan with just an ordinary ruler that doesn't even seem to be a saint weapon. It does seem like an ordinary ruler. Even after he infused his saint origin into it, I didn't see the ruler emanating any energy. The universe ruler that Duan Ling Tian used was an assist-type celestial supreme treasure after all. It was only natural that its attack was not as aggressive nor as showy as the Jasper Celestial Sword. For this reason, it seemed unassuming and ordinary, causing many people to think it was just an ordinary ruler. This was all part of Duan Ling Tian's plan. It would have been faster and easier to kill Zhao Zhan with the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, he had chosen to use the universe ruler so it would not reveal his identity as Duan Ling Tian. Recently, most people had been talking about the black-robed man and his identity. Duan Ling Tian had become and less talked about. This was also because most people thought Duan Ling Tian had left. If people in Sin City knew Duan Ling Tian and the black-robed man were the same person, it would certainly cause an uproar in Sin City. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not want his identity to be revealed. He planned to continue hiding his identity under the guise of the black-robed man and improve his innate spiritual talent root so he could achieve his goal as soon as possible. The most important thing to him at the moment was to devour as many innate spiritual roots from wicked men to improve his innate spiritual root. Elder Hua. Since Duan Ling Tian killed Zhao Zhan, he naturally did not forget to ask Elder Hua for help to devour Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy was currently equivalent to the Saint origin of a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. In fact, nobody would be able to guess that his Sun Saint energy was not Saint origin. After all, his cultivation base was only at the intermediate quintessential Saint stage. His cultivation base was still not at the Saint Celestial stage, so he still could not detect others' innate spiritual roots. For this reason, he needed Elder Hua's help. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had gotten quite skilled at devouring innate spiritual roots. Before all of the sectless cultivators standing around him completely regained their senses, he had already devoured Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root. Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root is pretty good. It's probably the best among all the innate spiritual roots I devoured recently. Just his innate spiritual alone is equivalent to all the innate spiritual roots I devoured recently. Duanling Tian thought to himself after he devoured Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root. After that, Duanling Tian nonchalantly walked away under the watchful eyes of the others. People could only look at his disappearing back as Duanling Tian walked away. Due to the loose and hooded long black robe that Duanling Tian wore, no one could tell if he was male or female, let alone being able to tell he was Duanling Tian, who was rumored to possess 2 super saint weapons. Duanling Tian had hidden himself very well. If he did not speak, no one would be able to tell he was a man. It seems like Zhao Zhan was the only from the Black Crow Alliance who came, one of the sectless cultivators said as he looked at Duanling Tian's disappearing back. Many people agreed with his words. I heard the leader of the Black Crow Alliance has left Sin City recently. Even if Zhao Zhan didn't come alone today, do you think the others from the Black Crow Alliance would dare to stand out under the circumstances? That's true. Everyone knows the strongest person in the Black Crow Alliance is the leader. Following that, Zhao Zhan was the strongest person. Someone who killed Zhao Zhan so easily is not someone the men from Black Crow Alliance can deal with. In my opinion, even the leader of the Black Crow Alliance is not a match for the black-robed man. The sectless cultivators discussed among themselves as they looked at Duanling Tian's departing figure. Duanling Tian was the only one who knew there was no one from the Black Crow Alliance who had come. Zhao Zhan did not bring along any help. Elder Hua had informed him of this. This way why he had revealed himself. Currently, he valued his life even more so than he did in the past. At this moment, apart from rescuing Kuer and their daughter from the fire worship sect, he wanted to improve his strength as quickly as possible so he could return to the lower province and reunite with his family and friends. At present time, he knew nothing about what was happening in the lower province. For this reason, he could not help but worry when he thought about his family and friends in the lower province. When word about the black-robed man had killed Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, spread, it naturally caused an uproar in Sin City. Since Duanling Tian had concealed himself well, no one made the connection that he was the black-robed man. Apart from that, Duanling Tian had asked for help from Elder Hua to figure out a way to devour innate spiritual roots without using the Jasper celestial swords and his other techniques that could expose his identity. Eventually, Elder Hua asked him to use the Universe Ruler on the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The Universe Ruler had the divine ability, the universal teleportation. Although Duanling Tian still could not use the Universe Ruler to its full potential with his current strength, it was still effective when used against opponents who had let down their guards. Duanling Tian relied on the universal teleportation to conceal his Sun Saint energy. When his Sun Saint energy was enhanced by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, he did have to worry about people recognizing him since the universal teleportation helped him conceal the elementary devouring tactic. This way, his identity would not be exposed. Duanling Tian really had gone all out to play the character of a vigilante, the black-robed man. With my current strength, there's no risk of people finding out who I am unless it's those elites at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage or stronger. Duanling Tian was extremely confident about this. Duanling Tian continued to focus on improving his innate spiritual root in Sin City. Meanwhile, as time passed, news of Duanling Tian being the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, him killing Xiezong, the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa in Black Kshetra sect, and him possessing 2 super saint weapons finally arrived in the fire worship sect. For a time, the entire fire worship sect was in an uproar. My goodness! Senior brother Duanling Tian is actually the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province? He's the lucky guy that possesses the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Amazing! I didn't expect Senior Brother Duanling Tian to be that Duanling Tian. Senior Brother Duanling Tian is amazing. He actually killed the son of the Golden Lion King from Black Kshetra sect and regained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Senior Brother Duanling Tian actually owns another Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword? Duanling Tian, who was ranked at the 41st on the Supreme Saint ranking, was Duanling Tian, the genius from the Fire Worship sect. For most people in the Fire Worship sect, They were proud that the sect had such a talented disciple who shot to fame in the fire worship sect. Duan Ling Tian was the pride of the fire worship sect. However, they were still shocked by the news they heard. Duan Ling Tian, the genius from the fire worship sect, was Duan Ling Tian from the lower province who owned the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Apart from that, he had killed Elder Xiezong from the Black Kshetra sect who had snatched the Devil Seal Tablet from him back then. Rumor had it that he killed Xiezong with another super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. From that, everyone now knew that Duan Ling Tian owned 2 of the 10 great super saint weapons. Currently, senior brother Duan Ling Tian has become everyone's target in the upper province. I wonder if he'll still return to the fire worship sect. Return to the fire worship sect? That's just wishful thinking. Do you really think it's possible? If you're senior brother Duan Ling Tian and you possess 2 super saint weapons, will you return to the sect? If I were him, I definitely won't return to the fire worship sect. It might be dangerous outside. However, the fire worship sect isn't safe either. People from outside covet the super saint weapon. It's just the same for people in the fire worship sect. He's just deliberately putting himself in danger if he returns to the sect. It would be difficult for him to hold on to the 2 super saint weapons. He might be a target outside, but people won't openly make a move on him. It'll make it slightly easier for him to keep the super saint weapons to himself. That's what I think as well. Initially, the fire worship sect was rife with discussion about the devil's clans from the land exile. However, currently it had shifted to the genius of the fire worship sect, Duan Ling Tian. It was only natural since it pertained to 2 of the 10 great super saint weapons. It caused a huge commotion in the fire worship sect. The Azure Dragon Sanctum. In the residence of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. He's Duan Ling Tian from Lower Province who owned the Super Saint Weapon Devil Seal Tablet back then. The eyes of Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, widened in shock. He did not expect the fire worship sect's genius, Duan Ling Tian, was the same lucky fellow from the Lower Province who possessed the Devil Seal Tablet back then. Duan Ling Tian has 2 Super Saint weapons? Bu Hong turned green with envy when he heard Lu Tai's words. He was already filled with jealousy when he found out that Duan Ling Tian possessed the Traceless Sword, one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons. Now that he found out that Duan Ling Tian possessed another Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he felt as though he was going to go crazy and he felt like dying. He felt even more so when he remembered he could no longer improve his cultivation. Master, I didn't think Duan Ling Tian would expose the fact that he has the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. In this case, you've wasted your effort in dropping the charges against him. We've let him off too easily. When Bu Hong thought about how his master had dropped the charges against Duan Ling Tian, he felt hopeless. It was as though there was no longer anything left for him to live for. When his master went to the enforcement hall back then to drop the charges against Duan Ling Tian for destroying his innate spiritual root, it was because they were worried Duan Ling Tian would die in the enforcement hall, causing them to lose the chance of obtaining the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. Now that news about Duan Ling Tian possessing the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword, had been exposed along with the news that he also possessed another Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. It would be more difficult for Bu Hong's master to obtain the Traceless Sword. Was this not letting Duan Ling Tian off the hook too easily? Especially now that they had dropped the charges against him? It was beyond everyone's expectations that Duan Ling Tian would reveal that he has the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. Upon hearing Bu Hong's words, Lu Tai's expression turned grim. Nevertheless, judging from the current situation, it doesn't make a difference whether we dropped the charges or not. Do you honestly think he would still return to the fire worship sect now that the matter has escalated to this stage? He must know that if he returns to the sect, the 2 Super Saint weapons would definitely be taken away. That's why I'm sure he won't return to the fire worship sect. Lu Tai seemed extremely certain about this. When Bu Hong heard Lu Tai's words, he fell silent. He agreed with his master's words. In the fire worship sect's Saint Land. In the enforcement hall. Father! Dong Lin went to look for his father, Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Immediately when he found out about Duan Ling Tian's identity and the fact that he possessed 2 Super Saint weapons. Did you come because of Duan Ling Tian? Dong Yuanjin asked when he saw Dong Lin had come to see him. You've already heard the news, father? Dong Ling nodded. Dong Yuanjin nodded. There was a vicious gleam in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, it didn't cross my mind that he was the person who owned the Devil Seal tablet back then. Moreover, he managed to snatch it back from the son of the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect. That's not all, he even possesses another super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. No wonder he was able to kill Yangwan, overpower Wen Yen, and defeat Buhong. It must be because of the Traceless Sword. Dong Yuanjin was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall after all. When he heard about Duanling Tian possessing the super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword, he came to this conclusion. That must be it. Dong Lin nodded. The others thought it's because he has mastered a powerful sword technique. They were unaware that his strikes were only powerful because of the super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. When he spoke about the Traceless Sword, it was obvious from his expression that he felt jealous. In Fire Worship Sect, apart from Lu Tai and his disciple and the Dong father and son, news about Duanling Tian possessing two super saint weapons shocked the others as well. Among these people, even the great guardians of the Fire Worship Sect, whose status was only beneath the sect leader, was shocked as well. I didn't expect that little fellow is so lucky that he managed to get his hands on two super saint weapons. Xinghua, one of the three great guardians of Fire Worship Sect and Gan Ruyan's master, could not help but sigh when he heard the news. Although his heart was as calm as still water, there was still a hint of desire in his eyes. He might be a guardian of the Fire Worship Sect, but he did not even possess a super saint weapon. For this reason, he was also slightly affected when he found out that Duanling Tian possessed two super saint weapons. In the central region, Sin City, Duanling Tian was already mentally prepared for news of him possessing two super saint weapons to reach the Fire Worship Sect. In fact, he had already decided not to return to the sect for now until he was strong enough. With Kuer and their daughter's safety in mind, Duanling Tian focused on improving his innate spiritual root. As long as he improved his innate spiritual root, his martial Dao innate talent would improve as well. His cultivation speed would become faster and he would become stronger quickly. For this reason, while Duanling Tian was in Sin City, apart from diligently cultivating, he was also constantly looking for chances to improve his innate spiritual root. Time passed quietly. Half a year had gone by in just a blink of an eye. Naturally, half a year had gone by in the outside world, not on the fourth floor of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. A treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duanling Tian had just come out from his closed-door cultivation and left the inn when he saw a group of sectless cultivators from Sin City flying to the north. From their conversation, he learned that there was a treasure vault that was suspected to be from a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the north of Sin City. It was obvious this group of sectless cultivators was making their way there. How lucky! I chanced upon such a good thing as soon as I came out from my closed-door cultivation. Duanling Tian's heart began to pound quickly and he found it hard to stay calm when he heard about this. Without any hesitation, Duanling Tian rose into the air and hid behind the clouds as he made his way north. Let's follow them and have a look. Most of the sectless cultivators were flying below the clouds, so Duanling Tian decided to fly above the clouds to avoid attention. After all, anyone would be able to identify him as the black-robed man with his current clothes. Even if the sectless cultivators would not be able to know for certain if he was the real deal, it would not stop them from talking about him and looking at him as though he was an animal in a zoo. Duanling Tian did not like that feeling, so he avoided situations like that as much as he could. And suddenly Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard three distinct sounds of wind whistling closing in on him. There are other people traveling above the clouds as well? After a few moments, the sound of wind whistling was getting closer and closer to him. The black-robed man. At this moment, a honeyed voice sounded from behind Duanling Tian. During the last 6 months, the black-robed man has become really famous in Sin City. It's only natural that there are a lot of imposters. I wonder if this person is a fake or not. Hee. If young master is curious, your humble servant is willing to find out for you, a sharp voice said in response. Duanling Tian's expression darkened immediately as he turned to look at the people behind him warily. Duan Ling Tian instantly saw three figures behind him. The person in the lead was a wickedly handsome young man. The young man had a pale countenance and his body looked weak. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell he was a good-for-nothing rich kid who overindulged in sex and alcohol. Standing behind the good-for-nothing rich kid was a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man wore a long light green robe. He had a medium build and an average appearance. He looked like an ordinary person with just a glance. On the other hand, the old man was dressed in a long red robe. He was burly, but his head was small, making him look a little strange. The man who had spoken up after the young man had spoken was exactly this old man. Currently, the red-clad old man was glaring at Duan Ling Tian with his small eyes as a cold aura radiated off his body. It seemed as though he would attack Duan Ling Tian as soon as his young master gave him an order to check if Duan Ling Tian was the genuine black-robed man. Since Elder Shi has volunteered, then, please go ahead, the good-for-nothing rich kid said indifferently as he narrowed his eyes when he heard the old man's words and saw the black-robed man had turned around to look at them. As soon as the good-for-nothing rich kid finished speaking, the middle-aged man standing behind him, who originally had a calm expression on his face, furrowed his brows immediately. On the other hand, the red-clad old man who had been eagerly waiting for an order from his young master charged toward Duan Ling Tian without any hesitation. Yes, young master. The red-clad old man's speed was terrifyingly fast. When he flew forward, he unleashed all his strength. The aura he emitted was suffocating. Third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he sensed the red-clad old man's aura. In just a blink of an eye, the red-clad old man arrived near Duan Ling Tian. It doesn't matter if you're the real black-robed man or not. You're destined to die in my Shikuan hand. The old man called Shikuan cried out as he waved his arms around. It seemed as though it had transformed into a pair of wind-fire wheels. The sound of fire sizzling in the air could be heard, accompanied by a piercing aura. Inverse double fire wheels. The red-clad old man cried out again as his arms that were spinning suddenly trembled. In the next moment, Wang! Wang! The wind-fire wheels seemed to transform into Saint Origin that was laced with fire as it shot toward Duan Ling Tian. The aura of the wind-fire wheels felt as though it was an azure saber that had taken many lives. The aura felt filthy and tainted with blood. It was obvious Shikuan did not hold back and unleashed his most powerful attack. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately. He had not met Shikuan prior to this. However, not only did Shikuan took the initiative to attack him, but he had even used his strongest attack. It was obvious Shikuan intended to kill him. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. He knew it would not be easy to deal with Shikuan. Based on Shikuan's aura when he unleashed his attack, Duan Ling Tian could tell he had killed a lot of people. Otherwise, the aura would not feel so bloody. His move that combines both martial tactics and divine ability is pretty good. Duan Ling Tian praised silently when he saw Shikuan's attack. Duan Ling Tian's current strength was no longer what it was 6 months ago. He had gained much knowledge during this time. Although the red-clad old man's attack was strong, Duan Ling Tian did not fear it. What a powerful attack! Duan Ling Tian continued thinking to himself as he stood unmoving in the air. Who? Without knowing when, a seemingly simple and crude ruler appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It looked like those ordinary rulers that teachers used to discipline students during ancient times in Duan Ling Tian's past life. As soon as the ruler appeared, the sun Saint Origin that was simmering just below Duan Ling Tian's skin entered the ruler, causing it to shake. Following that, a wave of swift and piercing aura surged out, hitting Shikuan, who was standing close to Duan Ling Tian. Shikuan could clearly feel how terrifying the aura that the ruler in Duan Ling Tian's hand emitted. It sent chills running up his spine. His weapon was a ruler? Moreover, his aura's really terrifying. At this moment, Shikuan was convinced the black-robed man standing before him was not a fake. Reverse universe. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, unaware of Shikuan's thoughts. He began to move the universe ruler in his hand. As Duan Ling Tian made his move, the space Duan Ling Tian and Shikuan occupied began to ripple and shake. The good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man were completely absorbed in watching the scene unfolding before their eyes. Could he really be the black-robed man? When the good-for-nothing rich kid noticed the ruler in Duan Tian's hands, he still had his doubts. However, when he saw Duan Tian's moves, he recalled the rumor he heard 6 months ago. When the black-robed man killed Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, he had also used a seemingly normal ruler. Naturally, the ruler could be fake. However, the aura from the black-robed man's attack could not be faked. The good-for-nothing rich kid was still stunned when the sound of a sword's cry could be heard, accompanied by a shriek. Ah! As the space that Duan Tian and the red-clad old man began to stop rippling, the good-for-nothing rich kid's eyes widened when he saw the scene before his eyes. His face that was originally pale turned even paler. One could see the good-for-nothing rich kid was trembling violently. Moreover, those who stood close to him would be able to smell the stench of urine. The good-for-nothing rich kid was so frightened that he peed in his pants. What did he see that frightened him so much? In the distance, Duan Tian stood unmoving with a calm expression on his face. At some point, he had already put away the universal ruler. Near Duan Tian, Shikuan, who was behaving arrogantly not long ago, was cut into two. All this happened in just a span of a few breaths. Duan Tian managed to kill Shikuan, whose cultivation base was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, in just the span of a few breaths. The middle-aged man standing behind the good-for-nothing rich kid took a moment to regain his senses before he gasped. At this moment, he smelled the stench of urine and his expression changed to one of distaste. He discovered that his young master had been so frightened that he had peed his pants. Whether it was the good-for-nothing rich kid or the middle-aged man, they were both shocked by Duan Tian's strength. After all, he managed to kill Shikuan, who was ranked at the 313th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, in just the span of a few breaths. Based on that, his strength should be at the peak of the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if he had yet to break through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The stronger powerhouses at the peak of the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land could be ranked in the top 200s on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, there was something the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man were unaware of. It only took Duan Tian 1 to 2 breaths' time to kill the red-clad old man. The remaining time was spent on devouring the red-clad old man's innate spiritual root. Previously, Duan Tian's Sun Saint energy was already equivalent to Sun Saint origin. However, during these 6 months, due to his diligence in cultivating and his talent, he had successfully broken through to the Saint Celestial stage. After Duan Tian had broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, his soul underwent a transformation and granted him the ability to explore and detect other people's innate spiritual roots. For this reason, it was more efficient for him to devour innate spiritual roots now. It would only take him 1 or 2 breaths to devour an innate spiritual root. Both of you, Duan Tian turned to look at the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man, snapping them out of their daze as he asked them indifferently, "Do both of you want to give it another go? Do both of you want to give it another go?" Duan Tian was undoubtedly acting very arrogantly. It caused the good-for-nothing rich kid to seethe with anger inside. However, when he recalled Duan Tian's strength, he only remained silent regardless of how angry he was. "Sir Black-robed." At the same time, the middle-aged man standing behind the good-for-nothing rich kid stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Duan Tian. He said, "I apologize for my young master's brashness earlier. Since you've killed the person who had offended you, I hope you'll be generous enough to forgive my young master." It was obvious that the middle-aged man's words were sincere. "You?" The good-for-nothing rich kid did not expect the middle-aged man would apologize. His expression changed immediately. He opened his mouth as though he was about to say something when he suddenly stopped. This was because the middle-aged man had quickly transmitted a message to the good-for-nothing rich kid. "Young master, I know you're upset. However, this is not the time to reveal your identity. If you do, the black-robed man will definitely kill us to avoid trouble in the future. I'm stronger than Shikuan, but not by much. I'm far from being a match for the black-robed man." Although the good-for-nothing rich kid was seething in anger inside even after he heard the middle-aged man's voice transmission, he did not dare to act recklessly. After all, as the saying went, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. The good-for-nothing rich kid knew this very well. Although he had an extraordinary background, he had no one by his side at the moment who could deal with the black-robed man after all. It was better for him to stay silent for now. I'll let you be arrogant for now. In the future, if you're still in Sin City, I'll definitely make sure that you'll die. The good-for-nothing rich kid thought to himself as he lowered his head. His eyes were burning with anger. The middle-aged man looked at the black-robed man and continued transmitting his voice. Based on the direction the black-robed man was heading earlier, like us, he's probably making his way to the treasure vault that's said to have been left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The leader and the deputy leaders should be there by now. When we meet them, you can ask the leader to kill the black-robed man. The good-for-nothing rich kid's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Yes. Why did he not think of that? Based on the direction the black-robed man was headed, he was obviously going toward the treasure vault that was left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Once he arrived at his destination, the good-for-nothing rich kid could ask his father to kill the black-robed man to avenge him and Shirkuan. There was no need for him to wait until he returned to Sin City. When the good-for-nothing rich kid thought of this, he no longer felt upset. Instead, his eyes were gleaming cold killing intent. Duan Ling Tian only scoffed when he saw the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man had backed down. He no longer looked for trouble with them. He turned around and prepared to leave. Duan Ling Tian had his own principles after all. Since the good-for-nothing rich kid and the other man had backed down, naturally, he would not attack them like he did the red-clad old man. After all, these two men did not attack him at all. It seemed like they did not intend to kill him, so it could be considered that they did not cross his bottom line. As Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, a voice sounded from the distance. If you leave just like that, I don't think you'll be able to live to enter treasure vault that the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage left behind. Let alone getting your hands on the treasure inside. The person who had spoken was a young man who came from the direction of Sin City. The young man was dressed in a white robe. He was handsome and had an otherworldly appearance. The aura he radiated was noble. With his feathered fan and silk kerchief, he looked like a scholar. An old man stood behind him. The old man was tall and had a strong build. He followed behind the scholar-looking man like a shadow, clearly guarding him. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian turned around to look at the young man who was dressed like a scholar and asked with a slight frown, "Why do you say that?" At the same time, the young man who was dressed like a scholar had appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. He stopped and deliberately glanced at the good-for-nothing rich kid before he said with a smile, "I'm afraid you're unaware of young Master O's identity." As soon as the young man who was dressed like a scholar finished speaking, the good-for-nothing rich kid's expression changed dramatically. He glared at the young man who was dressed like a scholar and said, "Dong Guoji, what do you think you're doing?" The middle-aged man standing behind the good-for-nothing young kid said, "Young Master Dong Guo, please watch your words." His expression had turned grim. If Dong Guoji revealed his young master's identity to the black-robed man, it was uncertain if he and his young master would be able to get out of here alive. Unfortunately, Dong Guoji completely ignored the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man who were glaring at him. He opened his mouth and revealed the two men's identities. One of these two men is the young leader of Sin City's 7-Kill Alliance. His name is O Qing. As for the other, he's an elder from the 7-Kill Alliance, Elder Lu Jin, who's ranked at the 295th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. As for the old man you killed earlier, his name was Shirkuan, and he was also an elder of the 7-Kill Alliance. He was ranked at the 313th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. 7-Kill Alliance. Upon hearing Dong Guoji's words, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. The 7-Kill Alliance was one of the strongest alliances in Sin City. The leader of the 7-Kill Alliance, O Songhai, was a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The young leader of 7-Kill Alliance? O Qing. Duan Ling Tian instantly shifted his attention to O Qing. When O Qing saw Duan Ling Tian had shifted his attention to him, his expression turned grim. "So, you're the son of leader O Songhai from the 7-Kill Alliance?" Duan Ling Tian asked coldly. A hint of wariness could be seen in his eyes. How could Duanling Tian not feel wary? Otsonghai was a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his current strength, even if he used all his abilities without reservations, he was still no match for Otsonghai. If Otsonghai wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. That's right. I'm Otsonghai's son, the young leader of 7 Kill Alliance. Qing said coldly in response to Duanling Tian's question. At the same time, he reached inside his robe and took out a Dao talisman. This is a minor mirror image talisman that my father has given me. I will use this so my father will know you're the one that killed me. You should know that if my father finds out that you killed me, he won't let you go. You'll surely die. Qing's voice was cold when he spoke. The minor mirror image talisman would be activated once it was torn into 2. If Qing tore it, the minor mirror image talisman would record everything that happened here and transmit it to the person who held the major mirror image talisman. As soon as Qing finished speaking, Dong Guizhu raised a brow and stared at Lu Jin intently as he asked, Lu Jin, is this what you told young Master O to do? In Dong Guizhi's opinion, a good-for-nothing rich kid like Qing was not so clever. Lu Jin completely ignored Dong Guizhi's question. Even if you remain silent, I know that with young Master O's level of intelligence, he would never be able to think of such a method to threaten Sir Blackrobed. Dong Guizhi continued to say even though Lu Jin had ignored him. It was as though he was trying to fan the fire. This Dong Guizhi isn't simple. It seems like he's helping me, but it's obvious he's trying to use me to kill Qing. Duanling Tian was not stupid. He could see through Dong Guizhi's intention. Dong Guizhi, apart from the 7 Kill Alliance, there are 2 other strong alliances in Sin City. The Eternal Alliance and the 1,000 Years Alliance. Duanling Tian began to recall the information he learned about the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City. The leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance seems to be Dong Guizhi. It's highly likely that Dong Guizhi is from the 1,000 Years Alliance. Moreover, he must have a high position. Otherwise, he wouldn't be guarded by such a strong powerhouse. Once Dong Guizhi stopped moving, the old man following him had stopped moving as well. His eyes were closed, and it seemed as though he was resting. From the beginning until the end, he only remained silent. Nevertheless, Duanling Tian could sense the dangerous aura that the old man emitted. At the very least, he was a lot more dangerous than Lu Jin, who was ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Elder Hua answered immediately when Duanling Tian asked him about the old man standing behind Dong Guizhi. Due to this reason, Duanling Tian concluded that Dong Guizhi's position in the 1,000 Years Alliance should be quite high. In fact, it was very likely that he was the son of Dong Guizhi, the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. After Duanling Tian glanced at Dong Guizhi, he turned to look at Qing and asked coldly, does it mean that if I don't kill you now, your father will let me off the hook? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's question, Qing hesitated for a bit, before he hurriedly answered after Lu Jin gave him a nudge. Of course. So long as you let me go, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that I won't tell my father about what happened today. If my father doesn't know about this, there's no reason for him to look for trouble with you. As soon as Qing finished speaking, he quickly pricked his finger and swore on the lightning penalty oath before Duanling Tian even had a chance to respond. As 9 claps of thunder rang in the air in response to Qing's oath, Dong Guizhi laughed out loud. Dong Guizhi, what are you laughing about? Qing became slightly angry due to the embarrassment he felt. Nothing much. Just laughing at how your plan is going to fail. You only swore that you won't tell your father about what happened today. However, you can always tell the deputy leaders or other people from the 7 Kill Alliance, right? If they tell your father about this, wouldn't he still look for trouble with Sir Blackrobed? After Dong Guizhi stopped laughing, he said indifferently, it seems like you're not sincere even when you swore on the lightning penalty oath. Qing did not think Dong Guizhi would openly reveal his plan. He was instantly angered due to the embarrassment he felt. However, when he sensed Duanling Tian's gaze seemed to have turned colder, he quickly swore on another lightning penalty oath that he would not tell anyone about what happened today. Even Lu Jin, who was standing behind Qing, followed suit and swore the same oath. Upon seeing Qing and Lu Jin's quick actions, Dong Guizhi could not help but frown. However, the frown disappeared very quickly. He turned to look at Duanling Tian and asked with a smile, Sir Blackrobed? Do you feel relieved after they swore on the lightning penalty oath? Duanling Tian nodded calmly before he said, You and the one behind you should also swear the same oath. Dong Guizhi was shocked when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He did not expect Duanling Tian would ask him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. As for the old man standing behind Dong Guizhi, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Duanling Tian as soon as he finished speaking. It was obvious that it was a warning to Duanling Tian. Dong Guizhi took a deep breath. His sullen expression had disappeared as he calmed himself down. He looked at Duanling Tian and asked, Sir, if I intend to betray you, is there a need for me to remind you in the first place? I'm sure you're aware I've been hiding for a while now. There was a hint of killing intent in the depths of his eyes that was directed at Duanling Tian. Although the killing intent had appeared only very briefly, Duanling Tian with his amazing observational skill managed to catch it. Based on that, he was convinced Dong Guizhi's intention was not pure. If I'm not mistaken, Duanling Tian looked at Dong Guizhi and said, You should be from the 1,000 Years Alliance, right? It seems like you're reminding me out of goodwill. But the truth is that you just want to borrow my hands to kill O Qing. A hint of surprise appeared in Dong Guizhi's eyes when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He became flustered and ill at ease. However, in just a blink of an eye, all of it disappeared. He regained his composure and looked calm. Regardless, it was all useless since Duanling Tian had seen Dong Guizhi's reaction. Put aside the fact that Duanling Tian had become very guarded after experiencing so many things in this life, being a weapon specialist in his past life had made him very astute. Don't you think you're overthinking things? Dong Guizhi said calmly with an innocent expression on his face as though he meant Duanling Tian no harm. Unfortunately, no matter how friendly Dong Guizhi acted, it was impossible for him to fool Duanling Tian. Sir Blackrobed. At this moment, Lu Jin, who was standing behind O Qing, said to Duanling Tian respectfully, This Dong Guizhi is the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance. The 1,000 Years Alliance has always been in conflict with the 7 Kill Alliance. Indeed, he's trying to borrow your hands to do his dirty work. Dong Guizhi scoffed as soon as Lu Jin finished speaking. Borrowing someone's hands to do my dirty work? Put aside the fact that O Qing is not a match for me. Even if you joined forces with Shi Kuan, who was killed, would both of you be a match for Elder Wang, who's by my side? It was obvious Elder Wang was the old man standing behind him. You're right. Even if I join forces with Shi Kuan, we won't be a match for Elder Wang. Lu Jin shot a nervous look at the old man standing behind Dong Guizhi before he said, However, would you and Elder Wang dare to make a move against us? If you decide to attack us, what happens here will be transmitted to the leader of the 7 Kill Alliance through the minor mirror image talisman. At that time, the 7 Kill Alliance wouldn't rest until we take the 1,000 Years Alliance down. If this happens, only the Eternal Alliance would benefit from it. Young Master Dong, even a boy like me knows that, let alone a person like you. Lu Jin's words left no room for Dong Guizhi to argue, and his expression turned gloomier. Lu Jin did not plan to let Dong Guizhi off the hook just like that. He said, Sir Blackrobed, there's no longer any loopholes in the lightning penalty that I and young Master swore, so there's no reason for you to worry about us spreading word about what happened today. However, young leader Dong Guizhi from the 1,000 Years Alliance, who's eager to cause trouble, might not let today's incident go. After all, if he spreads word about what happened today, you'll become an enemy of the 7 Kill Alliance. I have no doubt that many men from the 7 Kill Alliance would die in your hands. He has much to gain and nothing to lose. If he's unwilling to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I suggest that you kill him and the one behind him. Similarly, Lu Jin seemed to be helping Duanling Tian, but he was just like Dong Guizhi. He was trying to get Duanling Tian to kill the other two people. Naturally, Lu Jin had his doubts as well. He was not sure if Duanling Tian's cultivation base was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Lu Jin only knew for sure that Duanling Tian was stronger than him, so Duanling Tian might be a powerhouse at the peak of the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage or the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Jin looked at Duanling Tian and continued to say, Elder Wang, who's standing behind young Master Dong, is one of the elite elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance. His name is Wang Dingshan, and he's a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 156th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, Lu Jin stared intently at Duan Ling Tian once he finished speaking, trying to catch Duan Ling Tian's reaction now that he had revealed the strength of the powerhouse guarding Dong Guoji. However, Lu Jin was quickly disappointed. This was because it was impossible for him to see the black-robed man's face that was covered with a hood. However, he didn't even tremble when I told him about Wang Dingshan. Does that mean he's not afraid of him? Lu Jin thought to himself. He was not certain. Ranked at the 156th place on the Supreme Saint ranking? Nobody knew that when Duan Ling Tian heard Lu Jin's words, he was distracted. He was thinking back to the time when he had first arrived in the Upper Province and the Fire Worship sect. I remember Lien, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, is ranked at the 139th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. The Fire Worship sect's Silver Flame Elder Lian's ranking was quite close to Wang Dingshan's ranking. Back then, I was just like an ant in front of Lien. I had to rely on the Fire Worship sect's rules to survive until now. However, I'm no longer afraid of Lien, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself confidently. After a while, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and asked Lu Jin indifferently, "I see you also intend to borrow my hands to kill him?" As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the celestial supreme treasure, the universal ruler, had already appeared in his hands, hidden under his sleeve. Nobody was aware of this. In the next moment, who? Before Lu Jin could react, Duan Ling Tian had already appeared in front of him. Universe teleportation. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand that was holding the universal ruler that he had hidden under his sleeve. In just an instant, the space Duan Ling Tian occupied began to ripple and distort. At least it looked that way to Oqing, Dong Guizhi, and Wang Dingshan. Bang! In the next moment, they heard a loud explosion and the space that was distorted had returned to normal. At the same time, they saw Lu Jin flying backward like an arrow that had been shot out. Halfway through, he began to throw up blood. He looked extremely wretched. It was obvious the sound of explosion was the sound of the black-robed man's force landing on Lu Jin's body. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Jin, who was ranked at the 295th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, was severely injured. So strong. Oqing and Dong Guizhi trembled inwardly while Wang Dingshan had a guarded look in his eyes. Wang Dingshan thought it was a divine ability that made the space ripple and distort. However, he could not see through it at all. How could he not be guarded? After injuring Lu Jin, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to Dong Guizhi and said indifferently, "Swear on the lightning penalty oath like them or die." Duan Ling Tian had spoken calmly, but he had emphasized on the word die. Dong Guizhi's expression changed dramatically. Dong Guizhi and Wang Dingshan's expressions darkened. Wang Dingshan leaned forward, as though he was preparing to make a move against Duan Ling Tian. However, Dong Guizhi stopped him. "Elder Wang, just bear with it for now. We don't know anything about the black-robed man. If you attack him recklessly, you might offend him. If he's stronger than you, then there's no way we'll be able to live." Dong Guizhi sent a voice transmission message to Wang Dingshan. "We'll do as he says for now. It's not too late for us to deal with him once we meet my father. We're merely swearing that we won't tell anyone about what we've seen. We're not swearing that we won't look for trouble with him later." Based on this, one could see Dong Guizhi was a smart and cautious person. Dong Guizhi successfully persuaded Wang Dingshan. After all, Wang Dingshan was also uncertain if he could defeat Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's confidence made him feel wary. "As you wish." Subsequently, Dong Guizhi and Wang Dingshan swore on the lightning penalty oath that they would not tell anyone about what they had seen today. Otherwise, they would be killed by the lightning penalty. Boom! 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 As 9 claps of thunder rang in the sky, Dong Guizhi sighed in relief, thinking that the matter is over now. In the next moment, Dong Guizhi prepared to leave and said, "Elder Wang, let's go." Just as Dong Guizhi called out to Wang Dingshan and was about to leave, Duan Ling Tian stopped them. "Wait!" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian, Dong Guizhi's expression darkened immediately. "Elder Wang and I have done exactly as you told us to and swore on the lightning penalty. What else do you want from us?" "Don't go overboard, sir." He began to sound a little angry when he spoke. Upon hearing Dong Guizhi's words, Duanling Tian was momentarily stunned before he burst out laughing. He said, "Go overboard? You can think whatever you want." Dong Guizhi and Wang Dingshan's expressions changed dramatically when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian continued to say, "If you want to leave, you'll have to swear on another lightning penalty oath. Swear that from this moment onward, you won't have any enmity with me and won't look for trouble with me. Otherwise, you'll be killed by the lightning penalty." As soon as Dong Guizhi and Wang Dingshan heard Duanling Tian's words, they instinctively turned to look at each other. They thought the black-robed man had read their minds. However, they quickly dismissed that notion since it was simply impossible. "Sir, you want us to swear such an oath? What if you decide to provoke us? Doesn't that mean we won't be able to defend ourselves or retaliate?" "In that case, we'll die either way. We'll either be killed by you or the lightning penalty," Dong Guizhi said with a dark expression. He did not expect the black-robed man to be so cautious. It seemed as though he had everything under control and could see through everything. "That's easy. Just don't retaliate," Duanling Tian said indifferently. "Don't retaliate? So, we should just wait for you to kill us," Dong Guizhi said angrily. "Then, do you prefer to die now?" Duanling Tian's gaze was no longer calm. Cold killing intent could be seen in his eyes. There was a murderous aura about him, and it seemed as though he had turned into an Azura in just a blink of an eye, caused the atmosphere to turn tense. Dong Guizhi's expression turned grimmer when he felt the intense killing aura that Duanling Tian emitted. At the same time, Wang Dingshan could no longer hold back his anger and made his move immediately. "You're seeking death." It seemed as though he had transformed into a god of war as he charged domineeringly toward Duanling Tian. "Who?" As soon as Wang Dingshan charged toward Duanling Tian, the celestial supreme treasure, the universal ruler, appeared under Duanling Tian's sleeve again. Universe teleportation. Duanling Tian waved his hand and the space around him, and Wang Dingshan began to ripple and distort again. In the eyes of Dong Guizhi, Qing, and Li Jun, Duanling Tian and Wang Dingshan's figures were blurry. They could only vaguely see two figures, but it was difficult for them to see what was happening. As soon as Duanling Tian cast the divine ability from the universal ruler, he also cast the elementary devouring tactic that he had not used for quite a while. Elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, he had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. During the past 6 months, Duanling Tian had been going around Sin City dressed as the black-robed man. He did not use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, at all. This was because it might expose his identity. The other reason was that he did not encounter any opponent who was strong enough to force him to use the elementary devouring tactic. Now that Duanling Tian was facing Wang Dingshan, who was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage and ranked at the 156th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, he had no choice but to use the elementary devouring tactic. Otherwise, he would not be a match for a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if Wang Dingshan was the weakest powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duanling Tian still would not be a match for him without using the elementary devouring tactic. With my current strength, I can use the Universal Ruler's universe transportation since it's much stronger now compared to the past. Not only can it block people's sight, but it can also confuse my opponent. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he watched Wang Dingshan get rid of the effects of the universe teleportation as the elementary devouring tactic continued to raise his Sun Saint energy to its limit. After Wang Dingshan managed to get rid of the effect from the universe teleportation, he saw the vortexes around Duanling Tian. Although the vortex was already disappearing, he still managed to catch a glimpse of it. "This... Xiao!" In the next moment, Wang Dingshan heard the short-lived shrill cry of a sword. Apart from that, he saw a 3-foot-long blade slashing toward him. The speed was so fast that it left no trace behind. It looked invisible. He was frightened since he did not think he would be able to avoid it. The Traceless Sword, the assist-type divine ability that creates vortexes. The black-robed man is the fire worship sex Duanling Tian. These were the thoughts that appeared in Wang Dingshan's mind before the 3-foot-long blade pierced the space between his eyebrows. It happened so fast that he did not even have time to cry out. Wang Dingshan only managed to guess Duanling Tian's identity the moment before he died through the divine abilities that Duanling Tian cast, and the sword that he used. Naturally, he did not know that the sword Duanling Tian used was not one of the 10 great saint weapons, the Traceless Sword. Duanling Tian had used the Jasper Celestial Sword. Since he had died, he could only take this secret to his grave. He did not have time to tell anyone about his discovery. Devour! After killing Wang Dingshan, Duanling Tian went about his routine of devouring innate spiritual roots. He was pleasantly surprised by Wang Dingshan's innate spiritual root. He possessed a blue spiritual root. That's pretty good. After devouring Wang Dingshan's blue innate spiritual root, Duanling Tian discovered that his innate spiritual root had improved and turned dark indigo. Now that my indigo innate spiritual root has turned dark indigo, it means I'm one step closer to improving it to a violet innate spiritual root. When Duanling Tian thought of this, he became excited even though he was usually calm. After collecting Wang Dingshan's spatial ring, Duanling Tian let go of Wang Dingshan's body, allowing it to fall. At the same time, the space that was rippling and distorting returned to normal as well. Dong Guizhi and the others saw Duanling Tian standing unmoving at the same spot as Wang Dingshan's body fell to the ground. This scene greatly impacted them. Wang Dingshan is dead? Lu Jin was the first to regain his senses. His expression changed drastically. It was as though he had seen a ghost. He felt extremely lucky that the black-robed man did not target him. Otherwise, he would definitely die. What a joke. A powerhouse who could kill Wang Dingshan so easily could definitely kill Lu Jin with just a snap of his fingers. Qing was horrified and his face was pale. A stench of urine wafted in his nose, but he did not seem bothered by it. He stood still in shock, completely frozen. In the next moment, Qing and Lu Jin slowly turned to look at each other and saw the fear reflected in each other's eyes. After a few moments, without being asked, they quickly swore another lightning penalty oath that Duanling Tian had asked Dong Guizhi and Wang Dingshan to swear. They promised not to have any enmity with Duanling Tian or look for trouble with him. Naturally, Qing and Lu Jin thought the oath they swore was too much. However, Wang Dingshan, the strongest person among them, had died. They would only follow in Wang Dingshan's footsteps and be killed by the black-robed man if they continued to be stubborn. Both of them did not want to die, so their only choice was to obediently do as they were told. Boom. 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 9 claps of thunder rang in the sky once Qing and Lu Jin swore on the lightning penalty oath. The 9 claps of thunder shocked Dong Guizhi into regaining his senses. His body was trembling violently and his face was deathly pale. Currently, he had completely lost his composure. He looked like a terrified bird. Do you have any other questions? Duanling Tian asked nonchalantly as he looked at Dong Guizhi with a cold gaze. Dong Guizhi jumped when he heard Duanling Tian speaking to him. He shuddered before he shook his head vehemently. He waved his hand and hurriedly said, "No! No! What a joke!" Even Dong Guizhi's guard, Wang Dingshan, had been killed. Where would he find the courage to question Duanling Tian now? Even if he still had questions, there was no way he would say anything. Dong Guizhi, who was panicking, calmed himself down before he quickly swore on the lightning penalty oath just as Duanling Tian told him to. 9 claps of thunder rang in the sky in response to Dong Guizhi's oath. So, as soon as the 9 claps of thunder rang in the air, Duanling Tian seemed as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning as he headed north. Naturally, he did not forget his purpose of heading north. It was for the treasure that was said to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Dong Guizhi and the others sighed in relief when they saw that Duanling Tian had left. They looked at each other and saw a hint of bitterness reflected in each other's eyes. While Duanling Tian made his way north to have a look at the treasure that had been said to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was unaware that the 6, 7, including the twins, current heirs to the 7 Absolute sect, except for the heir of the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, had all gathered at a snow-capped mountain in the northern region. There were 7 people. Some of them were men and some of them were women. They were seated cross-legged on a stone platform that was situated in the middle of the snow-capped mountain. The stone platform they sat on was engraved with complicated patterns that seemed like it came from ancient times. An elderly man and a beautiful woman stood high in the sky overlooking these people. Old prophet. The beautiful woman looked at the elderly man and asked with a frown, "Are you sure those 3 little fellows will be fine? You know that even if you can keep this from Xuanai for now, you can't keep it from her forever." Based on the beautiful woman's words, it was obvious the old man, the old prophet from the 7 Absolutes sex prophet progeny. As for the beautiful woman, she was the heir to the 7 Absolutes sex red dust progeny. They were the heir of the prophet progeny and red dust progeny. The world belonged to their direct disciples who would be the future heir of the prophet progeny, red dust progeny, and the other progenies. When the old prophet heard the beautiful woman's words, he regained his senses and shook his head. His expression was solemn. "I can't say for sure. If other people heard this, they would definitely be shocked. How could the old prophet, who seemed omniscient, be unsure of something?" "What do you mean? Weren't you certain before this?" the beautiful woman said in a disgruntled tone. She was obviously not satisfied with the old prophet's answer. Ever since the upper province's inter-province transportation formation stopped working and could not send people to the lower province, I've tried to divine the fates of the 3 fellows. However, what I saw was very vague and cryptic, the old prophet said. The devil clans have most likely invaded the lower province. The human devil era is dawning again. The invasion from the devil clans has interfered with God's plans. It's only natural that I can't divine their fates. The old prophet paused before he said, "However, before they left the upper province, I divined that they would have a fortuitous encounter if they returned to the lower province. However, I couldn't tell what kind of fortuitous encounter they would have. In hindsight, the fact that I couldn't see clearly is a sign that there's going to be danger. Initially, I wondered why would they have a fortuitous encounter in the lower province. It seems like their fortuitous encounter has something to do with the invasion of the devil clans in the lower province." At this moment, the old prophet smiled bitterly. "If I could do things over, I wouldn't have ordered Wu Ying to send them to the lower province. Currently, they can only rely on themselves." "What do you mean? Are you saying you can't tell if they'll live or die?" the beautiful woman asked in a deep voice as her expression changed. Her tone was harsh when she spoke. "That's right." The old prophet nodded solemnly. The beautiful woman's expression turned gloomier, and she was about to say something. Suddenly, the old prophet looked up at the sky with bright eyes and said, "It's time." In the next moment, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword was 1 size larger than ordinary swords. The old prophet infused his saint origin into the sword, and a sword cry instantly rang in the air. Following that, 9 bolts of silk shot out from the sword and wrapped around the sword before it rose into the air. "This is the 9-cloud sword," the beautiful woman exclaimed as her attention was caught by the sword in the old prophet's hand. Her eyes lit up immediately. The 9-cloud sword was one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Only 2 of the weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking were swords. One was the traceless sword and the other was the 9-cloud sword. Boom! Rumbles! Deafening claps of thunder rang in the sky. The 9-cloud sword in the old prophet's hand shot out a sword ray up into the sky. It seemed like a bridge that connected earth to heaven. Transverse heaven and earth. The 9 bolts of silk were entwined with the sword ray, looking like 9 divine dragons. Each of them contained a formidable and peerless energy. At the same time, the ancient and complicated patterns on the stone platform that the 7 people sat on seemed to have come alive as the energy from the 9-cloud sword entered it. Almost at the same time, a terrifying aura that was similar to the aura of an ancient appeared and shrouded the snow-capped mountain. It began to snow harder before it began to turn boiling hot. The beautiful woman had retreated into the distance. When she sensed the aura, her expression changed. When she looked at the 9-cloud sword in the old prophet's hand, her eyes were filled with awe. This is the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation? However, the awe she felt was not for the old prophet, nor was it for the 9-cloud sword he was holding. It was for the man who forged the 9-cloud sword. The man who forged the sword was the last heir of the first absolute, the fog rain progeny, of the Seven Absolutes sect. He was none other than the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Currently, the world thought that the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons, including the 9-cloud sword, were forged by a celestial-grade saint inscription master. They were unaware that 9 out of 10 of the 10,000 inscription saint weapons that were part of the current 10 super saint weapons were only forged by a celestial-grade saint inscription master because he drew inspiration from the 9-cloud mountain. That was how became a celestial-grade saint inscription master after inscribing 9 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. In fact, some of the 9 super saint weapons were even stronger than the 9-cloud sword, the first 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon in the Dao martial saint land. All this was the secret of the 7 Absolutes sect's secret. The 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation was a heaven-defying formation left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the former heir of the Fog Rain progeny. The first Absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. The 9-cloud sword was needed to activate this heaven-defying formation. Back then, before Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the former heir of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect, ascended to the Devata realm, he had left the 9-cloud sword behind for the 7 Absolutes sect. Later on, people from the 7 Absolutes sect were hunted by the 3 great sections. After some time, the 9-cloud sword was lost. It was during this time that the first celestial-grade saint inscriptions master in the Dao martial saint land obtained the 9-cloud sword. By studying the 9-cloud sword, he managed to inscribe 9 other super saint weapons. Finally, the old prophet managed to find the 9-cloud sword that had been lost for many years. Only with the sword would he be able to activate the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. On the stone platform, an invisible force appeared and shrouded the 7 people who were seated there. The mysterious force surged into their body through the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. Meanwhile, the snow on the snow-capped mountain kept falling. On this day, the fates of 7 youths were forever changed. Today, the 7 youths who were monstrously talented would undergo a rebirth on the snow-capped mountain, and they would leave a mark on the Dao martial saint land in the future. North of Sin City. There's a lot of people. Duanling Tian looked down through the clouds as he saw many people traveling north as though there was a free buffet there. As expected, the temptation of the treasures left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is strong. Duanling Tian, naturally, why these people were traveling north. After all, one of the reasons sectless cultivators gathered at Sin City was because Sin City always had first-hand news about treasure vaults left behind by elite powerhouses. Most of these elite powerhouses who were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were sectless cultivators. Aren't those people from the Black Crow Alliance? Soon after, a group of travelers below the cloud caught Duanling Tian's attention. Duanling Tian was familiar with their uniforms. It was the uniforms of members from the Black Crow Alliance. A man casually dressed in a black robe was leading the group of people. Is he the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Old Black Crow? Duanling Tian instantly guessed the black-robed man's identity. 6 months ago, after Duanling Tian killed the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zhan, the people from Black Crow Alliance had stopped taking advantage of people in Sin City. It seemed as though they had changed their wicked ways overnight. In the beginning, Duanling Tian heard the reason they had changed their ways was due to the absence of the leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Later on, he heard that the leader of the Black Crow Alliance had returned to Sin City, but he did not look for trouble with Duanling Tian. Not only the people stopped their wicked ways of taking advantage of people when they were weak or injured, but they were rarely seen in the city as well. At that time, many people in Sin City said the Old Black Crow, the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, was afraid of him. That was why they had all changed their ways. Once people from the Black Crow Alliance stopped taking advantage of people, Duanling Tian stopped finding fault with them. In fact, it seemed as though they had a good relationship. However, in truth, Duanling Tian felt extremely annoyed. Now that they changed their ways, how could he devour their innate spiritual roots? For that reason, Duanling Tian was annoyed for some time. Therefore, he had to look for other wicked men to devour their innate spiritual roots, since he was not one to simply devour people's innate spiritual roots. He was a man with principles after all. So, Duanling Tian glanced at the group of people from Black Crow Alliance once before continuing forward. He seemed like a shooting star as he made his way north. Many people were gathered in the north of Sin City in the mountain ridge. The people were currently surrounding a mountain valley. To be more precise, they were surrounding the space above the mountain valley. There was a tear in the void. It was a long and ugly tear, an entryway. However, one would not be able to see anything even if one were to look inside. Among the crowd of people, an inconspicuous-looking middle-aged man looked at the ugly tear and said in a trembling voice, Is it really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Why do I feel anxious when I look at it? I feel the same. This tear resembles the bloody mouth of a terrifying beast, another person said warily. Were there entries of treasure vaults left behind by powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage that looked like this? Many people murmured to themselves. I had the privilege of entering a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage 100 years ago, and I managed to obtain some treasures there. However, the treasure vault left behind by that powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage was located underground. Although there were many formations in there, the entry looked normal. It doesn't look like this, an old man said. From his voice, one could tell he felt wary about the tear in the space as well. I think you're all worrying for nothing, a middle-aged man suddenly said with a frown. Didn't you see the high-ranking officials from the 7-Kill Alliance, 1,000 Years Alliance, and Eternal Alliance entering it? If the tear in the void dangerous, do you think they would carelessly enter it? Many people agreed with this man's words. Yes. The leaders and high-ranking officials of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City have already entered. What's there for us to be afraid of? Since they went in, it shouldn't be dangerous if we enter, right? I think so as well. More and more people agreed, but no one made a move to enter. After all, the tear in the void was only speculated to be the entrance to the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The treasures in the treasure vault of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage held great temptation. However, one's life was undoubtedly more important. It was fine if one did not obtain any treasure, but if one died, everything would be over. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward and said to the middle-aged who thought everyone was worried for no reason, Hey, since you think we're worried about nothing, why don't you take the lead and enter? If you go in, I'll go with you. What do you think? After the young man had spoken, everyone turned to look at the middle-aged man in unison. That's right. Since you said there's nothing to worry about, why don't you go in first if you think you're capable? Go on. What are you waiting for? Didn't you say it's not dangerous? Yes. Didn't you say that the high-ranking officials of the 3 strong alliances in Sin City have entered so it's not dangerous? Why aren't you going in then? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, how dare you say there's nothing to worry about? Aren't you just embarrassing yourself? All these words were directed at the middle-aged man who told them there was nothing to worry about. When the middle-aged man heard the comments, he turned pale. He had intentionally said that earlier in hopes that someone would go in first. So far, only the high-ranking officials from the strong alliances in Sin City had entered the tear in the void into the place that was supposed to be a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Those from other alliances or loners did not enter. In the end, the middle-aged man did not enter the tear in the void, earning him mockeries from the people around him. Although it was not pleasant being the object of ridicule, it was still better than losing his life. Black-robed man. A scream rang in the air, alerting the people surrounding the tear in the void. The crowd instantly stopped mocking the middle-aged man. They shifted their attention to the direction where the person who had just spoken was looking at. There was a figure flying through the clouds and was in the midst of landing. This person wore a black robe and his face was hidden with a hood. His face could not be clearly seen at all. I wonder if he's the real black-robed man? Many people had the same question in their minds. I wonder if the real black-robed man dares to enter the tear in the void? The black-robed man who appeared before everyone who surrounded the tear in the void was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Since Duan Ling Tian arrived a while ago and heard their discussion, he knew the high-ranking officials from the 7-Kill Alliance, 1,000 Years Alliance, and Eternal Alliance had entered the tear in the void. The people who were loitering around the area were mostly people who did not enter the tear in the void because they were not sure if led to the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form saint of the celestial stage. If they are so afraid of dying, why are they here? Duan Tian was rendered speechless by these people. Before Duan Tian revealed himself, he had asked Elder Hua to check the entrance. This is a tear in the void. It should lead to a pseudo-realm, Elder Hua told him. Duan Tian was, naturally, stunned when he heard this. He instantly asked again, Elder Hua? I remember you said the upper province in the Dao Martial Saint Land is also a pseudo-realm? Yes, Elder Hup replied quickly, the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land is a pseudo-realm that was naturally formed. However, the entrance to the pseudo-realm was intentionally tombed by humans. Elder Hua continued to say, in the mundane realms, whenever someone successfully passes the heavenly tribulation, the power in their bodies will undergo a transformation. Although it won't change into the celestial origin energy, it would be easy for them to open an independent realm also known as a pseudo-realm. Therefore, the pseudo-realm behind this tear in the void is definitely made by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, that powerhouse must have successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. However, I'm not sure if the pseudo-realm behind this tear is a treasure vault. There's a possibility it's a treasure vault. It requires a lot of effort to make a tear in the void even if it's someone who has successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and is about to ascend to the Devata realm. It's possible the powerhouse has left his treasure here. Naturally, they would only be considered treasures in the mundane realm, Elder Hua said. Duan Tian continued to fly as he listened to Elder Hua. He had made the decision to enter the tear in the void. Based on Elder Hua's words, he knew the treasures in the vault must be extraordinary since the one who left it behind was not just an ordinary powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was a powerhouse who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation's powerhouse. One should know that the difference between someone at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who passed the heavenly tribulation and someone who had not passed it was very wide. The former was close to being a celestial being in regard to their cultivation base and level, while the latter was not. A pseudo-realm opened by such a powerhouse with so much effort would likely be his treasure vault containing items he possessed before ascending to the Devata realm. There had to be many treasures in there. Do you think he dares to enter the tear in the void? 1. I'm not sure. In the first place, we don't know if he's the genuine black-robed man. However, even if he's the real deal, I'm not sure if he would enter. I agree. Didn't you see that even the leader and high-ranking officials of the mighty tyrannical alliance haven't entered the tear in the void? Do you think the black-robed man is braver than the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance? Duan Tian naturally heard the discussions around him. Many people doubted he was the real black-robed man, and many wondered if he was brave enough to enter the tear in the void. The leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance. Upon hearing this, Duan Tian shifted his eyes to where most people were looking. A group of people was gathered in one place. The person in the lead had a beard, tall and well-built. He was dressed in finely made clothes. One could tell in just a glance that he had been in power for some time. There was a group that gathered there. He should be Xianxia, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, Duan Tian thought to himself. Xianxia, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, was a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked in the top 500 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Apart from that, the mighty tyrannical alliance could also be considered a strong alliance in Sin City. It was only weaker than the 7-Kill Alliance, 1,000 Years Alliance, and Eternal Alliance. Duan Tian still remembered that the first inn he stayed in when he arrived in Sin City, the Welcome Inn, belonged to the mighty tyrannical alliance. While Duan Tian sized up Xianxia, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, Xianxia seemed to have noticed his gaze and turned to look at him intently. Lord Leader. As Xianxia was looking at Duan Tian, a person who was standing behind him noticed this and said, "The black-robed man who recently rose to fame in Sin City is dressed exactly like that guy." He paused for a moment before he said again, "There's quite a number of people in Sin City who like to dress up like him. Therefore, I'm not sure if this person is the genuine black-robed man. He's the real deal," Chen Xianba said to the person behind him. Chen Xianba's words confused the high-ranking officials of the mighty tyrannical alliance. They did not know how their leader knew the black-robed man standing before them was the genuine one with just a glance. If they did not know their leader was a serious person, they would have thought he was just joking with them. Lord Leader, how do you know he's the real black-robed man?
How can you tell? An old man standing behind Chen Xianba asked curiously.
The old man might look ordinary, but he was one of the 3 strongest deputy leaders in the mighty tyrannical alliance. His strength was only second to Chen Xianba in the mighty tyrannical alliance. He had long entered the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This old man who was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage was different from the Thousand Years Alliance's Wang Dingshan whom Duanling Tian killed, even though they both had the same cultivation base. Wang Dingshan was ranked below the 150th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was considered as one of the weakest powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. On the other hand, the deputy leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance was ranked in the top 100 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Even among powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land, he was considered as one of the strongest ones. His name Sun Hua was as ordinary as his appearance. All of the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance, including Sun Hua, looked at Chen Xianba, and he merely said, "My intuition." Intuition. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Chen Xianba's answer. If they did not hear it personally, they would not believe this was their leader's answer. It was indeed true that Chen Xianba had a strong feeling that the person was the real black-robed man from Sin City. In Sin City, almost everyone knew and had heard of the black-robed man. During the past 6 months, at least 800, if not 1,000 people, had been killed by the black-robed man. However, those men that he killed were all wicked men. They were people who bullied the weak or people who cultivated using cruel cultivation methods.
In other words, the situation in Sin City had improved since the appearance of the black-robed man. It seemed like he had changed Sin City in just a night. There were people in Sin City who referred to him as the guardian of order.
It might sound far-fetched, but it was the truth.
Who?
A gust of wind blew past Duanling Tian just as he was about to enter the tear in the void. A figure stopped in front of him, so he had to stop as well. He looked at the person standing before him. As Duanling Tian looked at the person who obstructed his way, many people began to shift their attention to them. It's the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance. This person was none other than Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance.
When Chen Xianba appeared in front of Duanling Tian, he politely greeted Duanling Tian. "Sir Black-Robed, I've heard many things about you." He did not put on air as the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance.
Leader Chen. As the saying went, one would find it difficult to fight with someone who's smiling.
Since Chen Xianba was polite, there was no reason for Duanling Tian to be rude.
"Sir Black-Robed, I've heard about your strength and your deeds. I wonder if you're interested in joining the mighty tyrannical alliance?"
"If you're willing to join us, I'll offer you the position of 4th deputy leader in the mighty tyrannical alliance," Chen Xianba said respectfully to Duanling Tian with a dignified expression.
Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard Chen Xianba's offer. It was totally unexpected.
Other people had doubted Duanling Tian's identity. However, not only did the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance not doubt his identity, but he even came to greet him. Moreover, after politely greeting him, he even invited him to join the mighty tyrannical alliance as its 4th deputy leader.
Duanling Tian was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the entire place had fallen silent as well.
Not only the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance were shocked, but even other people were shocked. None of them could believe what they just heard.
What's going on?
Could he really be the black-robed man? Otherwise, why would the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance,
Lord Chen Xianba, invite him to join the mighty tyrannical alliance to be their 4th deputy leader? How did Lord Chen Xianba recognize him? Stop joking.
The black-robed man has always hidden his appearance and his aura. How could anyone recognize him? Then what's going on?
Lord Chen Xianba isn't joking, is he?
I don't know. The crowd began to discuss among themselves after they recovered from the shock. They could not understand what was happening. In fact, they were not the only ones who did not understand what was going on.
At this moment, the people who were most in shock were the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance. Earlier, they already found it shocking that their leader said the black-robed man was the real deal based on his intuition. Rare as it might be, they had thought their leader was only joking. They did not think their leader was serious. He even approached the black-robed man and invited him to join the mighty tyrannical alliance and offered him the position of fourth deputy leader. Not just anyone was worthy of becoming a deputy leader in the mighty tyrannical alliance.
Take the 3 deputy leaders from the mighty tyrannical alliance, for example. All of them were at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
If one did not have a cultivation base at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would not be qualified to become a deputy leader in the mighty tyrannical alliance. Is it possible that he's really the black-robed man?
If he's the real black-robed man, then I can understand why Lord Leader invited him to join our mighty tyrannical alliance and promised him the position of 4th deputy leader.
I still don't get it. How does Lord Leader know he's the real black-robed man and not an imposter? The mighty tyrannical alliance's high-ranking officials began to discuss among themselves. They could not figure out what was going on. At this moment, just as Duanling Tian was about to politely decline Chen Xianba's offer, a burst of laughter suddenly rang in the air, interrupting Duanling Tian. He instinctively turned to look at the source of the laughter.
Duanling Tian saw a sinister-looking young man with a medium build flying toward them from afar. He exuded a dark and cold aura. People seemed to avoid him and the group of people following him like a plague.
The black-clad young man in the lead was the one who was laughing.
The black-clad young man's laughter faded as he brought his men along with him and landed near Duanling Tian and Chen Xianba. The black-clad young man ignored Duanling Tian and looked at Chen Xianba. He said mockingly, "Leader Chen, you're so quick to invite him to join your mighty tyrannical alliance and even offered him the position of 4th deputy leader. Aren't you worried that he's a fake? Based on what I know, there are quite a lot of imposters in Sin City." The black-clad young man sneered when he finished speaking. He had a knowing expression on his face as though he was the wisest man on earth.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian heard the whispers in his surroundings, and he learned about the black-clad young man's identity. He was the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yin Xianming.
The 100 Ghosts Alliance is also a fairly famous alliance in Sin City. They're about as powerful as the mighty tyrannical alliance. I heard that there's enmity between the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance.
Based on what I see now, it seems like the rumor is true. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Yin Xianming, you're not qualified to advise me. Chen Xianba frowned while he waved his hands impatiently and said, "If you want to enter what's suspected to be the treasure vault of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, then please go ahead. Otherwise, please step aside and stop bothering me and Sir Black-Robed." Yin Xianming was not angry when he heard Chen Xianba's words. Instead, he turned to look at Duanling Tian. "Sir Black-Robed." Yin Xianming narrowed his eyes and said in a faint voice, "I really want to see if you're the real black-robed man." In the next moment, Yin Xianming raised a brow and called out, "Chun Wu, Lord Leader." Instantly, a stocky young man stepped forward from behind Yin Xianming. Similar to Yin Xianming, he also emitted a cold and dark aura. The aura made one feel as though one was in a dark and cold cave. "Leader Chun, if my man manages to prove that this person isn't the real black-robed man, I'm afraid you'll be humiliated today," Yin Xianming said as he looked at Chen Xianba with a mocking expression on his face.
At this moment, everyone understood why Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, had intervened. As it turned out, he wanted to humiliate Chen Xianba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance.
"I've long heard about the enmity between the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance. I finally get to personally witness it today," a middle-aged man muttered softly under his breath.
The feud between the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance is famous in Sin City. If both alliances aren't afraid of other alliances taking advantage of the situation, they would have fought to death. Said,
"The leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance is really cunning. Even if it's revealed that the person standing there is the real black-robed man, it wouldn't affect him. However, if he manages to find out that person is a fake, it would only humiliate the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance." Another person whispered, Many people agreed with his words.
Many people were watching the show that was unfolding intently.
The young man who stepped forward from behind Yin Xianming moved to stand opposite Duan Ling Tian. It seemed like he was prepared to fight Duan Ling Tian.
Earlier, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance called this man Chunwu. Isn't he the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance? Someone said. His words caused many people to regain their senses. The first elder of 100 Ghosts Alliance.
I remember now. Indeed. The first elder of 100 Ghosts Alliance is Yu Chunwu. The 100 Ghosts Alliance's first elder, Yu Chunwu, has been at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage for a long time now. Moreover, he's ranked in top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. He's ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking even though his cultivation base is at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. This means he's one of the strongest powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Yes, I believe very few people at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage are a match for him.
When people figured out Chun Wu's identity, a commotion broke out immediately. Some of them sighed while others were in shock over Yin Xianming's decision.
From the get-go, Yin Xianming had already ordered Yu Chunwu, the first elder from the 100 Ghosts Alliance, to make a move. Yin Xianming instantly sent out the first elder from the 100 Ghosts Alliance. Put aside the fact that this black-robed man might be an imposter, even if he's the real deal, he might not be a match for Yu Chunwu. Someone said after a while. That's right. Rumor has been going around in Sin City that the black-robed man's cultivation base is at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. If both of them are at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, the black-robed man might not be a match for the first elder from the 100 Ghosts Alliance.
That's for sure. After all, Yu Chunwu, the first elder of 100 Ghosts Alliance, is ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Ordinary powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage are no match for him.
The place surrounding the tear in the void was still buzzing when three figures arrived above the clouds. They looked down and saw the commotion below. It was not hard for the three people to figure out what was happening. One of them sneered. The first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance?
Does he think he stands a chance against that vicious person?
He's overestimating himself. There was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes when he spoke. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would recognize the person who had spoken. It was O Qing, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance. The other two people who were with O Qing was Lu Jin, the elder from 7 Kill Alliance, and Dong Guizhi, the young leader of 1,000 Years Alliance.
When three of them saw the black-robed man standing below, fear filled their eyes. At the same time, they silently mourned for the blind guy standing opposite Duan Ling Tian. He was probably unaware that Duan Ling Tian had just killed a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Beneath the clouds, more and more people gathered to watch the show. These people were all from Sin City. Among these people, some of them were from the Black Crow Alliance. Once the people from the Black Crow Alliance arrived, someone in the group called out to their leader, Old Black Crow, Lord Leader, it's the black-robed man. I know. Old Black Crow's expression darkened as he stared at the black-robed man intently. Similar to the others, he was not sure if the person standing there was the real black-robed man. The black-robed man was the Black Crow Alliance's mortal enemy after all. Previously, when Old Black Crow returned to Sin City and found out that the black-robed man had killed many members of the Black Crow Alliance, he was, naturally, furious.
However, he had decided to lay low for the moment.
He even asked the members of the Alliance to lay low. This was because he was not certain he could defeat the black-robed man. Moreover, he was certain he was going to break through soon within these few years. The day he made a breakthrough to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be the day the black-robed man died. This motivated him to cultivate diligently in recent days.
As it turns out, Yu Chunwu, the first elder of 100 Ghosts Alliance, is making a move.
I hope he's the real black-robed man since I don't think he's a match for Yu Chunwu. I hope Yu Chunwu kills him so I don't have to dirty my own hands. Old Black Crow's eyes lit up when he saw the black-robed man's opponent. Although Old Black Crow was confident he would break through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage within these few years, it did not mean he was strong now. In fact, He might not even be a match for Yu Chunwu even after he had broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from one's cultivation base at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, one's strength also depended on various martial tactics, divine abilities, saint weapons, Tao talismans, and medicinal pills. As for the black-robed man's strength, after listening to the speculation of the people in Sin City, Old Black Crow was certain the black-robed man was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage just like him. However, he did not think he was a match for the black-robed man now. Naturally, Old Black Crow thought Yu Chunwu, the first elder of 100 Ghosts Alliance, who was ranked in the top 200, of the Supreme Saint ranking would be stronger than the black-robed man. That was why he fervently hoped that the man standing there was the real black-robed man. Meanwhile, Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, who was standing opposite Duanling Tian, said, "It doesn't matter if you're the real black-robed man or not. Since you're facing me today, you can only die." His words were extremely arrogant. It caused the spectators to fall silent for a moment. All of their eyes were glued to the two people who were in the thick of the drama. "Leader Chun, I thank you for your gracious offer, but I'm used to living a carefree lifestyle. It's not suitable for me to join the mighty tyrannical alliance." Duanling Tian politely declined Chen Xianba's offer. Everyone watched as Duanling Tian completely ignored the arrogant Yu Chunwu. Yu Chunwu's face turned red in anger when he saw Duanling Tian's blatant disregard for him. The spectators were shocked. Could this man be the real black-robed man? Otherwise, how could he remain so calm in front of Yu Chunwu? Not only that, but he even ignored Yu Chunwu. What a pity! Chen Xianba sighed involuntarily when he heard Duanling Tian's reply. Then, he turned to look at Yu Chunwu, who was standing opposite Duanling Tian, and said, "Nevertheless, I brought trouble upon you. Let me resolve this for you." As soon as Chen Xianba finished speaking, Yu Chunwu, who was about to attack Duanling Tian, stopped. His expression had changed drastically, and a hint of wariness could be seen in his eyes. Yin Xianming, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, scoffed as he stepped forward and moved to stand in front of Chen Xianba, blocking his path. "Leader Chen, he's not a member of the mighty tyrannical alliance. It's best if you stay out of this matter." Based on Duanling Tian's actions, Yin Xianming was now convinced that there was a high chance that the man standing there was the real black-robed man. However, he did not think Duanling Tian was a match for Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. Therefore, he did not plan to stop the fight. He even stopped Chen Xianba so Yu Chunwu would have an opportunity and space to attack Duanling Tian. So, the high-ranking officials from the 100 Ghosts Alliance had also flown to Yin Xianming's side. At the same time, the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance also flew to stand next to Chen Xianba. The confrontation between the high-ranking officials from the 100 Ghosts Alliance and mighty tyrannical alliance made the atmosphere tense. It was obvious they were on the verge of fighting. The spectators were holding their breaths in anticipation, when suddenly, "You're too kind, Leader Chen. He's merely a clown. You don't have to dirty your hands." "Leader Chen?" Duanling Tian said in a leisurely manner. His voice was not loud, but when he spoke, he defused the tension immediately. "See, clown? The black-robed man actually called the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance a clown? I think he's the real black-robed man. Only the real black-robed man would dare to act so arrogantly. I agree that he's the real black-robed man. However, even if he's the black-robed man, is he a match for Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance?" The crowd broke into an uproar once the tension was defused. Chen Xianba and the others were shocked by Duanling Tian's arrogance. A clown? The first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chunwu, was instantly enraged when he heard the way Duanling Tian referred to him. He glared at Duanling Tian so fiercely it seemed as though his gaze could bore holes through a wall. "You're seeking death," Yu Chunwu cried out as he moved like the wind. His saint origin surged out and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he made to strike at Duanling Tian. Who? In just a blink of an eye, Yu Chunwu arrived near Duanling Tian. He was merely a few feet away from Duanling Tian. Everyone was engrossed in watching the scene that was unfolding before their eyes. He made a move at just the right time. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he made a move as well. He raised his right hand as his sleeves fanned out. A gust of wind, accompanied by the sound of wind whistling, appeared in the wake of his movement. Universe teleportation, Duanling Tian thought to himself, casting the divine ability from the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, that he had hidden in his sleeve since a while ago. In just an instant, the space around Duanling Tian began to ripple and distort. The space around Yu Chunwu, who was standing just a few feet away, was also rippling and distorting. What kind of technique is this? Yu Chunwu felt as though he was being lifted by an invisible energy. It made him feel dizzy and caused him to panic a little. For a moment, he forgot to resist the force with his strength. It was unfortunate, but that was destined to be his final thoughts. Wang! The sound of a blade's cry rang in the air as Duanling Tian mobilized the Sun Saint origin in his body and cut Yu Chunwu into two. In the next moment, while he was collecting Yu Chunwu's spatial ring, he devoured Yu Chunwu's innate spiritual root as well. What's happening? At the same time, the spectators looked at the rippling and distorting space in terror. They could not see what was happening. Even the high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance, including Qin Xianba and Yin Xianming, had a frown on their faces as they looked on in confusion. They had not seen nor heard of such a divine ability. At this moment, everyone held their breaths in anticipation. Is this a divine ability? A lot of people were curious. It's definitely a divine ability. Moreover, it seems like an extremely powerful and unique divine ability. The people present on the scene who had seen Duanling Tian casting the universe teleportation with the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, could not help but cry out. I was lucky enough to see the black-robed man casting this divine ability before. It seems like this person is the real black-robed man. He's the real black-robed man. He isn't a fake. More and more people who had seen Duanling Tian casting the universe teleportation before began to speak up one after another in excitement. Based on what I know, as soon as the ripples and distortion in the space fade away, his opponent would die. That's true. I wonder if it's going to be different this time. After all, his opponent is not an ordinary person. He's Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. He's ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. It's hard to say. Many people who had seen Duanling Tian casting the universe teleportation in the past began to discuss among themselves. They realized how terrifying Duanling Tian's divine ability was. Although all of Duanling Tian's opponents would die after he cast this divine ability, they were not sure if it would be the case this time, since his opponent was not just any Tom, Dick, and Harry. These people would never be able to guess that as extraordinary as the universe teleportation was, it was not lethal. It just had a hallucinogenic effect. Its greatest use to Duanling Tian was that it could block other people's sight. It was impractical for Duanling Tian to cast his 10,000 Swords territory to block other people's sight because many people from the Fire Worship sect had seen him use his territory. If he used his territory, it would undoubtedly reveal his identity as Duanling Tian. He's truly the black-robed man, the leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Old Black Crow's eyes lit up when he discovered that the person standing before him was the real black-robed man. His eyes were staring expectantly at the rippling and distorting space as he prayed fervently in his heart. Elder Yu, you'll definitely be able to kill him with your strength. I believe in you. He repeated this phrase over and over again in his heart. If Yu Chunwu managed to kill the black-robed man, he would indirectly avenge the Black Crow Alliance. If that was the case, the Black Crow Alliance no longer had to lay low. If the black-robed man died, the Black Crow Alliance could continue to act like they did in the past, taking advantage of the weak without any restraint. For this reason, Old Black Crow was not the only one who wished that Yu Chunwu would be able to kill the black-robed man. All the members from the Black Crow Alliance were also fervently hoping that the black-robed would die. At this moment, the only people who were calm were those three people who were hovering above the clouds. These people were the young leader and elder of the 7 Kill Alliance, O Qing and Lu Jun, and the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, Dong Guizhi. Earlier, they had witnessed Duanling Tian killing Wang Dingshan, an elder from the 1,000 Years Alliance, whose cultivation base was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, they knew it was impossible for Yu Chunwu to defeat Duanling Tian.
Even if Yu Chunwu's cultivation base was at the peak of the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, how could he compare to Wang Dingshan, who was a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage?
The black-robed man had killed Wang Dingshan. How could Yu Chunwu even kill the black-robed man? It's just as expected. Soon after, O Qing, Lu Jin, and Dong Guizhi saw the space was no longer rippling and distorting, revealing the two figures who were previously hidden.
One of them was perfectly fine. However, the other person had been cut into two. He was clearly dead. Naturally, Duanling Tian was the one who was unharmed. O Qing and the other two had already expected this, so they were not surprised.
However, for everyone else, they were shocked. As soon as the space stopped rippling and distorting, the entire place fell silent. Everyone, including the high-ranking officials from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and Hundred Ghosts Alliance, looked at the scene before them in shock and disbelief. The span of several breaths had passed since the black-robed cast his divine ability. However, Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, had died. Moreover, his body was severed in two. On the other hand, the black-robed man was unharmed. How powerful was he? Is he at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher?
Many people shared the same thought.
Most people gasped when they regained their senses. So, people were still in a daze when a gust of wind appeared, catching everyone's attention. They saw the black-robed man who only took a span of a few breaths to kill the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance flew in the direction of the tear on the void and entered it.
It looked as though he had been swallowed by a giant beast when he entered the tear. He entered the tear in the void. Is he not afraid of death?
Duanling Tian's action shocked them again. After he killed the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, he did not even hesitate as he entered the tear in the void. The black-robed man's character had garnered much admiration from the crowd.
Duanling Tian thought it was the best option for him to quickly enter the tear in the void. After all, he had exhausted almost all of his Sun Saint origin. If someone from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance decided to attack him, even if it was just an ordinary elder, Duanling Tian would not be a match for that person since he had depleted most of his Sun Saint origin.
Previously, when he killed the elder from the Thousand Years Alliance, Wang Dingshan, with the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Saint Sword, he had used much of his Sun Saint origin. Duanling Tian's Sun Saint origin had only recovered a little when he had used almost all of it to kill Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. He was naturally on his last leg.
For the sake of his safety, Duanling Tian used his remaining Sun Saint origin to enter the tear in the void before the high-ranking officials from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance could react. He entered the pseudo-realm left behind by the powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation even though he was unaware of what was in the pseudo-realm. However, this was his best option.
If Duanling Tian had continued to stay on, let alone the ordinary members from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, their leader, In Xianming, would definitely be able to see that he was already on his last leg.
At that time, he might not be able to protect his life.
There was no doubt that Duanling Tian had made the right choice. He was not worried about the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance catching up to him if they entered the pseudo-realm. According to Elder Hua, once one entered a pseudo-realm, one would be randomly transported to a place inside the pseudo-realm. This meant unless everyone entered the pseudo-realm at the exact same time, one would not be transported to the same place.
Since Duanling Tian had entered the pseudo-realm before the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance did, even if they entered now, they would be transported to a different place. When Duanling Tian entered the tear in the void without any hesitation, he had shocked everyone. They had gathered around the tear in the void because none of them was brave enough to enter the tear in the void. They were worried about the unknown danger that might lie inside the void.
After all, everyone was only BOM with one life. There was no reset button.
Since they could not confirm that it was not dangerous to enter the tear in the void, they naturally would not recklessly enter it. At the same time, In Xianming, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, regained his senses. He said through clenched teeth, "Black-robed man." His voice was so cold that it sent chills running up people's spines.
The expressions of the high-ranking officials from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance was gloomy. Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, had died.
Yu Chunwu's death did not only publicly embarrass the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, but more importantly, it had weakened the overall strength of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance.
Currently, the Hundred Ghosts Alliance might be annihilated if the mighty tyrannical alliance dared to take the risk and fight them. Sir Blackrobe's right. The first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance was a clown. The leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, Chan Shenba, laughed out loud. He was in a good mood even though a hint of wistfulness could be seen in his eyes.
It was the same for all the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance. They were laughing, but a hint of wistfulness could be seen in their eyes. This was, naturally, because they thought it was a pity the black-robed man declined their leader's invitation to join the mighty tyrannical alliance and become a deputy leader in the alliance.
Based on the black-robed man's strength, they could see the black-robed man was definitely qualified to be a deputy leader of their mighty tyrannical alliance. After a few moments, members from the mighty tyrannical alliance began to look at the members from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance disdainfully. Although they did not speak, their eyes spoke 1,000 words. Let alone the members from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, their leader Yin Xianming felt even more humiliated. Initially, he had intended to humiliate the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, Chan Shenba. Not only did his plan backfired, but he had lost his right-hand man. Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, was one of the strongest people in the alliance. Someone like that had died needlessly.
Shenba, don't get too carried away.
Just wait and see, Yin Xianming said threateningly. He sensed everyone's gaze was on him, and he felt even more humiliated. He glared at Chan Shenba after he threatened him and stepped aside. I'll be waiting for you, Chan Shenba said indifferently as though he did not take Yin Xianming's words to heart. He was not afraid of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance in the past. Moreover, now that the Hundred Ghosts Alliance had lost Yu Chunwu, their strength was significantly weakened. Just as Yin Xianming brought his men away from the people of the mighty tyrannical alliance, a cold voice suddenly said, Leader Yin, you're really brave for ordering an elder to look for trouble with the black-robed man. It naturally caught everyone's attention.
A pale and sickly young man dressed in fine clothes appeared in everyone's sight. A middle-aged man followed behind him.
Young leader. The moment the finely dressed young man appeared, both leaders from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance, Yin Xianming and Chan Shenba, stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. The finely dressed young man was none other than the young leader of the Seven Kill Alliance, Qing. Normally, a good-for-nothing rich kid like Qing would not command the respect of the leaders of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and mighty tyrannical alliance. However, the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and mighty tyrannical alliance were affiliates of the Seven Kill Alliance.
There were many alliances in Sin City. However, the three strongest alliances were the Seven Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance.
Under these three strongest alliances were other alliances like the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and mighty tyrannical alliance. In order to survive and avoid being taken over by the Seven Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, or the Eternal Alliance, they had to affiliate themselves with one of the three strongest alliances.
Both the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance had chosen to affiliate themselves with the Seven Kill Alliance.
In fact, the Hundred Ghost Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance's enmity had stemmed from them trying to compete and gain favor with the Seven Kill Alliance.
As the young leader of the Seven Kill Alliance, Qing could also be considered as a leader of the Seven Kill Alliance. As the leaders of the alliances that were affiliated with the Seven Kill Alliance, it was only natural that Chan Shenba and Yin Xianming were respectful toward Qing.
After all, they could be considered as the Seven Kill Alliance's subordinates.
Young leader, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yin Xianming asked respectfully as he looked at Qing. He had a confused expression on his face. He obviously did not forget what Qing had said when he showed himself. Leader Yin, you're really brave to order an elder to look for trouble daring with the black-robed man.
Based on Qing's words, it seemed like he knew the black-robed man was very strong. Yin Xianming was puzzled. One should know that although Qing's strength was average at best, he did not care much about other people due to his status as the young leader of the Seven Kill Alliance. When Yin Xianming spoke to Qing, Chan Shenba was also looking at Qing. He had detected a hint of fear in Qing's voice when he spoke about the black-robed man. This roused his curiosity. Why would the young leader of Seven Kill Alliance fear the black-robed man? When Qing saw the confused and curious expressions on Yin Xianming and Chan Xianba's face, he turned to look at the young leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, Dong Guizhi, who had just arrived and said, "Just a while ago, the elder from the Thousand Years Alliance, Wang Dingshan, who was guarding Dong Guizhi, was killed by the black-robed man. Chan Xianba, Yin Xianming, and the others had already noticed Dong Guizhi when he arrived. When they heard Qing's words, they were instantly stunned. In fact, they were confused when they saw Dong Guizhi had come alone. How could the young leader of the Thousand Years Alliance travel alone without any powerhouses protecting him? After they heard Qing's words, they realized that the person who was in charge of protecting Dong Guizhi had been killed by the black-robed man. Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance? If I'm not mistaken, Wang Dingshan has broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago, right? His recent ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was at the 159th place. Someone like that was killed by the black-robed man? My goodness! Is it possible that the black-robed man is at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Not necessarily. If he's at the peak of the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, it wouldn't be hard for him to kill Wang Dingshan. After all, Wang Dingshan was one of the weaker powerhouses among those at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even so, the strength of a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, regardless if he was weak among his peers, is much stronger than Yu Chunwu from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. I finally understand young leader Qing's words. The people surrounding the tear in the void broke out in an uproar again. They were all shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Now that they found out Duan Ling Tian had killed Wang Dingshan, Duan Ling Tian seemed even stronger to them. Dong Guizhi scoffed as his expression darkened. He saw the looks from the people around him, and he quickly flew into the tear in the void. Young leader Dong from the Thousand Years Alliance has entered the tear in the void. Many people cried out, "Young leader, if you're aware of how strong the black-robed man is, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Yin Xianming asked with a gloomy expression. If Qing had told Yin Xianming about this, he definitely would not have sent the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chunwu, to deal with the black-robed man. As soon as Yin Xianming finished speaking, Lu Jin, who was standing behind Qing, coldly rebuked him. "Yin Xianming, how dare you? Are you questioning our young leader?" Yin Xianming's expression changed when he was reminded of Qing's status. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Young leader, that's not my intention." Qing snorted as he glanced at Yin Xianming coldly. After that, he motioned to Lu Jin and entered the tear in the void. Another commotion broke out again. Why are they entering the tear in the void without any hesitation? Are they not afraid of death? Many people were baffled. Maybe they know there's no danger inside, someone said. If it's not dangerous, put aside the other alliances, but the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and Hundred Ghosts Alliance are affiliated with the Seven Kill Alliance. Shouldn't the Seven Kill Alliance give them a hint? People began to discuss among themselves. Based on what I know, the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the Hundred Ghosts Alliance had voluntarily submitted to the Seven Kill Alliance, but people from the Seven Kill Alliance probably couldn't care less about them. I think so as well. Even when people from the Seven Kill Alliance know there isn't any danger in entering the tear in the void, they didn't even inform them about it. After all, if the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage is in there, people from the Seven Kill Alliance probably wish that the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and Hundred Ghosts Alliance wouldn't dare to enter it. Yes, another person entering means there's another person they have to share the treasure with. It's completely understandable why the Seven Kill Alliance didn't inform them about it. People were gossiping among themselves. Their words were heard by Chen Xianba, Yin Xianming, and the other high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. They all had a dark expression on their faces. This was because they felt the words they heard had merits. Qing, that cowardly good-for-nothing rich kid, entered the tear in the void without even hesitating. It seems like it's not dangerous in there. The eyes of the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance, Chen Xianba, gleamed when he thought about this. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance standing behind him. If anyone is afraid, you can stay outside. Those who are not afraid can follow me in. The moment Chen Xianba finished speaking, he entered the tear in the void under everyone's watchful eyes. When the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance returned to their senses, they discovered their leader had already entered the tear in the void. Their eyes shone brightly as they followed in his footsteps.
A commotion broke out again.
Chen Baxian's really quick to act. Chen Baxian's thoughts were, naturally, similar to the thoughts of Yin Xianming, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. To a certain extent, he knew Oqing better than Chen Baxian did. He knew just how cowardly Oqing was.
Since a cowardly person like that had entered the tear in the void without even hesitating, it was enough to prove that there was no danger in entering the tear in the void.
Moreover, Yin Xianming's strength was far superior compared to Oqing. Earlier, Chen Xianba and Yin Xianming were uncertain if there was danger lurking in the void. Although the high-ranking officials from the Seven Kill Alliance, the Thousand Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance had entered it, they were not entirely convinced it was safe to enter. Among the high-ranking officials from the Seven Kill Alliance, the Thousand Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, many of their cultivation bases were at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, the leaders from the three strongest alliances in Sin City were powerhouses at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, it might not be dangerous for the high-ranking officials from the three strongest alliances to enter the tear in the void. However, it was different for Chen Xianba, Yin Xianming, and their people. Therefore, they were mulling over whether they should enter the tear in the void or not. However, after seeing that cowardly good-for-nothing rich kid, Oqing, entering the tear in the void without any hesitation, they no longer felt afraid. So.
After a few moments, the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance led by their leader, Yin Xianming, also entered the tear in the void and disappeared from the public's eyes.
People from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the Hundred Ghosts Alliance have also entered the tear in the void. As far as I know, the young leader of the Seven Kill Alliance, Oqing, is a typical good-for-nothing rich kid. He's usually very cowardly since if he dies, he won't be able to enjoy all the privileges that come from his father's status. Many people agreed with this person's words.
If that's the case, the people from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the Hundred Ghosts Alliance must think it's safe to enter because of that?
There was no shortage of smart people at the scene. Soon enough, they managed to come to a conclusion. That should be it.
Since people from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the Hundred Ghosts Alliance have entered, why are we still hesitating?
Let's go. We will go in as well. Suddenly, many people from different alliances and lone sectless cultivators began to enter the tear in the void, disappearing one by one. A few moments later, slightly less than half of the people there had entered the tear in the void. Naturally, there were still many people who were afraid to enter it. Some of them were still hesitating and decided to observe the situation.
All the high-ranking officials from the Black Crow Alliance turned to look at their leader, Old Black Crow. One of them hesitated before he mustered up the courage to ask, "Lord Leader, many people have entered the tear in the void. Should we enter as well?"
At this moment, Old Black Crow was still in a daze. The scene of the space rippling and distorting and Yu Chunwu's death were still playing in his mind. Apart from being the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chunwu was ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking.
Someone like that was easily killed by the black-robed man. Old Black Crow was much weaker than Yu Chunwu. How could he be a match for the black-robed man?
For a moment he felt despair. It felt as though it would be impossible for him to kill the black-robed man and avenge the members from the Black Crow Alliance in this life.
He felt extremely unwilling. He kept thinking about the scene earlier, hoping to find something useful. However, it was futile. He could not see through the rippling and distorted space at all. He did not know how the black-robed man killed Yu Chunwu. Old Black Crow regained his senses when he heard his subordinate talking to him. Then he learned about what happened from his subordinate.
Since Leader Chen from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and Leader Yin from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance have entered the tear in the void, there's nothing for us to be afraid of. Let's go, Old Black Crow said decisively. He instantly led his people into the tear in the void. The people from the Black Crow Alliance have also gone in. Old Black Crow from the Black Crow Alliance is a notoriously cautious person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured for so long and didn't make a move against the black-robed man. That's right. The black-robed man has killed many members from the Black Crow Alliance. He even killed Zhao Zhan, the second strongest person in the Black Crow Alliance.
Old Black Crow must hate the black-robed man very much, but he managed to hold himself back and even asked the other members to lay low.
Even a person who's so cautious has entered the tear in the void. What are we waiting for? Why are we hesitating? After the people from the Black Crow Alliance entered the tear in the void, the group of people who was hesitating and observing the situation instantly followed suit and entered the tear in the void. At once, more than half of the people present were gone. Those who remained were still hesitant. After all, it was unknown what lay inside. They did not know what they would encounter inside. It was fine if turned out to be safe. However, if they were wrong, they would lose their lives. Currently, many new people had arrived. At this moment, an old man's eyes lit up as he cried out excitedly, "Spatial tear! Spatial tear!" Instantly, many people turned to look at him in surprise. When he noticed their gazes, the old man suddenly straightened up and said after a light cough, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a spatial tear. Generally,
only treasure vaults left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation would be hidden behind a spatial tear.
I didn't expect that I'll live to see a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation." The moment he finished speaking, he entered the spatial tier before the others could react. He said this is a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation? Someone muttered after he had regained his senses.
A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who passed the heavenly tribulation? Isn't it someone who has ascended?
More and more people began to regain their senses. An expression of shock and disbelief was apparent on their faces. From what I know, the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who passed the heavenly tribulation is extremely powerful. With that power, they could open up an independent realm.
If what you say is true, then the spatial tier should be the entrance to the independent realm that a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation opened up? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation certainly wouldn't be so petty as to set a trap for us, right?
It's likely the spatial tier is the entrance to where he kept his treasures. Damn it! I wasted so much time hesitating. If I knew this earlier, I would have entered the spatial tier.
Sometimes it's not good to be overly cautious. After hearing the old man's words, the people standing outside no longer hesitated. All of them swarmed toward the spatial tier and entered in groups of 3s and 5s.
The spatial tier was similar to the mouth of a starving beast. No one was rejected from entering it. Soon after, no one was left outside the spatial tier. Even the people who arrived later entered the spatial tier after a short moment of hesitation. Since they saw that no one was around, they realized it must be safe to enter the spatial tier. Suddenly, 2 deafening sounds of wind whistling rang in the air. 2 figures who were moving at a fast speed arrived at the spatial tier in just a blink of an eye. If Duanling Tian was still outside the spatial tier, Elder Hua would have instantly warned him that these 2 people were extremely strong powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Meng Hao, I didn't expect you heard about this too. The person who had spoken was an old lady with an ordinary appearance and white hair. She was dressed in a gray robe. If she stood on the streets, people would think she was a simple old lady. Apart from that, she was holding a cane with the head of a snake. The carving of the snake's head was extremely lifelike that it even looked like a real snake from the distance.
Her eyes were shining brightly as she took the initiative to speak to the other person who arrived at the same time as she did.
The other person was a young man dressed in a blue robe. He looked gentlemanly and was quite fair. He looked like a pale-faced scholar. He radiated a cold aura that made him unapproachable. It was as though it was a warning to others to stay away from him. He might look young, but he was already more than a few hundred years old. However, he could still be considered as quite young in the upper province.
Take the old lady, for example. She was not as strong as he was, but she was almost 1,000 years old. She was old enough to be the grandmother of his great-grandparents. Based on the old lady's words, the young man's name was obviously Meng Hao. If Duanling Tian was here, just based on Meng Hao's name and his cultivation base, he would be able to figure out this man's background. Meng Hao was known as the stern-faced scholar. Apart from that, he was ranked at the 21st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Currently, he was one of the patrons staying in Sin City. The Supreme Saint ranking was a list of the strongest people in the Dao Martial Saint land. To be ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking, it was obvious that Meng Hao was very strong. If Madam Snake has heard about it, is it so surprising that I've also heard about it? Meng Hao said snappily when he heard the old lady's words. He was not respectful even though the old lady was older than him. Madam Snake was also a famous powerhouse in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Similar to Meng Hao, she was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who lived in Sin City. She was also a patron of Sin City. However, she was slightly weaker than Meng Hao in regards to strength even though she's 2 times older than Meng Hao. This could be seen by her ranking at the 23rd place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Naturally, she was still terrifyingly strong compared to others even if she was slightly weaker than Meng Hao. As someone who was ranked 23rd on the Supreme Saint ranking, how could she not be terrifying? So, after Meng Hao finished speaking, he did not wait for Madam Snake to reply, and he entered the spatial tier immediately. Naturally, Madam Snake did not take it too kindly when faced with Meng Hao's rude behavior. She scoffed when she saw Meng Hao entering the spatial tier. Soon after, she also entered the spatial tier. Not long after both of them entered the spatial tier, another 4 people arrived. Moreover, their speed was not any slower than Meng Hao and Madam Snake. These were the other powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher in Sin City. However, these powerhouses arrived at different times, so there was no trouble. As people from Sin City traveled to the place where the spatial tier was located in hopes of finding the treasures left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In Sin City, many informants from major forces left Sin City to return to their respective forces to report about the spatial tier and the treasure vault that a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage left behind. A treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Moreover, it's a treasure vault that's left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation? The powerful forces around Sin City, including the Black Kshetra sect, were alarmed when they heard this news. They did not waste any time and sent out many powerhouses to the north of Sin City. While the powerhouses from the various forces were entering the spatial tier, Duanling Tian was going through all sorts of tests in the pseudo-realm. The test became progressively harder as he progressed further. I wonder what will happen if I fail one of the tests. Duanling Tian was curious about this. Who? At the entrance to the pseudo-realm that Duanling Tian was in, many people began to appear. Upon closer inspection, one would realize these people were divided into 3 groups. Each group wore a different uniform. Aren't these people from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance? The sudden appearance of these people shocked the powerhouses from the major forces near Sin City. They recognized these people through their uniforms. Damn it! I can't go in again. Shortly after, one of the men from 7 Kill Alliance who tried to re-enter the spatial tier discovered that he could no longer enter. There was a repelling force that pushed him away whenever he tried to enter. At this moment, an elder from the Black Kshetra sect shook his head and said, "It's useless. If it's really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, then he must have placed strict rules in that place. Powerhouses like that usually enjoy leaving tests behind in their treasure vaults. Those who are eliminated would be instantly transported out and wouldn't be able to enter again." It was obvious this elder from the Black Kshetra sect was very knowledgeable. As the elder from the Black Kshetra sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint land, it was only normal they knew more than the average sectless cultivators. After hearing the words of the elder from the Black Kshetra sect, people from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance who were eliminated stared at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. Soon after, many of the high-ranking officials from the various forces outside of Sin City, including the Black Kshetra sect, asked the people from the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City, what kind of tests did you encounter inside? Naturally, the people from the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City were unwilling to answer these people. As sectless cultivators, they despised the high-ranking officials from major forces like the Black Kshetra sect. They did not respond to the question, but they did not leave either. They only stood at the side and waited for other sectless cultivators or people from other alliances to come out. They were ordered to do by their respective leaders. Even if they were eliminated, they must not leave. Otherwise, if people from their alliance managed to obtain some of the treasure might become a target for the other alliances. At that time, they would need help. The people from the major forces, including the Black Kshetra sect, were not surprised by these people's unwillingness to talk. They were merely trying their luck. In fact, if the people from the 7 Kill Alliance, 1000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance answered them, they would be shocked. Bang! Inside the spatial tier, in the pseudo-realm opened by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, Duanling Tian raised his hand and punched a giant that emitted devil chi. The giant instantly disintegrated as though it was never there at all. It's getting more and more difficult? Duanling Tian muttered to himself solemnly as he passed another test. Let me have a look, Elder Hu suddenly said. I found 3 different power auras in this pseudo-realm. These 3 types of power are the source that created this pseudo-realm. 3 different power auras? What does that mean? Duanling Tian puzzled. The confusion in his eyes was very obvious. If I'm not mistaken, this pseudo-realm wasn't created by one powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. It's the product of 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Elder Hu sounded certain when he spoke. What? Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard Elder Hu's words. The pseudo-realm was not created by 1 but 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation? What did this mean? Duanling Tian tried to calm down by taking a deep breath. However, his voice still trembled slightly in excitement when he said, Elder Hu, why you mean, the pseudo-realm? That's right. Elder Hu seemed to know what Duanling Tian was thinking. He interrupted him and said, inside the pseudo-realm, there should be things left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duanling Tian could not help but gasp in excitement when he heard Elder Hu's words. He was already excited when he found out there might be a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. He was even more excited now that he learned the pseudo-realm was jointly created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. A pseudo-realm jointly created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation must contain extraordinary treasures. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his breathing quickened. Took him a while to calm down. He was extremely excited. Since they created this pseudo-realm together before they ascended, they must have a close relationship. They must have left all their possessions here in the mundane realm since they can't bring it to the Devata realms. These things might not be worth much in the Devata realms, but it should be very valuable in the mundane realm. Duanling Tian, who had just barely calmed down, became excited again when he thought about this. As Duanling Tian faced the coming tests, he was still excited. In fact, there were a few times where he was distracted. Fortunately, he did not find the tests too difficult to handle. It's getting harder now. The final test is going to be really tough. I wonder when does it end? Duanling Tian thought to himself after passing a fairly difficult test. He began to focus on the test. He did not dare to get distracted. At this time, Duanling Tian had passed quite a lot of tests. The tests began to appear not long after he entered the pseudo-realm. He could not back out, so he could only go forward. The tests were simple in the beginning, but they were getting harder and harder. Even Duanling Tian found the current test difficult. However, he had not unleashed his full strength nor had he used all his powerful techniques. Let's continue. The ground seemed to shake as the next test appeared. 10 gigantic beasts appeared out of thin air before Duanling Tian, pressuring him. Duanling Tian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. He began to concentrate in earnest. It would only take one mistake for him to be eliminated.
Elder Hua had informed him that if he failed one of the tests in the pseudo-realm, he would be instantly eliminated and transported out. Once he was transported out, it was impossible for him to enter the pseudo-realm again. At that time, he would lose the opportunity to obtain the treasures left behind by the 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of Saint Celestial Stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Tian felt distressed just thinking about it. Therefore, he did not dare to lose focus and became serious.
So.
As the 10 gigantic beasts charged at Duan Tian, the space around him began to turn volatile. The sounds of wind howling were thunderous. Black Turtle's barrier. Duan Tian instantly cast his defensive divine ability. This was the first time he had used a divine ability since he entered the pseudo-realm. This was the strongest defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect. Once Duan Tian cast the Black Turtle's barrier, the gigantic silhouette of a black turtle that looked like a beast from ancient times instantly shrouded Duan Tian, protecting him. In order to get to him, one had to pass through the barrier. The 10 beasts howled, growled, and roared as they pounced at Duan Tian. A terrifying energy surged out of them, making the ground shake as wind blew about violently. The force from the wind was so strong that it felt as though the sky was going to collapse. The 10 gigantic beasts attacked together. Their force was so strong that the sun and moon seemed to dim. Their joined forces swept toward Duan Tian and landed on the barrier that was protecting Duan Tian. Boom! 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 Boom!
Instantly, thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. The barrier began to shake violently like a sailboat that was being tossed around by violent waves. After a while, it was apparent that the barrier was on the brink of collapse. However, the 10 gigantic beasts seemed to have exhausted their strength as well when they jointly unleashed their attacks.
It held up, Duan Tian thought to himself as his eyes lit up. No wonder it's acknowledged as the strongest defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect. Its protective force is so strong, even though I've only mastered it at the elementary stage.
At the same time, the Black Turtle's barrier vanished without a trace with just one thought from Duan Tian.
Who? Then, Duan Tian lifted his arm and a 1,000 inscription saint's sword appeared in his hand. After that, he let the 1,000 inscription saint's sword go and it flew out on its own and began to slash at the 10 gigantic beasts. This was a technique from the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was also known as the Sword Warding Heart. The sword would go where the heart willed it to go.
This sword technique I mastered is definitely the strongest sword technique in the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Tian was very confident about this.
Shoo! The short-lived sound of a sword's cry rang in the air, and a sword ray appeared in just a blink of an eye. The gigantic beasts fell to the ground in the wake of the sword. Just like that, Duan Tian successfully passed another test. It's closing, Elder Hua suddenly said. Duan Tian asked in confusion. Closing?
What's closing?
The entrance to this pseudo-realm is closed, Elder Hua answered.
The entrance is closed? Duan Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then this means no one would be able to enter the pseudo-realm anymore. That's right, Elder Hua replied.
Duan Tian was, naturally, thrilled when he heard this. After all, once the entrance is closed, no one could enter anymore. This meant he would have fewer competitors. He had everything to gain and nothing to lose from the closing of the entrance.
I've entered the pseudo-realm for quite a while now, but the entrance is only closing now. I'm afraid the forces near Sin City like the Black Kshetra sect have gotten word about this and they've probably sent their men in. Duan Tian furrowed his eyebrows when he thought about this. Suddenly, the sound of wind howling could be heard. Duan Tian knew he was about to face his next test.
Meanwhile, outside the pseudo-realm, those who were eliminated watched as the spatial tier began to close.
The people guarding the entrance widened their eyes in shock when they saw this. The entrance is closed? After a few moments, more people from forces outside of Sin City arrived as well. All of them were incredibly frustrated when they realized they were just a step too late.
Damn it! I was so close. Just a couple of dozens of breaths' time. Why am I so unlucky that I missed entering the treasure vault that was left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation? It's such a rare occurrence. After a while, more people arrived. When they learned that the entrance to the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation was closed, all of them regretted not coming sooner. Who? A gust of wind suddenly appeared and 2 young men appeared before everyone's eyes. Young leader.
Young leader. When the 2 young men appeared, 2 groups of people who were standing outside instantly greeted them respectfully. One of the 2 young men was finely dressed. He was skinny, frail, and pale. He looked just like a good-for-nothing rich kid. The other young men held a feathered fan and wore a silk kerchief on his head. He was dressed like a scholar, but he seemed to be in a slightly wretched state.
He had lost his usual gentle demeanor.
These 2 young men were none other than the young leaders of the 7 Kill Alliance and the 1,000 Years Alliance, Qing and Dong Guoji.
Both of them were eliminated at the same time.
It's the young leaders from the 7 Kill Alliance and the 1,000 Years Alliance, Qing and Dong Guoji. They're eliminated as well.
Qing and Dong Guozhou's appearance had undoubtedly caught many people's attention. Some people who had been eliminated earlier had recognized them as well.
When Qing and Dong Guoji felt the gazes on them, their expressions darkened immediately. They were so close to passing the test, but they still failed at the crucial moment. They felt extremely resentful and disgruntled. Naturally, if they knew that the tests were seemingly endless and would only get progressively harder, they would not feel this way. After Qing caught his breath, he looked at Dong Guoji with a mocking smile and said, "Dong Guoji, you're eliminated at the same time as me. It seems like the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance isn't so strong after all. Didn't you always call me a good-for-nothing rich kid? It seems like the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance isn't that much stronger than a good-for-nothing rich kid."
Qing had not forgotten that Dong Guozi had tried to goad the black-robed man into killing him earlier. Since he was presented with a chance now to ridicule Dong Guoji, he naturally would not let the chance pass by.
Qing. When Dong Guoji heard Qing's words, he was instantly enraged, but there was nothing he could say in return. He was not the only one who looked down on Qing. Many sectless cultivators in Sin City thought that Qing was weaker than him. When Dong Guoji sensed the gazes on him, he felt so embarrassed he felt like digging a hole in the ground to hide in.
When Qing saw this, he smiled widely. Suddenly, he felt it was worth it to be eliminated. Who? Soon after, people began to appear one after another. All these were people who had been eliminated. In the beginning, those who were eliminated were at the 1st form or 2nd form of the form Saint Celestial stage. Gradually, even powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated.
Elder Yu.
Elder Xiao.
When 2 figures appeared, Qing and Dong Guoji cried out in unison. They were surprised that these 2 people were eliminated since they were elders from the 7 Kill Alliance and the 1,000 Years Alliance.
Naturally, if these 2 people were just ordinary elders from their respective alliances, Qing and Dong Guoji would not have lost their composure. These 2 elders were not just ordinary elders in their respective alliances. Isn't this Elder Yu Zhong from the 7 Kill Alliance? That's Elder Xiao Peng from the 1,000 Years Alliance. Yu Zhong and Xiao Peng aren't just ordinary powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. They ranked within the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. They're even stronger than First Elder Yu Chunwu from the 100 Ghosts Alliance.
I didn't expect even someone as strong them would be eliminated.
With such a high rate of elimination, I'm afraid only a handful of people will be able to remain in the treasure vault of the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. I think so as well. The people in the surroundings who had been eliminated lamented among themselves. As time passed, more and more people were eliminated. All these people had one thing in common. All of their cultivation bases were below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Everyone from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance,
and the Eternal Alliance who are below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage have been eliminated. Those from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and 100 Ghost Alliance, whose cultivation bases were below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, have also been eliminated. That's not all. Even the sectless cultivators from the other alliances with cultivation bases below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage have been eliminated as well. Currently, the only people below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage who are still inside are those from the Black Kshetra sect and the other forces. They won't be able to remain for long in there. The only reason they haven't been eliminated is due to their late entrance. I agree.
While people were discussing among themselves, people below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Black Kshetra sect and the other forces were also eliminated one after another.
Look,
I think there are no more powerhouses below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage inside.
As expected of a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, the rate of elimination is ridiculously high. It seems that you can forget about obtaining the treasures inside if your cultivation base isn't above the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's a really high requirement. Currently, about 90% of the people outside were people who had been eliminated. As they discussed among themselves, an expression of bitterness and helplessness could be seen on their faces. Naturally, none of them wanted to be eliminated, but there were some things that were out of their control. The tests in there are ridiculous. Not only does it get progressively harder, but it seems endless as well.
That's true. I'm pretty sure the few tests ahead of me before I was eliminated might even be difficult for powerhouses at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Many powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage who were eliminated said with a bitter smile, if one had to pick those who felt the most dissatisfied, it would be this group of people. As time passed, no powerhouses at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated. Many people came to the conclusion that the test they had failed was one of the final tests. Who knew it could even be the final test?
The leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Old Black Crow, looked and asked around. He discovered the enemy of the Black Crow Alliance was nowhere to be seen. It was just as he had expected. That black-robed man is actually a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Earlier, Old Black Crow was just guessing. There was still a sliver of hope in his heart. When he saw that the black-robed man was nowhere to be seen, the last hope he held in his heart vanished immediately. From this day onward, all of you must let go of your hatred toward the black-robed man. From now on, members of the Black Crow Alliance must never take advantage of the weak ever again.
When Old Black Crow realized that he and the Black Crow Alliance could not do anything to the black-robed man, he decisively gave an order to the high-ranking officials of the Black Crow Alliance through voice transmission. The high-ranking officials from the Black Crow Alliance had no objection in regard to this order. Even the strongest person in the Black Crow Alliance, their leader, was afraid of the black-robed man. How could they not be afraid?
Meanwhile, there was something the people outside were unaware of. There was a group of extremely bored people inside the pseudo-realm that was left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian was one of those people. When will I be able to leave? Currently, Duan Ling Tian was stuck in an enclosed place. The space was not big, could probably fit 2 adults at most. Duan Ling Tian felt extremely constricted.
Duan Ling Tian had tried to break out from this enclosed space. However, even after he cast all his techniques without any reservations, he still failed to leave the space. His power did not even affect the space. He was trapped inside and could not escape.
Elder Hua, what's this space made of?
Why doesn't my attacks affect it? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Hua to learn more about the space he was entrapped in. This space is part of the pseudo-realm. So long you're still in the pseudo-realm, you'll be trapped here. There's no way for you to leave.
Naturally, it would be easy for you to leave if your cultivation base has reached the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage and you've passed the heavenly tribulations. This space wouldn't be able to confine you then. Based on Elder Hua's words, it seemed like even powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to escape this space and pseudo-realm. The difference in strength between a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation and one who had not passed the heavenly tribulation was at a completely different level. They were as far apart as heaven and earth.
When Duan Ling Tian heard Elder Hua's words, he completely dismissed the idea of escaping.
What a joke!
Elder Hua had said even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who did not pass the heavenly tribulation could not escape this space. How could Duanling Tian escape then?
The test I faced before this was really tough. If my son Saint Origin didn't recover after I entered the pseudo-realm, I might not be able to pass the test, even if I used the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duanling Tian still felt a lingering fear when he thought about the latest test he faced.
If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, it would have been impossible for him to pass the test. After Duanling Tian passed that particular test, there was a sudden blackout. When light returned, he found himself in this strange space.
Duanling Tian was unaware that apart from him, there were also others who were confined in this strange space after passing the previous test. Those people were the leaders of the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance. Meng Hao and Madame Snake, who were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, were also trapped in this space.
Everyone who passed all the tests so far was trapped. There was no exception.
It was as though they had to wait for those who entered after them to finish all the tests as well. Duanling Tian did not know how much time had passed when he heard a voice by his ears. "Congratulations! You've passed the elimination test." The voice sounded ethereal, and it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Duanling Tian began to look around when he heard the voice, but he did not see anyone. The voice seemed to have come from nowhere. "Who's it?"
"I know you must be very curious about my identity. I'm one of the surviving creators of this realm." The owner of the voice seemed able to read Duanling Tian's mind. Then he continued to say, "I guess you must be very curious why I revealed that I'm one of the creators of this realm."
At this point, he stopped speaking. In fact, Duanling Tian was not surprised at all since Elder Hua had already told him he was in a pseudo-realm created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, this did not mean the others were not surprised. "One of the creators?" The voice said, "He's one of the creators of this realm." Everyone was surprised when they heard the same voice that Duanling Tian heard.
Regardless of their status, whether they were ordinary powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Sin City or the Karmapa from the Black Kshetra sect, all of them were shocked. Previously, all of them were under the assumption that the realm was created by one powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, the voice just informed them that he was one of the creators of this realm. It was clear this was no coincidence since the voice was transmitted to everyone who passed the elimination test at the same time.
Currently, the only people left in the pseudo-realm were the only ones who had passed the elimination test. When I said I'm one of the creators of this realm, I'm sure all of you understand that I didn't single-handedly create this realm. The voice continued to transmit into everyone's ear. First things first, let me introduce myself. I am Zheng Dongji. I've achieved the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, passed the heavenly tribulation, and was preparing for my ascension before I created this realm. Those who were in the know, including Duanling Tian, remained calm since they were already aware of this. On the other hand, those who were unaware were pleasantly surprised. They were pleasantly surprised because they had finally received confirmation that they were indeed in the treasure vault left behind by powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. There were definitely a lot of treasures here. Only a fool would think that the treasures here were ordinary. As I said earlier, I'm only one of the creators of this realm. This realm was jointly created by me and my 2 friends. Similar to me, my friends are also at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and had successfully passed the heavenly tribulations before we created this realm. The voice continued to say. This time, apart from Duanling Tian, the others were shocked by what they heard. Even the few powerhouses at the 7th form Saint Celestial stage from Sin City and the Karmapa from the Black Kshetra sect were surprised. However, they quickly regained their composure since they were all elite powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When they regained their senses, they were in awe. This treasure vault was actually left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Doesn't this mean the treasures here belong to 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation? It's possible they'd left their legacies here as well.
At the thought of this possibility, even the powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage were excited. All of them were excited and looking forward to obtaining the treasures in here. A treasure vault that was left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. We've hit the jackpot. Who would have known that I would have such a fortuitous encounter? Someone laughed. This is amazing. Everyone was extremely excited. They only calmed down when the voice began speaking again. 3 of us had left the treasures we had obtained throughout our lives in this realm. Moreover, we also left behind some of our cultivation methods. Naturally, only the last one standing would be able to obtain everything we left here. After pausing for a beat, the voice continued to say, however, all of you have a high chance of succeeding. This is because all of you have successfully passed the elimination tests we had laid out. Everyone else has been eliminated except for the few of you. However, it's too soon for you to feel happy. The elimination tests are just the beginning. Everyone, including Duanling Tian, was dumbfounded when they heard this. All those tests we had to face earlier are just the beginning? Duanling Tian had a bitter smile on his face. Everyone else was also rendered speechless by this news. However, these people did not remain silent for long before they broke out in a rant. Is this a joke? All the tests we faced so far are not the end. It's just the beginning? Are you kidding me? Based on all the tests before, I don't think anyone with a cultivation base below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage will be able to pass it. At this time, I don't think there are any cultivators below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage in this realm. Everyone knew this to be true. However, they were unaware that there was an exception. Duanling Tian was far from being at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, Duanling Tian's cultivation was merely approaching the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had not even broken through to the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was just at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Saint Origin form. After cultivating for half a year in Sin City, Duanling Tian's cultivation base was finally at the Saint Origin form. Although this was an amazing feat, Duanling Tian still felt dissatisfied. Weak. I'm too weak. My cultivation base is still too weak. I can only kill an ordinary powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage providing I unleash all my strength and use the Jasper Celestial Sword. If it's a powerhouse at the peak of the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I would only be able to severely injure him, but I wouldn't be able to kill him. If it's a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher, I would definitely be defeated. Duanling Tian felt the pressure after listening to Zhang Dongji said that all the tests earlier were just the precursor for more tests. He had already used all his strength to pass the first series of tests. He could not imagine how much more difficult the 2nd series of tests would be. Moreover, who knew if there were a 3rd or 4th series of tests after that? Duanling Tian's heart sank when he thought of that. After this, all of you will leave this space and be transported to a new place. At that time, you will team up with the others and work together. You will be divided into 3 groups. All of the group members need to pass the test in order to pass the test. Only 2 groups would remain at the end of the test. No one responded to Zhang Dongji when he mentioned elimination since it was a matter of course. However, what Zhang Dongji said next changed everyone's expressions. For the 2nd test, those who are eliminated won't be transported out of the realm. Elimination means death. Death. Everyone's expression turned grim when they heard that the test was a life-or-death test. Many weaker cultivators felt a pang of regret for entering the realm once they heard this. Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret in this world. Currently, Duanling Tian was one of the weakest cultivators among the group of remaining people. However, he did not regret entering the realm. Instead, he began to plan his next move. Based on Zhang Dongji's words, we would be divided into 3 groups for the 2nd test. All members are equally important and we have to work together. This means everyone has to pass. This means even if one group member fails, the entire group would fail. Duanling Tian sighed in relief when he thought of this. Duanling Tian thought his chance of passing the test was higher if he did not have to rely solely on his strength alone. If he was grouped with stronger people, his chance of passing was high. Many people shared the same thought. I hope I'll be grouped with the stronger powerhouses.
In that case, my chance of passing the test would be higher.
God, please group me with those strong powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Many weaker cultivators were fervently praying that they would not be grouped with weak cultivators. On the other hand, the strong cultivators who were arrogant did not care who they were grouped with. There were some who wished they would not be grouped with too many weak cultivators since the weak cultivators might hinder them. With too many weak cultivators in a group, they might die. Now, let me announce. Zhang Dongji's voice suddenly rang in the air again, surprising everyone, including Duanling Tian. The start of the second test. The second test begins now.
As soon as Zhang Dongji finished his sentence, everything turned pitch black.
When light returned, Duanling Tian discovered he was in a huge cave. At first glance, it seemed like there were no exits in the cave. It was completely sealed. It looked desolate. There were no greeneries, only sand and stones. It was completely barren. Who? After Duanling Tian appeared in the cave, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air before several people appeared in the cave as well. Similar to Duanling Tian, once these people arrived in the cave, they began to observe their surroundings. The cave was huge and looked desolate. They could see from one end to the other end of the cave. Regardless of how innocuous the cave looked, they felt wary because the cave was emitting a subtle pressure.
It was only natural since this was the second test. The first series of tests were already quite difficult for some of them. The second test would definitely be even harder. Therefore, these people came to the conclusion that there must be hidden dangers in the seemingly harmless cave.
The sense of the unknown is the most terrifying. Hence, it would do them good to stay alert. At this moment, Duanling Tian regained his senses and thought to himself as he looked at the group of people who had just appeared, "I wonder who's in my group." As Duanling Tian studied the people around him intently, the others were also doing the same to the people around them. Their thoughts were fairly similar to Duanling Tian's thoughts. For the second test, their comrade's strength would affect their chances of passing the test. If they failed, they would die. It was only natural that everyone felt pressured. Suddenly, a thin, middle-aged man draped in a green cloak saw a white-robed young man. His eyes widened as he cried out in surprise, "Lord Bai Li!" He did not expect he would be in the same group as this person. Lord Bai Li. When the skinny, middle-aged man draped in a green cloak cried out, many people, including Duanling Tian, shifted their attention to the white-robed man. The young man was dressed in a white robe. He was tall and well-built. He stood still. His expression was stern, making him look unapproachable. There was a maroon dot in between the young man's brows. It was extremely eye-catching.
As he stood there, he gave off an ethereal feeling. It was as though he was there but not there at the same time, just like a celestial being.
One of the sexless cultivators from Sin City saw the young man and said with a voice that was trembling with excitement, "It's really Lord Bai Li." This sexless cultivator had been staying in Sin City for hundreds of years. He was fortunate enough to have seen the white-robed young man once. The white-robed young man had left a lasting impression on him. Therefore, he was able to recognize the white-robed young man immediately. "I didn't think I would be in the same group as Lord Bai Li. With Lord Bai Li around, it would be easy to pass the second test," another sexless cultivator said excitedly.
To the sexless cultivators, Bai Li was like a god to them. Lord Bai Li?
He's really Sin City's Bai Li.
Many people's eyes widened in shock. An expression of awe could be seen on their faces.
He's Bai Li? One of the 3 patrons of Sin City?
Someone whose cultivation base is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage?
A peerless powerhouse who's ranked at the 9th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. While everyone was looking at Bai Li, Duanling Tian's attention was also on him. He could not help but feel stunned. If the person standing in front of him was really the Bai Li he had heard about, then this person was the strongest person he had ever met, apart from Elder Hua. Bai Li, one of the 3 strongest people in Sin City, was at the top of the food chain in Sin City. He was also one of the strongest sexless cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint land with his cultivation base at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
He was even ranked in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked at the 9th place. How strong was he to be ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking?
Lord Bai Li. Lord Bai Li.
After the people present confirmed Bai Li's identity, their faces were filled with excitement. They instantly bowed respectfully at Bai Li. They looked like a group of courtiers paying their respect to a king.
While everyone's attention was on Bai Li, he merely ignored them. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged man draped in a green cloak. Green Bat King. The middle-aged man was the first one to notice and recognize Bai Li. Bai Li looked at him and nodded at him politely. Who's that? How did he catch Lord Bai Li's attention? When the others saw Bai Li's action, they were surprised and confused. Most people, including Duanling Tian, were stunned when they heard Bai Li addressed the middle-aged man as Green Bat King. In just an instant, everyone's attention shifted toward the middle-aged man who was draped in a green cloak. The middle-aged man was thin. He was not very tall and he had a fairly small head. It gave him the appearance of a thief. He had an ethereal and mysterious aura around him. The first person who regained his senses gulped and said, I isn't He Wei Saw, the Green Bat King, one of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa? At this time, someone said proudly, That's right. He's the Green Bat King from our Black Kshetra sect. This person was an elder from the Black Kshetra sect. At this moment, information about Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great Karmapa from the Black Kshetra sect, appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, is one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa. He might be the weakest among the 4 Karmapa, but his cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 24th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Faced with Bai Li, even Wei Suo, one of the Karmapa from Black Kshetra sect, had to act humbly. He did not dare to offend him. Lord Bai Li, I didn't expect to be in the same group as you. This is fate. What a joke. Bai Li was not only a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also ranked at the 9th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. In fact, he was slightly stronger than the Violet Dragon King, the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa. Among the people in Black Kshetra sect, only the sect leader was stronger than Bai Li. Faced with someone like that, would anyone dare to offend him? Although both of them had a cultivation base at the 7th form Saint Celestial stage and higher, Wei Suo knew very well he was much weaker compared to Bai Li.
Bai Li nodded coldly. He was indifferent even when faced with Wei Suo, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and a Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect. Wei Suo did not take offense to Bai Li's behavior at all. After all, most elite powerhouses were prideful. With how strong Bai Li was, it was good enough that he even acknowledged Wei Suo. Wei Suo knew his place very well. I didn't think I would be so lucky to be in the same group as Lord Bai Li and Lord Wei Suo. With both of them around, it should be easy to pass the second test, right? Someone said. Many people agreed with his words. Easy. Duanling Tian shook his head subtly. According to Zheng Dongji, one of the powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation and created this realm, everyone would be divided into 3 groups. The 3 groups would be tested separately. The group who failed would die. Only 2 groups would remain after the second test and proceed to the next test. It's very likely that we're not randomly assigned to a group. I'm quite certain we're grouped together so that each group's combined strength would be equal. Am I right, Elder Hua? Duanling Tian asked Elder Hua. Elder Hua quickly responded, the rules of the pseudo-realm are created by the creators. Usually, the group tests would be fair and the combined strength of each group should be about the same. Elder Hua's answer confirmed Duanling Tian's speculation. If they had powerhouses such as Bai Li and Wei Suo in their group, the other 2 groups must have powerhouses at Bai Li and Wei Suo's level as well. Therefore, it was too early to tell if their group would be able to easily pass the test. Since all 3 groups had about the same combined strength, it was too early to tell who would have the last laugh. It's too early to be happy. Duanling Tian was not the only clear-headed one. A burly man dressed in a silver robe with a complexion as clear as jade said with a frown. Just because we have powerhouses at the 7th and 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage doesn't mean the other 2 groups don't have powerhouses at these levels as well. Although the entrance to this realm has closed, do you really think Lord Bai Li and Karmapa Wei Suo are the only ones at the 7th and 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who have entered this realm? When the burly man finished speaking, everyone felt as though a cold bucket of water had been splashed on them. All of their excitement vanished and they began to shudder.
He has a point. There are definitely more than 2 powerhouses at the 8th and 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who have entered this realm.
That's true. Put aside the Black Kshetra sect, there are almost 10 sectless cultivators in Sin City who are at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. There's no way they didn't receive news about the spatial tier. They're definitely here as well. Even if not all of them came, for example, if 2 or 3 of them didn't come, there's still quite a number of them. Moreover, the other Karmapa from the Black Kshetra sect might be here as well. Considering that the powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage assigned to our group can't be considered a lot.
Then, does this mean we don't have the upper hand in the second test? Although I'm unwilling to admit it, I think that's the case. As people began to whisper among themselves, the atmosphere turned bleak.
While the others were talking among themselves, Duan Lingtian's attention was focused on the middle-aged man who had spoken up earlier. This man resembles Dong Guoji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, a little.
Moreover, based on the way he carries himself, it seems he's used to being a leader. Could he be?
Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, trying to guess the identity of the middle-aged man when a voice interrupted his thoughts.
Isn't that Dong Guoyi, the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance? A sectless cultivator from Sin City exclaimed. After that, more and more people began to recognize the middle-aged man. Sure enough, it's him. This confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicion. When Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man's slight resemblance to Dong Guoji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the way he carried himself, Duan Lingtian already had a good idea of who the middle-aged man was. The leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, Dong Guoyi, a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked at the 51st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. In fact, there were many sectless cultivators who recognized Dong Guoyi. They had only forgotten about him because Bai Li and Wei Suo's presence had overshadowed him. Naturally, Dong Guoyi deserved recognition since he was the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, one of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City and a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked at the 51st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, compared to elite powerhouses like Bai Li, one of the top sectless cultivators in Sin City, and the Green Bat King who was one of the 4 great Karmapa from the Black Kshetra sect, Dong Guoyi was not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, nobody noticed his presence earlier. Comparison was a terrible thing. Compared to Bai Li and Wei Suo, Dong Guoyi became less important. After a while, the people's attention shifted away from the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance to someone else.
Isn't this He Fei, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect?
He Fei was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. He had an ordinary appearance, but he had an ethereal quality to him. At first glance, he looked like a pleasant person. Duan Lingtian's attention was also focused on He Fei. He Fei, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect?
Previously, Duan Lingtian had also heard about the He Fei, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect. Apart from being the sect leader of a first-rate sect, he was also a powerhouse who was ranked at the 55th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Similar to Dong Guoyi, the leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, his cultivation base was also at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although that was the case, he was still slightly weaker than Dong Guoyi. This could be seen from his rank on the Supreme Saint ranking that was lower than Dong Guoyi. The first-rate sect, the Forgotten Dust sect, was also located near Sin City. Therefore, no one was really surprised to see He Fei here. After all, he had more than enough time to travel here after he received news about the spatial tier. In fact, they were more surprised that he was assigned to their group since it meant they had 2 powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage in their group. The entire place was silent when someone cried out in surprise when he saw Duan Lingtian. Black-robed man! You're the black-robed man. It was a sectless cultivator from Sin City. Black-robed man. Instantly, a few other sectless cultivators also looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression on their faces. The black-robed man managed to pass the first series of tests as well?
I thought the black-robed man's cultivation base is at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. As it turns out, I've underestimated him. His cultivation base is at least at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. When the sectless cultivators spoke among themselves, a hint of surprise could be heard in their voices. Black-robed man. For a time, everyone was looking at Duanling Tian. They were intrigued by the black-robed man who had recently become famous in Sin City. Bai Li and Wei Suo were also looking at Duanling Tian intently. Suddenly, Duanling Tian felt a powerful aura from Wei Suo shrouding him. It was obvious that Wei Suo was trying to test him. Duanling Tian scoffed inwardly. He mobilized the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, immediately. He seemed to have transformed into an unsheathed blade and easily dispel Wei Suo's aura. Duanling Tian stood unmoving. It was as though he would remain calm even if the sky were to collapse. Wei Suo, who discovered that Duanling Tian had dispelled his aura, was shocked. He stared at Duanling Tian before he said indifferently, "I've long heard about the black-robed man in Sin City. You truly live up to your name. Karmapa Wei, you flatter me." Although Duanling Tian was annoyed that Wei Suo tried to test him, he did not show his annoyance. He suppressed his anger and answered Wei Suo graciously. Wei Suo was not only one of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa, the Green Bat King, he was also a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With Duanling Tian's current strength, he could not act too arrogantly when faced with someone like that. No matter how angry he felt, he had to endure it for now. The second test is called To Live and Die Together. One of the creators of this realm, Zhang Dongji, began to speak again. To live and die together. As soon as everyone heard Zhang Dongji's words, everyone trembled slightly. The second test has numerous levels. In these levels, the group will remain the same. If one of you dies, everyone else will be killed by the killing formation we had set up. Once someone dies, all of you will be killed. The remaining 2 groups will proceed to the third test. The second test won't end until someone dies. At this point, Zhang Dongji stopped speaking. The entire place fell silent for a long time. Everyone's expressions, including Duanling Tian, turned solemn. Even powerhouses as strong as Bai Li and Wei Suo had an extremely solemn expression on their faces. A hint of wariness could be seen in their eyes. They would not feel pressured if they only had to look out for themselves. However, based on Zhang Dongji's words, not only must they keep themselves safe, but they had to keep everyone safe as well. If one of them died, everyone would die as well. There are 3 groups altogether. Whichever group whose team members died first would be eliminated. Only then would the remaining 2 groups be able to proceed to the next test. All of you stay close to me and Lord Bai Li. Wei Suo instantly said to Duanling Tian and the others in a deep voice. When everyone heard Wei Suo's words, they began to move closer to Wei Suo and Bai Li. The second test, to live and die together, meant they were all in the same boat now. Their lives were tied together. If one of them died, all of them would die as well. From now on, regardless of what we face, apart from me, Lord Bai Li, Leader Donggua, and Sect Leader He, I hope everyone won't act recklessly and please stay at our side. Wei Suo commanded once everyone gathered around. No one objected to Wei Suo's plan. After all, the second test was all about staying alive. It was not about how quickly they could pass the tests. What they had to do was to persist as long as possible until someone from either one of the 2 groups died. It was for the best that the 4 strongest people in the group joined forces to deal with the upcoming tests. It's here, Bai Li said, shocking Duanling Tian and the others. All of them were already nervous. When they heard Bai Li's words, they became even more nervous and anxious. Dong, 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 dong. Meanwhile, the muffled sound of drumming rang from a place nearby. As the drum beats sounded, figures began to appear out of thin air in the huge cave. The figures were all tall. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to tell they were soldiers clad in armor. Apart from that, they were holding a spear in their hands. After these soldiers appeared, a big horse appeared under each of them. Soon after, a cavalry of horsemen appeared in a perfect formation. Men armed with spears sitting on horses. It was apparent they were a force to be reckoned with. Although they remained silent and still, their presence was palpable. Duanling Tian looked at the horsemen in their formation, and he accurately counted their numbers. There are exactly 100 horsemen. Moreover, their horses seem abnormal, and they're unusually big, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He looked at the 100 horses the men were riding. A deafening cry sounded in the air. Charge! In just a blink of an eye, the 100 horsemen charged toward Duanling Tian and the others while they kept to their formation. They began to surround Duanling Tian and the others when they were getting close to them. The speed of the horses confirmed Duanling Tian's speculation that they were abnormal. Their speed was as fast as an ordinary powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 horsemen appeared before Duanling Tian and the others. They moved as fast as bolts of lightning. Currently, they were about 10 meters away. Duanling Tian and the others felt their hearts sinking. Bang! After the sound of a loud explosion, Duanling Tian saw Bai Li had made a move. So, Bai Li flew up into the air like an arrow that had been shot out and hovered above everyone. He stood in the air with an imposing manner as though he was the god of war. Soon after, Duanling Tian saw Bai Li waving his hand casually. Wang! At this moment, the short-lived sound of a blade's cry rang in the air and a blade ray appeared. Its speed was so fast that Duanling Tian did not even manage to catch a glimpse of it. How fast? Duanling Tian's eyes widened in shock. He knew very well he could not see Bai Li's blade ray because its speed was too fast. Although he had already reached the Saint Celestial stage, he had not broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage and opened his spiritual eyes. Therefore, his vision was still fairly poor. Even if Bai Li was not a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was merely at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duanling Tian still would not be able to catch his movements. Swish! 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 Meanwhile, the deafening sound of swords slashing sounded in Duanling Tian's ear, causing him to regain his senses immediately. He instinctively turned to look at the source of the noise. He saw the 100 horsemen that surrounded them had all been cut into two at their waists. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 horsemen disappeared. Duanling Tian was not surprised by their disappearance since the men and beasts he killed in the previous tests had also vanished as soon they were killed. According to Elder Hua, the men and beasts were all formed from the energy of a formation in the pseudo-realm. They were powerful, but once they were killed, they would vanish without a trace. The strength of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage is truly extraordinary. Duanling Tian stared at Bai Li in shock. He was truly impressed. Just the aura from one of the horsemen is enough to make me feel threatened. This means that the horseman's strength was equivalent to the strength of a powerhouse at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Duanling Tian was very certain about this. If the horsemen were merely equivalent to a powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duanling Tian would not have felt pressured. After all, his cultivation base was already at the peak of the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. After a few moments, the second wave appeared. This time, the Black Kshetrasek's Green Bat King, Wei Suo, did not wait for Bai Li to make a move. He took the initiative to annihilate the giant beasts that appeared. It only took him a span of a few breaths to kill all the beasts. The strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was really strong. Following that, the 3rd wave came. After passing the 3rd wave, the 4th wave came. Initially, Wei Suo was dealing with it alone. However, as time passed, Wei Suo began to feel a little pressure. At that moment, Bai Li stepped up and helped him. Once they joined forces, it became easier for them to deal with the opponents. Even so, after some time, it began to get more difficult even though they had joined forces. At this moment, Wei Suo called out, "Leader Donggua, sect leader He." It was a reminder for them to lend a hand. When Donggui and He Fei joined the fray, the fight became more manageable. They successfully passed through wave after wave without any difficulties. A powerhouse at the 8th and 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage along with 2 powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage fighting side by side, the subsequent waves were easily dealt with. Time continued to pass. Slowly but surely, Bai Li, Wei Suo, Donggui, and He Fei who had joined forces began to feel the pressure. Once in a while, 1 or 2 opponents would slip past them to attack Duanling Tian and the others. At that time, the others had to attack to protect themselves. Naturally, It was inconvenient for Duanling Tian to help under such circumstances. He could not wield the Jasper Celestial Sword openly to raise his strength to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the beginning, it was still fine for Duanling Tian to stand aside. However, as time passed, the pressure began to mount. No one from the other two groups died yet? A sexless cultivator standing near Duanling Tian said gloomily. He wished that someone from one of the two groups would die soon. As soon as that happened, their group would be able to pass the second test and advance to the next one. So, suddenly, the loud noise of wind whistling appeared near Duanling Tian. Unfortunately, the others were too preoccupied to help him. The beast that was charging toward him was a fairly weak one. However, it was only weak compared to the other gigantic beasts. This beast's strength was actually comparable to a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. This beast is even stronger than Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance, whom I killed earlier. Duanling Tian's expression turned grim when he saw the beast charging at him domineeringly. Duanling Tian instantly raised his hand that was holding on to the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universe Ruler. His sleeves began to sway as he made his move. The moment the gigantic beast reached Duanling Tian, the space around them began to ripple and distort. Universe teleportation. Duanling Tian did not hesitate as he cast the divine ability from the Universe Ruler. However, it only slowed the beast down slightly. After that, Duanling Tian quickly cast his assist-type divine ability to enhance his Sun Saint origin. Elementary devouring tactic. Even then, Duanling Tian's Sun Saint origin was only raised to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Due to the distortion in Duanling Tian's surroundings caused by the universe teleportation and also because the others were preoccupied, no one noticed him casting the elementary devouring tactic. Shortly after, the gigantic beast broke free from the restraints of the universe teleportation and continued charging toward Duanling Tian. Its bloody mouth was wide open as though it intended to devour Duanling Tian. Show! At this moment, another celestial supreme treasure appeared in Duanling Tian's hands. It was the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duanling Tian wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword using the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The Jasper Celestial Sword shot out immediately on its own. It seemed as though it could pierce through everything. As strong as the beast was, it was still cut into two by the sword. Soon after, it vanished without a trace. One strike to strike fear into everyone's hearts. With my remaining Sun Saint origin, I can only cast that move once more. However, if I use that move again, my Sun Saint origin would be completely depleted. I will surely die if I encounter another opponent. Duanling Tian felt despair at this moment. Suddenly, no! An anguished cry sounded, sending chills up Duanling Tian's spine. He instinctively turned around to look at the source of the voice and discovered it was from He Fei, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect. Currently, He Fei was looking at one direction as he cried out, "No!" Duanling Tian and everyone's heart sank when they followed He Fei's line of sight. One of the sectless cultivators was being killed by one of the gigantic beasts. Someone died. Bai Li and Wei Sua's expressions changed drastically. Although they were both extremely powerful, they could not save him in time. Damn it! The face of Dong Gui, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, turned deathly pale. A hint of desperation could be seen in his eyes. The rule of the second test was that once a person in the group died, everyone would be killed. Currently, nobody from the other two groups had died, but someone from their group had died. Someone died. Not only did Bai Li, Wei Sua, Dong Gui, and He Fei's expressions changed dramatically, but even Duanling Tian and the others who reacted slower were stunned as well. Now that someone from their group died, did it not mean that all of them would be eliminated as well? In this case, elimination meant death. Everyone in Duanling Tian's group was still stunned when a buzzing noise filled the cave they were in. The buzzing noise gradually became louder and faster. Duanling Tian and the others began to feel uneasy when they heard the buzzing noise. Suddenly, enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Go now. Now. A voice laced with anxiety roared in Duanling Tian's ears. Duanling Tian only had enough time to determine it was Elder Hua who had spoken. He did not dwell on the reason Elder Hua had asked him to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He quickly did as he was told. With just a thought, he entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda that was the size of a speck of dust in his ear. At this moment, even if he exposed the existence of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he could not care less. This was the first time Elder Hua had spoken to him so anxiously. For this reason, as soon as Elder Hua finished speaking, he entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda without questioning it. Duanling Tian's disappearance was, naturally, discovered by the strongest people in the group, by Li and Wei Suo. However, before they could ponder on it, the cave exploded with a thunderous sound. Boom! The force was incredibly strong. Although it just appeared for a brief moment, it crushed everyone, including the two powerhouses above and at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, by Li and Wei Suo into dust. Faced with that force, even someone as strong as Bai Li had no way to defend himself and was killed in just a blink of an eye. If someone as strong as him could not even defend himself, the others had no chance at all. Although the brief but extremely powerful explosion had crushed everything in that cave into dust, there was a unique speck of dust that remained untouched. On the other hand, once Duanling Tian entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, before he could find his footing, he felt a violent quake outside. For this reason, Duanling Tian was sent out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. After being sent out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Duanling Tian felt dizzy and nauseous. It seemed like he was suffering from concussion and internal injuries. I don't feel well. However, Duanling Tian's injuries were actually not that severe. He would be able to recover after resting for a moment. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he was stunned when he saw his empty surroundings. The cave he was in no longer existed, and the people from his group had also disappeared. What happened? Duanling Tian was shocked that he could not react for a moment. Before the brief but powerful explosion crushed everyone in the cave and turned them into dust, Duanling Tian had entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda as Elder Hua had instructed him. This was how he had escaped this terrible fate. Duanling Tian's timing was impeccable. Almost as soon as he entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, putting himself under the protection of the pagoda, the cave had exploded violently. The force of the explosion was so strong it could even kill a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation, let alone a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage like Bai Li. After all, it was a killing formation that was laid out by three eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. The killing formation was extremely unique. It had gathered all its force before it released the force in just an instant. The force was equivalent to the joint strength of the three eminent celestials. It would have been impossible for an eminent celestial to defend against the killing formation without dying or being severely injured, let alone a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had yet to pass the heavenly tribulation. Based on this, one could see the terrifying strength of the killing formation that Zheng Dongji and the other two eminent celestials had set up. Quick! Devour the innate spiritual roots inside the soul remnants that haven't dispersed. Elder Hua's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears while he was still in a daze. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian regained his senses and instantly extended his divine consciousness. He discovered there were many soul remnants around him. Moreover, the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants were beginning to vanish. Devour. Without any hesitation or thinking too much about the souls around him, Duanling Tian began to devour the innate spiritual roots. He knew if he did not devour the innate spiritual roots soon, they would all disappear. At that time, he would not be able to devour them. Indigo innate spiritual root? Another indigo innate spiritual root? Blue innate spiritual root, blue innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian was shocked when he devoured the innate spiritual roots from the soul remnants around him. He discovered there were 2 indigo innate spiritual roots, 5 blue innate spiritual roots, and many green innate spiritual roots. My innate spiritual root. After devouring all the innate spiritual roots around him, Duanling Tian discovered his innate spiritual root had evolved to a dark indigo innate spiritual root. His dark indigo innate spiritual root was only one step away from turning into a violet innate spiritual root. If I can devour so many innate spiritual roots like these again, my innate spiritual root would be very close to turning into violet one.
Duanling Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he licked his lips after he discovered the improvement in his innate spiritual root. However, after a moment, Duanling Tian regained his senses and remembered the people who were in the cave with him. Elder Hua, the innate spiritual roots I devoured. Did they belong to my group members? Duanling Tian's voice trembled slightly when he asked Elder Hua. It made sense why the innate spiritual roots were all high-grade ones if they had belonged to Bai Li, Wei Suo, and the others. Bai Li was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Wei Suo was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, if one wanted to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one had to have an indigo innate spiritual root. Naturally, there were exceptions to this. In the long history of the Tao Martial Saint Land, there were cases of people with blue innate spiritual roots breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, these cases were few and far apart. You're right. It's their innate spiritual roots. Elder Hua replied calmly. It's are really their innate spiritual roots? Duanling Tian's eyes widened when he heard Elder Hua's answer. An expression of shock appeared on his face as his voice trembled when he said, how's it possible? They were killed by the killing formation after I asked you to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Elder Hua said, it's fortunate you didn't hesitate, otherwise you would have died. The force of the explosion is almost at the peak in this mundane realm. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who hasn't passed the heavenly tribulation, wouldn't be able to defend against the force of that explosion. In fact, even an eminent celestial wouldn't have been able to defend against it without being severely injured or possibly dying. The killing formation had gathered so much force and released it in just an instant. After all, this formation was jointly created by 3 eminent celestials. The force from the formation is the strongest in this mundane realm. Elder Hua explained to Duanling Tian the danger he was in earlier. After pausing for a moment, Elder Hua said, although that force is almost peerless in this mundane realm, it can only destroy objects from this mundane realm like spatial rings and saint weapons. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is a celestial supreme treasure. That's why it's unaffected by the explosion. Duanling Tian was drenched in cold sweat after he heard Elder Hua's words. It's fortunate that I instinctively listened to Elder Hua and entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to escape that terrifying force. At this moment, Duanling Tian was breathing heavily and his heart was pounding very fast. He was so close to dying. After Duanling Tian calmed down, he instantly thanked Elder Hua. Elder Hua, thank you. With great risk often comes great rewards. This incident is a blessing in disguise, Elder Hua said. A blessing in disguise? Duanling Tian could not help but laugh bitterly when he heard Elder Hua's words. Indeed, could be considered as a blessing in disguise for Duanling Tian. Not only did he manage to escape death, but he also managed to devour many high-grade innate spiritual roots that turned his innate spiritual root into a dark indigo innate spiritual root. Currently, it was only a step away from turning into a violet one. However, he still felt chills running up his spine when he thought about the deaths of powerhouses like Bai Li and Wei Suo. Apart from being one of the top powerhouses in Sin City, Bai Li's cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. As for Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, he was not only one of the 4 great Karmapa from Black Kshetra sect, but with his cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, Bai Li and Wei Suo were famous. However, these 2 powerhouses were killed in this pseudo-realm in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, they did not even have time to react, let alone defend against that terrifying force. If they knew what was going to happen, even if God gave them another chance, I don't think they would enter the pseudo-realm even if they were forced to. Duanling Tian was certain of this. As for the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, Donggua Yi, and the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, Hefei Yi, and the others, I'm sure they would be the same as well. The group of people who had been alive well earlier had been killed in just a blink of an eye. Currently, Duanling Tian's feeling was complicated. He no longer felt joyous about the improvement of his innate spiritual root.
He only felt grateful for the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, and that the explosion was a brief one.
If the explosion lasted any longer, he would have died. Even now, Duanling Tian's forehead was drenched in cold sweat and his heart was still pounding very fast.
Time passed by silently. After 15 minutes, Duanling Tian finally recovered from the shock. He looked around him and discovered there was nothing in his surroundings. He could not see anything clearly, and he did not know in which direction he should go. It was clear at this point that he no longer had to participate in the tests. He stood in the vast emptiness like a sailboat in the middle of the sea, lost and alone. It seemed like he had been forgotten by 3 eminent celestials who had created this pseudo-realm. Elder Hua, I should have died like Bai Li and Wei Suo, but I managed to survive due to the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda.
It seems like Zheng Dongji and the other 2 eminent celestials didn't take this into account. Duanling Tian said to Elder Hua, how am I going to leave the pseudo-realm now? Currently, Duanling Tian no longer sought the treasures in the pseudo-realm. The only thing he wanted was to leave this place as soon as he possibly could.
What happened earlier had left a lasting impression on him. He was so close to death. He still felt chills running up his spine when he thought about how close he was to dying. If it was possible, he did not want to experience such a thing ever again. For this reason, he desperately wanted to leave this place. Why do you want to leave this pseudo-realm? Elder Hua asked in response to Duanling Tian's question. Elder Hua. Duanling Tian smiled bitterly. Currently, I'm considered eliminated from the tests that Zheng Dongji and the other 2 eminent celestials had set up. Although I managed to survive, I'm sure I won't be able to participate in the subsequent tests.
If I can't participate in the subsequent tests, doesn't it mean I won't be able to obtain the treasures left in the pseudo-realm? In that case, I should leave this place while I can instead of worrying about preserving my life here.
Duanling Tian explained why he wanted to leave.
You might not be able to participate in the subsequent tests. However, don't you want to continue to improve your innate spiritual root?
Elder Hua asked. What do you mean, Elder Hua? Duanling Tian was stunned. He did not understand Elder Hua's words. My strength has been restored to the level of a celestial. For this reason, my divine consciousness is able to see through this pseudo-realm. For example, the other 2 groups are currently going through the 3rd test, Elder Hua said promptly. The rule of the 3rd test is similar to the 2nd test. If anyone in the group dies, everyone in the group would die as well. So what? Duanling Tian shook his head as he smiled bitterly. I don't even know where they are right now. How can I devour their innate spiritual roots after they die if I don't know where they are?
Are you so certain you won't be able to find their location? Elder Hua asked. Elder Hua's question wiped the bitter smile off Duanling Tian's face. Duanling Tian's expression turned serious immediately. Elder Hua, what do you mean? Are you saying you can help me find and devour the innate spiritual roots of those who are eliminated?
Of course. Elder Hua sounded confident. I told you earlier that I can see through this pseudo-realm with my divine consciousness. Earlier, I've searched this pseudo-realm and located the locations of the others. Both groups are in a restrictive space similar to the cave you were in earlier.
They're not very far apart from each other. If you stay in the middle of the 2 restrictive spaces, you can travel to either one of the spaces in less than 10 breaths' time if you travel at your full speed.
One of the 2 restrictive spaces is destined to be destroyed, and the people there would definitely die. At that time, you can travel to that space. Some of those people's innate spiritual roots might have already disappeared when you arrive, but there will be some left for you to devour and improve your innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian nodded, but there was no joy on his face. In fact, he felt sad about the loss of those lives.
Elder Hua. Suddenly, Duanling Tian asked Elder Hua, did you have any way to send them out or stop the tests?
The innate spiritual roots were a huge temptation, but Duanling Tian was more interested in saving the lives of the 2 groups of people if he could choose. It was not because he was soft-hearted.
It was because he had thought about the rumors that the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land.
Although people had mostly stopped talking about it in the upper province, Duanling Tian was still worried. His gut instinct told him that something was wrong. As the saying went, it's always wise to play it safe. What if the devil clan had really invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land? At that time, not only lives in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land would be lost, but the upper province would be affected as well. It was inevitable. At that time, humankind had to stand united against the devil clans. Currently, among the people who had entered the pseudo-realm created by Zheng Dongji and the two eminent celestials, there must be many more cultivators above or at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage apart from Bai Li and Wei Suo who had died. If the devil clans intended to invade the upper province, these cultivators at or above the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage would undoubtedly be the main force for humankind in the war against the devil clans.
This was the reason Duanling Tian wanted these people to survive.
Although Duanling Tian did not know them and the innate spiritual roots were a huge temptation to him, he still wished for them to live.
I can't send them out nor can I stop the tests created by the three eminent celestials unless I can leave the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Elder Hua quickly answered Duanling Tian's question.
Elder Hua's answer disappointed Duanling Tian. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something as his eyes began to shine. Elder Hua, can you tell me how I can save them? Duanling Tian asked.
You?
You're too weak. In order to save them, you have to be a celestial at the very least. Elder Hua said, dashing Duanling Tian's hope. Even if you know the location of their restrictive space, you won't be able to enter with your current strength, let alone save them. After a moment, Elder Hua added, the only thing you can do now is watch from the sidelines and not waste these people's innate spiritual roots. There's no way you can save them. You're powerless. There's no reason for you to feel bad about not being able to save them. After listening to Elder Hua, Duanling Tian realized he could only watch as these people died. Subsequently, Elder Hua led Duanling Tian to the middle of where the two restrictive spaces were located. Then, Duanling Tian waited for Elder Hua's instruction. Meanwhile, the other two groups were going through the third test. They were thrilled they survived the second test and were able to advance to the third test. However, when they realized the rule of the third test was similar to the second test, they began to feel nervous again. The two groups of people who survived the second test were constantly praying for people from the other group to die first. After all, if someone in their group died, all of them would die as well. If they could choose again, many of them would not have entered this place. It was unfortunate they no longer had that option. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was resting in the space between the two restrictive spaces where the two groups were undergoing the third test. Although he seemed like he was resting without any worries, his heart felt heavy. Naturally, Duanling Tian was very tempted by the innate spiritual roots he would be able to devour, but he had to set aside his own interest and think about the bigger picture. What if the devil clans invaded the Dao Martial Saint land? Duanling Tian wanted to improve his innate spiritual root so he could get stronger at a faster speed. By doing so, he would be able to rescue Kuer and their daughter from the fire worship sect as quickly as he possibly could. If Kuer is in my shoes, she would make the same decision.
Duanling Tian knew how kind Kuer was. If he sacrificed so many lives for his own gain to the point where he caused humans to be defenseless against the devil clans, Kuer would definitely be upset even if he rescued her.
However, Duanling Tian was powerless to do anything. Even if he wanted to save those powerhouses, there was no way for him to enter the restrictive spaces with his current strength. It's not that I don't want to save all of you. I'm really powerless to do anything. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt helpless. He tried to calm himself by taking a deep breath. He knew there were some things that were beyond his control. Life would not always be smooth sailing. Elder Hua, when the people in one of the restrictive spaces are being eliminated, will the force spread here?
Should I hide in the seven treasures exquisite pagoda like I did before? Duanling Tian asked Elder Hua. If the force from the killing formation could spread to Duanling Tian's location, he had to prepare himself. He had seen what that destructive force could do.
Not only was the huge cave destroyed, but even powerhouses as strong as Bai Li and Wei Suo were instantly killed. There was nothing left of them. For this reason, he felt wary.
That's not necessary, Elder Hua said in response to Duanling Tian's question. The force from the killing formation only affects the restrictive space. In order to maximize the strength of the explosion, it's brief and only affects a specific area.
There's no need for you to hide in the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. You just have to wait for the right time to go to one of the restrictive spaces. Duanling Tian nodded, and he silently waited for Elder Hua's signal. Time continued to pass.
Duanling Tian did not know how much time had passed when he heard Elder Hua saying, "Hurry.
The restrictive space on your left.
Go.
Go quickly." As soon as Elder Hua urged Duanling Tian, the Sun Saint origin that was simmering under Duanling Tian's skin instantly surged out. He quickly rushed in the direction Elder Hua had told him to go at his full speed with all the techniques he had mastered. With the help from his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, Duanling Tian covered half of the distance in just a blink of an eye. At this time, boom!
A loud explosion rang in the distance for a brief moment. If the explosion had lasted any longer, Duanling Tian would have stopped moving. As it is, he had slowed down a little due to the shock. After a while, he sped up again. After a few moments, Duanling Tian arrived at an open space. He instantly used his divine consciousness to sense the soul remnants that contained innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual root, indigo innate spiritual root. There are 3 light indigo innate spiritual roots.
For blue innate spiritual roots, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he devoured the innate spiritual roots. 3 indigo innate spiritual roots probably meant that there were 3 powerhouses at or above the 7th form of Saint Celestial stage who died here.
After a while, Duanling Tian shifted his attention to his innate spiritual root. Currently, it had turned darker and darker until there was a sheen of violet on it.
At this point, he realized his innate spiritual root was extremely close to turning into a violet innate spiritual root. For a moment, he was overwhelmed by his emotions. Meanwhile, in the other restrictive space, congratulations on passing the 3rd test. Zhang Dongji's voice rang clearly in the air. Everyone was excited when they heard this.
We passed the test. Someone laughed.
We survived. We survived.
Great risks often come with great rewards.
Today, I finally understand the meaning of that saying. Many of them were so excited that they were talking loudly as though this was the happiest day of their lives. Even the strongest among them, the 3 cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other with a smile on their faces.
However, after a while, one of them sighed. Madam Snake is dead. This person was Meng Hao, whom Madam Snake had met at the entrance of the pseudo-realm. He knew she had died because she was not in his group. Currently, Meng Hao's group was the only group left out of the 3 groups. Madam Snake came in as well? An old man widened his eyes as his expression changed dramatically.
Similar to Meng Hao and Madam Snake, this old man was also a sectless cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Sin City. He was also one of the patrons of Sin City. In fact, this old man had a closer relationship with Madam Snake compared to Meng Hao. Meng Hao nodded. I met her outside and we entered this place at the same time. His eyes were closed. A grieving expression appeared on his face as he mourned his old friend. At the same time, he kept muttering, Madam Snake, you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come.
Now suddenly Zhang Dongji sounded again. It caught Meng Hao and the others' attention and they fell silent immediately.
All of you must be very happy to have passed the 3rd test. All of you probably think you're one step closer to obtaining the treasures and our legacies, right? At this moment, Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage frowned. They found Zhang Dongji's words a little odd. However, the others were oblivious and were clearly delighted.
Indeed, all of them were extremely happy.
However, I have to tell you there are no treasures in this realm that we created, let alone our legacies. Zhang Dongji's voice said with a scoff.
The moment Zhang Dongji finished speaking, the expressions of Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage changed dramatically.
No treasure?
No legacy? An ominous feeling rose in their hearts immediately. No treasure? No legacy? What's going on? Is this a joke?
Are you kidding me? The others regained their senses after a while. They still found Zhang Dongji's words hard to believe. However, they had no choice but to accept the cold reality. He must be joking, right? He should be. There were some people who still held onto a sliver of hope. Three powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation would not create a pseudo-realm just to toy with them, right?
They found it hard to believe.
I know many of you will find it hard to believe that my friends, and I had spent so much time and effort just to create a pseudo-realm to toy with all of you. Zhang Dongji continued talking as though he could already guess the people's reaction, seeing as how all of you are the only ones who survived. I will tell you the truth. The truth is my friends and I aren't humans. Naturally, we aren't saint beasts. We're from the devil's clans who were forced to stay in the Dao Martial Saint land by the humans after the end of the Human-Devil War. We're lucky enough to survive the witch hunt from the human powerhouses. Jin Dongji's words shocked Meng Hao and the others to their cores.
Devil clans? This man who claimed to be Zhang Dongji was from one of the devil clans. Meng Hao and the others did not expect the pseudo-realm that they thought was a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage would turn out to be a trap for human powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land by three devils.
If they had known this, they would not have entered this realm even if they were 10,000 times braver. How's this possible? How could he be a devil? This realm is created by three devils?
If this realm is really created by the devils, then it's likely they're just toying with us. They're not just toying with us. They intend to kill us.
These people who were lucky enough to pass the third test were no longer happy. They only felt fear at this moment.
If Zhang Dongji was a devil, he definitely would not let them go.
During the human devil era, my friends and I were only normal devils. Zhang Dongji continued to say with a hint of pain in his voice. After the devil clans were defeated by human powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land, humans continued to slaughter the devils who failed to return to the exiled realm. I watched my people die as they were killed by humans. I will never forget how they were killed.
I'm lucky enough to survive and found 10 other companions. Nevertheless, in the years that followed, some of them were killed and some of them died of old age. In the end, only me and 2 other devils managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This granted us long lives. We managed to escape humans' notice and broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the heavenly tribulation before ascending.
Zhang Dongji paused for a moment before he said, "Naturally, what we wanted most was to return to the exiled realm, or what you humans call the land of exile.
However, some human powerhouses had sealed the tear in the space barrier between the Saint Province realm, the name that devils call the Dao Martial Saint land, and the exiled realm. We couldn't return."
The expressions of Meng Hao and the others kept changing. They heard the deep-seated hatred in Zhang Dongji's voice when he spoke. They knew very well he would not let them go. Run.
We have to leave this place. Soon after, Meng Hao and the others made a decision.
Currently, they were all trapped in the restrictive space. There was no exit. So. Wind began to whistle in the air as Meng Hao and the others split up to find a way out of this place. Although they had tried to search for a way out earlier, they did not search very thoroughly. After all, they did not think they would be killed.
However, based on Zhang Dongji's words, it was obvious they would not be able to live if they continued to stay here.
Boom, 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 boom. After Meng Hao and the others failed to find a way out, they all began to try to force their way out with their strength. However, as soon as their punches, kicks, and techniques landed, the space would absorb the force. Oh no! This place is like the small restrictive we were in earlier. It can absorb our energies or our energies can pass through it. But our physical bodies are trapped here.
At this time, all of them regained their senses and recalled the small space that could only fit 2 adults when they first entered the realm and encountered the first series of tests. At that place, their energies could pass through the space, but their physical bodies could not.
Everyone's expressions changed immediately. At the same time, Zhang Dongji continued to speak as Meng Hao and the others desperately searched for a way out. In order to avoid the hunt, my friends and I hid in the mortal continent in your Saint Province realm. Although it took us longer to cultivate, it was safer there. Just like that, we kept cultivating as the Dao Martial Saint land was divided into 2 until we reached the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the heavenly tribulation.
We were finally able to achieve our dream of leaving the Saint Province realm by ascending. Before we ascended, we decided to leave a gift for the future generation of devils when they invade the Saint Province realm. This gift is the death of you people. I'm sure all of you are considered elites in the Saint Province realm. After all, only those above the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to pass the first series of tests. In short, we're targeting human powerhouses at or above the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Zhang Dongji's words caused the expressions of Meng Hao and the others to change again. They did not expect Zhang Dongji and his 2 companions had plotted for such a long time.
Moreover, they had fallen victim to the devil's plot.
At this moment, they felt like the world's unluckiest people. They all regretted being greedy and coming in here. If God gave them another chance, they would not enter this place even if they were beaten. This pseudo-realm we created is controlled by 2 formations. This formation in the upper province is connected to another formation in the lower province. Although these 2 formations are in different realms, due to the joint effort between me and my friends, the formations are able to sense each other and aren't affected by the space barrier.
Zhang Dongji continued to say this is somewhat similar to the interprovince transportation formation that humans created to connect the lower province and upper province. The main differences are formations don't transport living things. It serves as detectors.
To activate the formation we've set up in the upper province, the formation in the lower province has to come in contact with the pure devil chi from the devil clans.
Before our ascension, there were no more devils in the Saint Province realm. That's why we aren't worried the formation would be accidentally activated. In conclusion, the day the formation in the upper province is activated is the day the devils from the exiled realm invade the Saint Province realm.
Zhang Dongji showed no signs of stopping as he talked.
The first place the devils will arrive at when they pass through the barrier is the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As long as someone from the devil clans enters the lower province, it'll activate the formation in the lower province,
and subsequently activate the formation in the upper province. Once that happens, an entrance to a pseudo-realm would appear. This is our gift to the devil clans when they invade the Saint Province realm again. Your deaths will be a great loss to humankind and all saint beasts. It'll be easier for the devils to conquer the Saint Province realm with your deaths. Perhaps, we'll finally be able to achieve what we failed to achieve during the human-devil era and annihilate all humans this time.
After Zhang Dongji recounted everything that happened from the ancient times until now, he laughed menacingly. It made everyone's skin crawl. A hint of despair could be seen in everyone's eyes. Based on Zhang Dongji's words, the entrance to this realm would only appear when the devil clans invade the Saint Province realm, right? One of the sectless cultivators asked in a trembling voice. It was as though he needed further confirmation. That's right, someone answered shortly after in a trembling voice as well.
This means the rumor is true. The devil clans have invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land. In fact, they might have already taken over the lower province. Many people's eyes widened and their expressions changed when they heard this. If we cause humans to be annihilated by the devils because of our greed, we'll all be sinners, Meng Hao said solemnly. His words caused the others to tremble. Indeed, all of them would be sinners if humans were annihilated by the devil clans due to the loss of strong powerhouses.
3 of us in particular, Meng Hao said grimly as he looked at the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
In the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, there were merely a dozen or so known powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Today, 3 of them would be lost in this place. Moreover, they had not counted the other powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Madame Snake who had died. Apart from Madame Snake, there were certainly more powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who entered the pseudo-realm. Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage were certain of this. After all, the remaining people who passed the first series of tests were divided into 3 groups. In theory, the combined strength of each group should be about the same. After Zhang Dongji's laughter died down, he said, "Given that all of you have passed the 3rd test, I'll give you an additional 15 minutes before the killing formation in this place is activated. After that, similar to the other 2 groups, all of you will be reduced to dust. Enjoy your final 15 minutes, greedy humans." After that, Zhang Dongji stopped talking completely. Meng Hao and the others who recovered from the shock, naturally, felt anxious. 15 minutes.
They only had 15 minutes left. How?
What should we do now? 15 minutes. We have 15 minutes before we die. I don't want to die.
I don't want to die. Why are you yelling? You're not the only one who doesn't want to die.
After learning they would all die in 15 minutes, many people's expressions changed as their bodies trembled in fear. They could not calm down. Death was, indeed, fearsome. It would have been better if they were instantly killed instead of being given time. Currently, they had 15 minutes to stew in fear as they waited for death to come for them. Even the three powerhouses at the 7th form Saint Celestial stage, including Meng Hao, had a grim expression on their faces. Even the youngest among them, Meng Hao, had spent a few hundred years to achieve what he had today. For this reason, they valued their lives more than anything else.
After all, it was not easy to get to where they were in life.
They were already granted an eternity to live, but they had entered this place out of greed. Now they would all die here.
After a moment of silence, Meng Hao said, "No.
I won't resign myself to this," he growled as he flew about to find a way out. The other two powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage saw Meng Hao and followed suit. Upon seeing this, the others put aside their fear and began to search for a way out as well. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian learned about what happened from Elder Hua while Meng Hao and the others were searching for a way out of the restrictive space.
Although Elder Hua was still confined to the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he had regained some of his strength and was comparable to an ordinary celestial.
For this reason, his divine consciousness had become stronger as well, and it was not difficult for him to move his divine consciousness around the pseudo-realm and learn about what happened. Every one of Zhang Dongji's words was heard by Elder Hua before he disclosed what had happened to Duanling Tian.
The devil clans?
This pseudo-realm is created by 3 devils. Duanling Tian was extremely shocked when he heard about this. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect this.
The treasure vault everyone suspected was left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing but a trap created by 3 devils? Same province realm?
That's what the devils call the Tao Martial Saint Land? The reason the entrance to this pseudo-realm appeared is due to the formations being activated. The formation in the upper province is only activated because the formation in the lower province has detected the pure devil chi from the devils, the invasion of the devil clans, the dawning of a new human-devil era.
The first place the devil clans would invade is the lower province. Various expressions flitted across Duanling Tian's face when he heard Elder Hua's words. Although he had previously suspected the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province, it was still just a speculation. Now that Zheng Dongji had confirmed it, Duanling Tian's heart turned heavy.
It seems like the devil clans have really invaded the lower province. I wonder how Father, Mother, and the others are faring. Duanling Tian could not help but worry about his family and friends who were in the lower province. His heart was filled with anxiety.
At this moment, Duanling Tian wished he had wings to fly so he could return to his family and friends in the lower province. The killing formation in that restrictive space will be activated after 15 minutes. All those inside would die. Elder Hua said, "Are you ready to devour their innate spiritual roots?"
However, Duanling Tian remained motionless as though he did not hear Elder Hua's words. All he could think about was his family's well-being. Previously, he could put his worries aside since he was not certain the devil clans had invaded the lower province. However, with Zheng Dongji's confirmation, he was overwhelmed by the worries he had hidden in the depth of his heart. I know you're worried about your family and friends. Moreover, you probably can't bear the thought of devouring those people's innate spiritual roots. Elder Hua said with a sense of urgency. However, think about this. Their innate spiritual roots would only go to waste if you don't devour them. If you devour them, your innate spiritual root might even turn violet. Once you possess a violet innate spiritual root, not only will you be able to save your wife and daughter, but you'll be able to contribute in the war against the devils as well. After that, you can focus on finding a way to return to the lower province and be reunited with your family and friends.
Elder Hua advised Duanling Tian patiently. It seemed as though he was afraid Duanling Tian would miss the chance to devour so many high-grade innate spiritual roots.
Almost as soon as Elder Hua finished speaking, Duanling Tian recovered from his shock. A hint of determination could be seen in his eyes. His aura had changed as well. It was as though he had transformed into a different person. Following that, he flew toward the restrictive space under Elder Hua's guidance. After almost 15 minutes, boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. It came from the restrictive space where Meng Hao and the others were at. They had all been turned to dust. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was traveling there at his fastest speed. As soon as he arrived, he extended his divine consciousness and sensed the soul remnants that contained innate spiritual roots with a heavy heart. I hope all of you rest in peace. I will help all of you and contribute in the war against the devils. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he devoured the innate spiritual roots. Based on Elder Hua's words, Meng Hao and the others had died with resentment in their hearts. They all thought they were sinners. For this reason, he kept muttering these words to himself, in hopes that Meng Hao and the others could hear him and rest in peace. Violet innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian only regained his senses when Elder Hua's voice rang in his ears. He shifted his attention to his innate spiritual root and discovered it had turned violet. Although it was only a light violet innate spiritual root, Duanling Tian was still surprised. It made him momentarily forget about what had happened as a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Duanling Tian tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He discovered his speed of absorbing the energy had improved significantly. How fast? With my current cultivation speed and the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, can anyone in the whole of Dao Martial Saint Land even compete with me? Duanling Tian's confidence rose at this moment. It was not without a reason after all. Those devils, Zheng Dongji and his friends, went to great lengths to set up such a trap. I'm certain they didn't think that someone like me would be able to benefit from it. Duanling Tian thought to himself, feeling pleased. After a while, he turned solemn. However, it's still a pity. I've devoured 8 indigo innate spiritual roots. 8 powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage have been killed by those 3 devils. 8 cultivators at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duanling Tian felt chills running up his spine when he thought about this. One should know there were only about a dozen or so known powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Dao Martial Saint Land. 8 of them had died in this pseudo-realm. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to humans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was also why Zheng Dongji thought this would be a great gift to the future generation of devils. It was, indeed, a very thoughtful gift. Twin mundane realms. The land of exile's devil clans have invaded the lower province. I hope that father, mother, and everyone else is safe. Duanling Tian could not help thinking about his loved ones in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land when he thought about the devil clans. He was extremely worried because he did not know if his loved ones were safe. The devil clans from the land of exile were a race known for their zeal for blood and violence after all. Rumor had it that devil clans would not leave human survivors when they visited a place. Even if there were survivors, they would be assimilated by the devil clans and be turned into devil cultivators who were as inhumane as the devils. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Duanling Tian asked, Elder Hua, how should I leave this place? Currently, he was still in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 devils. Duanling Tian had looked around for a while. He had used his divine consciousness to search his surroundings, but there was nothing he could detect. He felt as though he had been cast into oblivion. He felt lonely like a sailboat drifting in a vast ocean. This made him feel extremely uneasy. You can't leave, Elder Hua answered. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard Elder Hua's words. He took a deep breath before he asked in a deep voice, Can't leave this place? Elder Hua, what do you mean? At this moment, Duanling Tian was desperate to leave this place. Even if he could not return to the lower province to be reunited with his family and friends now, he could inform everyone and spread the word that the devil clans had invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land again. He could swear an oath to prove that he was telling the truth, so he was not worried that no one would believe him. It seemed like he had already thought of what he should do next. However, Elder Hua just told him that he could not leave this place. What I mean is that you can't leave this place for now, Elder Hua said as he emphasized on the words for now. After a moment, he continued to say, Regardless, this pseudo-realm is created by 3 devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. To leave this place, you must be able to penetrate the space barrier separating this pseudo-realm and the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Apart from that, there's no way you can leave this place. Duan Tian's eyes widened and his expression changed when he heard Elder Hua's words. His breathing quickened as he asked for confirmation again. Elder Hua, you mean I have to be able to penetrate the space barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province to be able to leave this place? Yes. Elder Hua confirmed it again. Duan Tian instantly paled. Then he said bitterly, the space barrier is strong. Even with the might of all the devil clans, they took so long just to find a weak spot in the space barrier to create an opening to the Tao Martial Saint Land. If there was no weak spot, it would have been impossible for the devil clans to create an opening and invade the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duan Tian knew about the space barrier between the Tao Martial Saint Land and the Land of Exile. Back then, before the human-devil era began, the devil clans had discovered a weak spot in the space barrier separating the Tao Martial Saint Land and the Land of Exile. That was how they had created an opening and invaded the Tao Martial Saint Land. Peace was only restored in the Tao Martial Saint Land when humans finally managed to defeat the devil clans and placed a sealant grand formation at the tear in the space barrier. Unless the devil clans managed to destroy the sealant grand formation or have found another weak spot in the space barrier, it would be impossible for them to invade the Tao Martial Saint Land again. Elder Hua, even if my cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, managed to pass the heavenly tribulation and possess the strength of a celestial, I'm afraid I still wouldn't be able to create an opening in the space barrier, right? Duan Tian's impression of the space barrier was that it was indestructible unless one could find a weak spot to exploit and create an opening. The space barrier you're talking about is the one between the Tao Martial Saint Land and the Land of Exile. It's a space barrier separating 2 mundane realms. Naturally, it's different. Even an ordinary celestial in the Devata realm wouldn't be able to create an opening in a space barrier like that unless they managed to find a weak spot, let alone someone from the mundane realm. Elder Hua promptly answered Duan Tian's question. A space barrier between 2 mundane realms? Duan Tian was stunned before he suddenly said, Elder Hua, do you mean that the Tao Martial Saint Land and the Land of Exile are 2 separate mundane realms? Yes, Elder Hua replied. Generally, there are 2 types of mundane realms. One of them is similar to the world in your past life. They consist of planets and galaxies and are extremely vast. They're inhabited by all kinds of living things. This kind of mundane realm is considered as a relatively large mundane realm by the Celestials in the Devata realm. The mundane realm we're in is considered a small mundane realm. As you know, this mundane realm has the Tao Martial Saint Land, the mortal continents, and the sea. It has relatively fewer living species. At this point, Elder Hua stopped speaking. Elder Hua, based on what you said, the mundane realm we're in at the moment is small and doesn't have other planets. However, why can we see the sun during the day and the moon and stars at night? Duan Tian asked. This was something he had thought about before. Previously, when Elder Hua regained some of his strength, he had told Duan Tian that there were no planets in this mundane realm. However, Duan Tian did not put much thought into it at that time. He thought there had to planets since he could see the sun, moon, and stars. In fact, he had thought to prove Elder Hua wrong after he became strong enough to explore space. Now that he heard Elder Hua saying again that the small mundane realm did not have any other planets, he could not hold back his curiosity and asked the question he had in his mind. This is an important aspect of a small mundane realm. Every small mundane realm has to be attached to a large mundane realm because most living things in small mundane realms require the sun to survive, and the sun can only be found in a large mundane realm. Hence, the space barrier between a small mundane realm and a large mundane realm is transparent, Elder Hua explained. Whether you're at the lower province or the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, if you try to fly up to the sky and approach the sun or the moon and stars at night, you'll find that there's an invisible barrier that blocks you once you've reached a certain height. That's the space barrier between a small mundane realm and a large mundane realm. It's even harder to penetrate a barrier like that compared to a space barrier between 2 twin mundane realms. It's unlikely to have a weak spot. Duan Tian was stunned and left with more questions after he listened to Elder Hua's explanation. He had a confused expression on his face as he asked, "Twin mundane realms? What's that?" Usually, two small mundane realms will rarely intersect. In fact, it's almost impossible for them to be next to each other. However, there are exceptions. Some of the small mundane realms are extremely unique. There would be two small mundane realms that exist side by side like twins. In the Devata realm, they call this kind of mundane realms as twin mundane realms. Elder Hua said, "Whenever you speak of a twin mundane realms, the Celestials know that it's two small mundane realms that exist side by side, because it's impossible for two large mundane realms to exist side by side." It did not take long for Duanling Tian to piece the puzzles together. If that's the case, this means the Dao Martial Saint Land, or the Saint Province realm, and the Land of Exile are twin mundane realms, right?
That's right, Elder Hua answered. Whether it's the Saint Province realm or the Land of Exile, both are attached to the same large mundane realm.
Since you're able to see the sun, the moon, and the stars here, it means that the Land of Exile must be dark all year round because it doesn't receive direct sunlight. The reason for this is the Saint Province realm is blocking the light from the Land of Exile.
Mundane realms that are dark all year round are usually inhabited by strange creatures. That's probably how the devils came to exist. It's the natural order of things. Elder Hua clearly explained the different mundane realms and the origin of the devils. This had broadened Duanling Tian's knowledge.
"I see." Duanling Tian nodded and then asked, "Elder Hua, you said if I fly up, I'll definitely encounter the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and a large mundane realm, right? Didn't you mention that the upper province is a pseudo-realm that was created from the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land?" Duanling Tian asked. "Yes." Elder Hua replied almost instantly as though he had already anticipated this question from Duanling Tian. The upper province is a pseudo-realm created from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint. Since it's part of the Saint Province realm, it has the same space barrier.
That's why we can see the sun and other planets from the large mundane realm. As for why the Saint Province realm has day and night, it's due to the movements of the planets from the large mundane realm as they revolve around the sun. When the planets block the sun, the Saint Province realm would be dark, entering the night phase. Meanwhile, the planets that block the sunlight will reflect some of the light, creating what we call the moon.
Elder Hua's answer was very detailed. He even answered some of the questions Duanling Tian had yet to ask as though he could read Duanling Tian's mind.
The Land of Exile, the twin of this mundane realm, certainly doesn't have the transition from night to day. Elder Hua added.
"I see," Duanling Tian said once he understood what Elder Hua was trying to convey.
Initially, Duanling Tian thought this universe was similar to the universe from his past life. He thought this place was like Earth that rotated. However, after listening to Elder Hua's explanation, his knowledge had been broadened. It made him realize there were so many extraordinary phenomenons in this universe.
Elder Hua interrupted Duanling Tian's train of thought as he said, "We've derailed from our original discussion. Now, let's return to your original question.
You said earlier that you won't be able to penetrate this space barrier even if your cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and has successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and possessed the strength of a celestial."
"Yes." Duanling Tian nodded. They were finally back to the original topic. "It seems that you've already forgotten what I told you. Do you still remember what I told you after you found out that the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is unable to transport people back to the lower province? I mentioned a method to return to the lower province without using the inter-province transportation formation. Do you still remember it?" Elder Hua asked. Duanling Tian was stunned by Elder Hua's question. However, he quickly recovered and tried to recall what Elder Hua had said back then.
"I remember. Elder Hua, you told me that as long as I break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and successfully pass the heavenly tribulation,
I'll be able to tear open a space barrier and travel freely between realms." Duanling Tian recalled what Elder Hua had told him previously.
Suddenly, with a surprised expression on his face, Duanling Tian cried out, "Elder Hua, based on your words, you mean I'll be able to create an opening in the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province as long as I possess the strength of an eminent celestial?
Moreover, I'll be able to do it without any external help." Duanling Tian's breathing quickened as he spoke. This seemed very far-fetched, and he found it hard to believe. Yes. Elder Hua nodded and said, "However, you've missed the point. What I want to say is that the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Land of Exile is completely different from the space barrier between the Upper Province and the Lower Province. You'll only need the strength of an imminent celestial to be able to create an opening in the space barrier between the Upper Province and the Lower Province by yourself.
However, don't expect to be able to create an opening in the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Land of Exile with just the strength of an eminent celestial.
Even some weaker celestials in the Devata realms may not be able to create an opening in such a space barrier," Elder Hua continued to say. "In other words, the power needed to create an opening in the space barrier between the upper realm and the pseudo-realm that was created by the three eminent devils is even lower." Duanling Tian finally understood what Elder Hua had been trying to say.
Yes. Elder Hua continued to say a cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage should be able to create an opening in this space barrier. Naturally, to do that we have to locate the space barrier. Otherwise, all this is just talk.
I've searched for the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province. It's well hidden under many layers of formations. Unless we have an expert in formation Dao, even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to get past these formations. Some of the killing formations in these layers of formations are as strong as the killing formations that killed those three groups of people. This sent shivers up Duanling Tian's spine. Who could have guessed it would be so difficult to locate the space barrier in this pseudo-realm? However, on second thought, if the space barrier is so easily detectable and unprotected, then the powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who entered this place could have easily created an opening and leave this place, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he nodded. Elder Hua, do you have a solution to get past these formations? At this moment, Duanling Tian was more worried about the formations than the state of his cultivation base. Based on what Elder Hua had said, the killing formations within these formations could even kill a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had yet to pass the heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, the imminent celestials who passed the heavenly tribulation would even be severely injured if they accidentally triggered the killing formations.
As long as one's strength is at above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would be able to create an opening in the space barrier. Although it was a difficult task, it was not impossible.
However, to possess significant strength to survive the killing formations was significantly harder. To be realistic, it was almost impossible.
Yes. Elder Hua replied after hearing the solemnity in Duanling Tian's voice. I have my methods to work around these formations. Although I have a solution, you still have to create an opening in the space barrier on your own.
Even with all the techniques you've mastered, I'm afraid you still have to raise your cultivation base to the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage before you can create an opening in the space barrier to return to the upper province, Elder Hua said.
Duanling Tian understood Elder Hua's words completely. Previously, Elder Hua had said the strength required to create an opening in the space barrier would have to be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was referring to those ordinary cultivators at that stage.
However, Duanling Tian would possess the strength of a cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage once he had broken through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, since he possessed many extraordinary techniques and the Celestial Supreme Treasure,
the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, even with my extraordinary martial Dao innate talent thanks to my violet innate spiritual root and the help from the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, breaking through to 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage is still tough.
It doesn't matter if I have to face obstacles after obstacles. I should be able to break through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage in a short time compared to others. Duanling Tian no longer felt hesitant once he gave himself a pep talk. He quickly entered the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and devoted everything he had into cultivating.
Although Duanling Tian was desperate to leave the pseudo-realm and return to the upper province due to the space barrier, he could only wait until he had the capability to create an opening to return to the upper province. To do that, he needed to raise his cultivation base.
It did not take long for Duanling Tian to calm himself and rid himself of his anxieties. After that, he began to cultivation diligently in peace with the goal of breaking through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, as soon as Duanling Tian calmed down and began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, he opened his eyes in shock. It was as though he had encountered something that was out of his expectation. It's so amazing? Is this the effect of the violet innate spiritual root? Duan Ling Tian discovered that his cultivation speed was worlds apart from what it was before. There was no way to ignore the huge difference.
One should remember that Duan Ling Tian's former innate spiritual root was indigo. Although it was not a dark indigo innate spiritual root, it was still an indigo innate spiritual root.
With such innate talent, in addition to a good cultivation environment in the pseudo-realm and the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, it shouldn't be difficult for me to break through to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian was bursting with confidence.
He felt that breaking through to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage might be easier than he had thought.
Following that, Duan Ling Tian immediately settled down and began to cultivate diligently using the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. As he activated his cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy fused with his sun Saint origin and circulated around his body with the help of the Nine Dragons.
Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was rising nonstop at an incredibly fast pace.
Meanwhile, there was quite a large group of people outside the entrance of the pseudo-realm. Naturally, there were also people who had left. The people who remained were mostly people from the three largest alliances in Sin City and sectless cultivators from other alliances that were quite strong as well. Naturally, they could not leave since their respective leaders, deputy leaders, and elders had not come out. Apart from them, some members from the Black Kshetra sect had stayed back as well. They were waiting for Wei Suo the Green Bat King, one of the four great Karmapa, and a few elders to come out. Every faction, including the Forgotten Dust sect, was waiting in silence. However, these people would never expect that the people they were waiting for had already died in the treasure vault that was suspected to have been left behind by an eminent celestial. Nobody, apart from Duan Ling Tian, had survived. Wei Suo the Green Bat King, from the Black Kshetra sect, who was one of the four great Karmapa with a cultivation base at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had died. Apart from that, the six sectless cultivators from Sin City whose strength was comparable or even superior to Wei Suo had also died. That was not the end of it. The sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, who had just broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage not too long ago, had also died after he entered the pseudo-realm. What a waste! He did not even have time to display his newly obtained strength. Indeed, it was a pity and a waste that those people had died there. The people waiting outside did not have to wait too long when one of the elders from the Thousand Years Alliance rushed there from Sin City with news.
The soul pearls of our leader and deputy leaders have shattered.
In just a blink of an eye, the expressions of young leader Dong Guizhi and the people he led from the Thousand Years Alliance changed immediately. Many people were reluctant to believe it. However, everyone turned deadly pale when they heard the elder from the Thousand Years Alliance who traveled from Sin City listed the names of the other elders whose soul pearls had also shattered. This was because the names of the people he listed were all people who had entered the treasure vault that was suspected to have been left behind by an eminent celestials.
All of these people were cultivators above the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage and were the backbone of the Thousand Years Alliance.
All of them were dead. Not only that, but even the leader and deputy leaders of the Thousand Years Alliance were dead. Impossible. It's impossible. Impossible. Dong Guizhi growled in a low voice as he kept shaking his head in denial. His face was deathly pale. No, there must be a mistake. My father's the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance. He's a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage who's ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could he possibly die just like that? Dong Guizhi refused to believe it. Stay strong, young leader. Although the other Thousand Years Alliance's elders were reluctant to believe it as well, judging from the current situation, it was useless for them to be in denial.
The facts were laid out before them, there was no way they could not believe it.
Young leader O Qing from the Seven Kill Alliance discovered what had happened to the members of the Thousand Years Alliance.
When he found out that the people from Thousand Years Alliance had died in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, he could not help but take pleasure in their misery. He laughed out loud.
O Qing seized this chance to taunt them. So the people from the Thousand Years Alliance are all useless. It was only natural that O Qing's words angered those from the Thousand Years Alliance. As the people from the Thousand Years Alliance glared at Qing, two figures arrived hastily from Sin City. This time, it was two elders from the Seven Kill Alliance.
Lord Leader's soul pearl has shattered. The news those 7 Kill Alliance's elders brought wiped the mocking smile off Qing's face. Soon after, he became as mad as Dong Guoji. He could not accept this. He was far more dependent on his father than Dong Guoji was. It was not a stretch to say that he was nothing without his father.
Moreover, the deputy leaders and some of the elders. As the two elders from Seven Kill Alliance listed names, the faces of Qing and the elders blanched. Qing had an anguished expression on his face.
Is the treasure vault really that terrifying?
Even the leader of our Seven Kill Alliance died in there. A lot of the Seven Kill Alliance questioned in shock. However, nobody had answers for them.
At this moment, people from the Thousand Years Alliance felt calmer when they learned that the people who had entered the pseudo-realm had also died after entering it. Naturally, although they felt calm, they still could not help but feel fear washing over them.
Was the treasure vault that was suspected to have been left behind by an eminent celestial really that dangerous? Not only the leader of their Thousand Years Alliance had died, but even the leader of the Seven Kill Alliance had also died.
The leaders of Seven Kill Alliance and the Thousand Years Alliance. They all died in there.
Then the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an imminent celestial is really terrifying. Other people from the other alliances, people from the Black Kshetra sect, and the people from the Forgotten Dust sect were in shock and disbelief as well. Put aside the others, the leaders of the Seven Kill Alliance and the Thousand Years Alliance were not ordinary people. The leader of the Seven Kill Alliance, Hai, was ranked in the top 50 on the Supreme Saint ranking. As for the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, he was ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking.
However, these two powerhouses had died in the treasure vault that was suspected to have been left behind by an eminent celestial.
Everyone was still in shock when a short-lived and piercing sound of wind whistling rang in the air. So, before everyone could regain their senses, a gust of wind began to blow around them. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Everyone's robes were fluttering in the air, and they had to squint their eyes to see. When they could finally see clearly, they saw a curvaceous figure dressed in purple had appeared before their eyes. Although the woman wore a purple dress, it was not a form-fitting dress. However, it still revealed her beautiful figure.
Her beautiful long hair cascaded down her shoulders and back. Although she had a purple veil covering half her face, her beauty could be seen through her delicate brows and bright eyes. She exuded a cold aura that made her seem imposing and unapproachable.
Although she has a devil-like figure with an angelic face, no one would dare to have inappropriate thoughts about her.
Lord Karmapa.
Most people were still stunned at the purple-clad woman's swift speed when people from the Black Kshetra sect lowered their heads and bowed at her respectfully. Karmapa. Upon hearing how the people from Black Kshetra sect addressed her, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Could she be the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa, the Violet Dragon King?
Violet Dragon King?
The one who's ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking? The powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It should be.
I've long heard that the Violet Dragon King is the only female amongst the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa. Based on the Black Kshetra sect's people's words, there's no doubt she's the Violet Dragon King. I heard that the leader of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa, the Violet Dragon King, is a descendant of the Dragon Clan and the human race. She has amazing innate talent, and she's also the youngest among the 4 great Karmapa. The youngest but also the strongest. That's why she's widely acknowledged as the leader of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa. When the others discovered the identity of the purple-clad woman, all of them looked at her respectfully. They did not dare to look down on her just because she was a woman.
The Violet Dragon King spoke just as the atmosphere became tense due to her appearance. How did Wei Sua die? The moment the Violet Dragon King spoke, the expression of the people from Black Kshetra sect changed dramatically. Their eyes widened in horror as they spoke in a trembling voice. Karmapa Wei, he died. Everyone paled again. Wei Sua,
the Greenback King of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa.
He's dead.
He also entered the treasure vault that's suspected to have been left behind by an eminent celestial, right?
Goodness. Even he died. Although Karmapa Wei was the weakest among the four great Karmapa, he was still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. How did someone like that die? If Karmapa Wei also died in there, is it possible for the others to survive? Upon learning that, the people from the other alliances changed their expressions dramatically as they realized their leaders and deputy leaders were most likely dead as well.
The other factions also realized that their sect leaders and clan leaders were likely dead.
In just a blink of an eye, another short-lived and piercing sound rang in the air as the wind blew violently. So,
apart from the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's four great Karmapa, the Violet Dragon King, who remained unaffected, everyone else had to squint their eyes as the wind raged. This scene was familiar to when the Violet Dragon King had arrived.
When the others could see clearly, they saw a tall and handsome young man clad in green before their eyes. He exuded a piercing aura as though he was not human but a blade.
The young man's long hair was tied in a ponytail with a hair tie. His hair hung behind him and he carried a sheathed saber on his back. The sheath looked plain. However, the engravings on the sheath emitted an ancient aura as though it had existed for a very long time.
After seeing the newcomer, many sectless cultivators seemed to recall something as they spoke in trembling voices. Many of them had an expression of reverence on their faces.
He's Pei. Lord Pei Hi. An elderly sectless cultivator finally mustered enough courage and said excitedly.
Pei Hi was a legendary figure in Sin City and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Rumor had it that Pei Hi had not even exceeded 100 years old. However, he was an elite powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land.
His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking.
In fact, many sectless cultivators believed that Pei Hi had the best innate talent in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They believed him to be a genius who appeared once in 1,000 years. Although no one knew what color Pei Hi's innate spiritual root was, many of them were convinced he possessed a violet innate spiritual root.
Only a violet innate spiritual root would allow Pei Hi to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in less than 100 years. He was the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land in the eyes of many sectless cultivators.
The reason Pei Hi was acknowledged as the #1 prodigy on Dao Martial Saint Land only by sectless cultivators and not by everyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land was due to the reason he kept a very low profile so not many people knew about him. Prior to today, the only time Pei Hi appeared in public was 4 years ago when he killed the powerhouse who was formerly ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Before that, no one had heard about Pei Hi.
It seemed as though Pei Hi had appeared out of nowhere at that time and killed the powerhouse who was formerly ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking within 1,000 moves.
Although it was a narrow victory, he still successfully killed his opponent and took over his spot on the Supreme Saint ranking. At that time, the battle had shocked many people on the Dao Martial Saint Land.
The words he had said after he killed his opponent shocked the people even more.
After Pei Hi said, "My master is Nie Wu Tian," he disappeared from the public's eyes. From then on, he did not appear again until today. This could be considered as his second public appearance. The commotion Pei Hi's words caused in the Dao Martial Saint Land was not less than the commotion he caused when word spread about him killing the powerhouse who was formerly ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking.
Nie Wu Tian.
Who was that? He was someone with almost godlike status in the Dao Martial Saint Land in the past 100 years.
Nie Wu Tian was a sectless cultivator. He was the #1 powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land in this generation. Accordingly, his cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was widely acknowledged as the person who ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking.
100 years ago, ever since Nie Wu Tian rose to fame in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were a lot of people who wanted to challenge him. Among these people were people from the 3 strongest sects.
30 years ago, Nie Wu Tian was able to move mountains and create rivers and injured the great oracle of the Heaven Divination sect when he was trying to pass the heavenly tribulation. Since then, nobody dared to challenge him nor his status.
Ever since then, he had occupied the first place on the Supreme Saint ranking. No one could threaten his position. However, it was also at this time that he had disappeared. Some people said he had passed the heavenly tribulation and had ascended to another realm. Some said he was hiding in Sin City as he focused on his cultivation while waiting for his heavenly tribulation. Others said he roamed the Tao Martial Saint land, enjoying a carefree life.
Regardless of what was said, he was still first on the Supreme Saint ranking.
Naturally, if 100 years passed without any news from Nye Wuxian, he would be removed from his position from the Supreme Saint ranking.
That was the rule of the Supreme Saint ranking.
Could be said that Nye Wuxian had become a legendary figure in this era. Ordinary people looked up to him, and for the most part, he had become only a story since he had not been seen for a long time. My master is Nye Wuxian. 4 years ago, Pei Sihai's statement shocked everyone in the Tao Martial Saint land to the core. This was because no one knew the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint land, Nye Wuxian, had a disciple. Moreover, as soon as Pei Sihai appeared, he had killed the person who was formerly ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking and took over his place.
After that, rumors flew about saying Nye Wuxian was still in the Tao Martial Saint land and that he had not ascended. He had been mentoring his disciple Pei Sihai all this time.
As for the truth, only Nye Tianwu and his disciple, Pei Sihai, knew it. Regardless, since then, people on the Tao Martial Saint land knew of Pei Sihai's existence. They knew him as the disciple of the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint land, Nye Tianwu, and that Pei Sihai was a prodigy.
Later on, rumors began to circulate among the sectless cultivators about Pei Sihai being under 100 years old. The sectless cultivators naturally believed the rumor. After all, Nye Wuxian was the pride of sectless cultivators. In their opinion, Nye Wuxian was like a god. It was not surprising that he had a disciple under 100 years old who had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
However, the major forces of Tao Martial Saint land, the 3 great sects, refused to believe Pei Sihai was under 100 years old. Naturally, they acknowledged his strength since he was able to get the 7th place on the Supreme Saint ranking.
However, by doing so, they had indirectly denied that Pei Sihai was a prodigy. Naturally, there were reasons for the major forces to say this.
First, Pei Sihai did not come out and prove he was less than 100 years old. Second, they did not want the world to think that a sectless cultivator was better than those from the sect. Moreover, they did not want another Nye Wuxian in the Tao Martial Saint land. Lord Pei Sihai? He's Lord Pei Sihai. Upon hearing the elderly sectless cultivator's words, the other sectless cultivators regained their senses. An expression of excitement could be seen on their faces. Many sectless cultivators even began to tremble in excitement. It's indeed Lord Pei Sihai. I was lucky enough to have seen a portrait of Lord Pei Sihai. I just failed to recognize him due to my excitement. I have seen him too. However, Lord Pei Sihai seems even more handsome in real life. Did he come because of the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? If he did, he's too late.
Many sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves. All of them began to guess the reason for Pei Sihai's appearance. Pei Sihai. Meanwhile, the Violet Dragon King, one of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karma Pa, also looked at Pei Sihai. Based on the look in her eyes, a hint of dread could be seen as though she had just met her foe.
She firmly believed in the Supreme Saint ranking. She merely ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking when Pei Sihai was ranked 7th. In other words, Pei Sihai was stronger than her even though both of them were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Faced with Pei Sihai, she was naturally quite guarded. While everyone, including the Black Kshetra sect's Violet Dragon King, was looking at Pei Sihai, he glanced around before asked in an indifferent tone, "Has any one of you seen Meng Hao?"
Lord Meng Hao.
I didn't see him.
Lord Pei Sihai knows Lord Meng Hao?
Lord Meng Hao is actually one of the patrons of Sin City. The sectless cultivators looked at each other in surprise as they exclaimed, "Where's the entrance to that treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial?" When Pei Sihai spoke again, he sounded even colder. He emitted a coldness that made people feel as though they were standing in the harsh winter wind. Lord Pei Sihai. At this time, an elder from the 7-Kill Alliance stepped forward. He bowed respectfully before he pointed at a space nearby and said, "The entrance to the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is there. However, it closed not too long ago."
Who?
As soon as that 7-kill Alliance elder finished his sentence, P54 disappeared from where he stood under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was already standing at the void where the 7-kill Alliance's elder had pointed at.
P54's eyes were closed as he hovered in the air. It was as though he was trying to sense something.
He's so fast. P54 was so fast that the Violet Dragon King was the only one present who caught a trace of his movement. Even she was surprised by his speed. He's looking for the space barrier in between the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial and the upper province. After seeing P54 closing his eyes, the Violet Dragon King could sense the divine consciousness surging out from his body. She instantly guessed his intention because she was about to do the same.
After a few moments later, the sharp cry of blade rang in the air. Wang! A huge and dazzling blade appeared, blinding the Violet Dragon King's eyes and mind. He found it so quickly?
Before the others could react, the blade in P54's hand had already been sheathed.
In the next moment, at the void near P54, a terrifying crack appeared. It was more than 10 meters long and it was pitch black inside. What lurked behind was unknown.
So, following that, P54 seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flew into the crack and disappeared before everyone's eyes. This sent chills running up everyone's spines.
P54 managed to create an opening in the space barrier with just a strike of his blade and enter the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial?
That's amazing. After a while, a sexless cultivator regained his senses, but an expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. It was as though he had seen a ghost. The others had a similar expression to him.
Although they knew P54 was powerful, they did not expect him to be so powerful.
In a blink of an eye, he managed to create an opening in the space barrier into the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial.
If it were me, I don't think I'll be able to find the space barrier even if I was given double the time. The Violet Dragon King, the leader of the 4 great Karmapa from the Black Kshetra sect, had a solemn expression on her face when she thought about what happened. She was surprised by P54's observation skills. As for P54's ability to create an opening in the space barrier, she was not surprised since she was capable of doing that as well.
Naturally, she knew P54 did not use all his strength when he created an opening in the space barrier. He had merely used his 1,000 inscriptions Saint Blade coupled with his blade technique. He did not use any divine abilities.
Earlier, he asked if we had seen Meng Hao. The Violet Dragon King thought about Meng Hao, whose position in the Supreme Saint ranking was above Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great Karmapa in the Black Kshetra sect. Stern-faced scholar Meng Hao, the powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking.
She also knew something else. About 2 years ago, the Black Kshetra sect's Green Bat King, Wei Suo, had challenged Meng Hao to a duel and was defeated within 100 moves. Meng Hao was stronger than Wei Suo. That was clear to her. Meng Hao had also entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. With that thought in mind, the Violet Dragon King became grimmer and grimmer. However, her face was hidden under the veil, so no one noticed the change in her expression.
Originally, the Violet Dragon King planned to follow P54 into the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial through that opening. However, she began to hesitate.
Earlier, when P54 asked if anyone had seen Meng Hao, she could see a hint of anxiety in his eyes, as though there was something he was worried about.
Could it be? Could something have happened to Meng Hao just like Wei Suo? The Violet Dragon King's eyes widened when she thought about this as her expression changed again.
After a while, the Violet Dragon King's attention was caught by something else. Who?
A gust of wind appeared again and someone appeared before the entrance that had been opened by P54.
The figure that appeared looked extremely wretched. That's... The Violet Dragon King's eyes widened in shock when she had a closer look at the person who had appeared. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared in her eyes. It was though she had seen something she could not believe.
Lord P54?
How's that possible? Meanwhile, when the others saw the person who had appeared near the entrance, they were stunned when they saw who it was. They all cried out in shock. When P54 went in, he carried his sheathed blade on his back. He had an impressive appearance and an imposing presence. Currently, he had lost his impressive and imposing manner. He had even lost the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Blade. He only had the sheath left on his back. Moreover, his left arm had been severed at the shoulder, and there were bloodstains all over his robe. He looked extremely wretched. In his right hand, he was holding a small but cracked golden bell. Looking at Pei Si-Hai's appearance, it was no wonder the Violet Dragon King and the others were shocked. What happened? What's going on? What could make Lord Pei Si-Hai look so wretched?
Lord Pei Si-Hai is ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and his cultivation base is already at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed this. Lord Pei Si-Hai had entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial for such a short time. How did he end up like this? Yes. If the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is really so terrifying, how could one obtain the treasures and legacies? Everyone would probably die there. After seeing Pei Si-Hai's injured appearance, many people began to discuss among themselves. As they continued to talk, suddenly, it seemed like they recalled something as they looked at each other with a horrified expression on their faces.
Looking at how Lord Pei Si-Hai is so severely injured after going in for a short while to investigate this matter, it seems like the treasure vault is truly terrifying.
Yes. Otherwise, the Green Bat King, one of Black Kshetrasek's 4 great Karmapa, wouldn't have died in there. Even someone as strong as Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, had died in there. It's no wonder the high-ranking officials from 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance had died as well.
At this time, most people finally figured out why so many people had died there.
Even someone as strong as Pei Si-Hai had also lost an arm and his 1,000 inscriptions Saint Blade after entering that treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial for a short while, let alone Wei Suo and the others who were much weaker than Pei Si-Hai.
Fear rose in everyone's hearts when they realized just how terrifying the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial was.
You have the boundless bell with you?
A woman's voice that sounded cold with a tinge of surprise rang in everyone's ears.
After a while, they discovered the person who had spoken was the Violet Dragon King, the leader of the Black Kshetrasek's 4 great Karmapa.
The Violet Dragon King looked at Pei Si-Hai as she spoke to him. To be more precise, she was not looking at Pei Si-Hai. She was looking at the small, cracked golden bell held in Pei Si-Hai's right hand. It was as though the small golden bell was something special. Upon closer inspection, one could tell the crack on the small golden bell was new. Just as everyone followed the Violet Dragon King's line of sight and looked at the small golden bell, they saw that it was engraved with ancient and intricate carvings. The carvings were lifelike and mesmerized those who saw it, causing them to fall into a daze. After a few moments, the people looking at the bell began to feel disoriented and they quickly looked away. Soon after, a middle-aged Seckless cultivator cried out in a low voice, "The Boundless Bell?"
The Boundless Bell is one of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. His words caused everyone to regain their senses.
The small golden bell in Lord Pei Si-Hai's hand is the Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell? I heard that out of the 10 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking, there are only 3 defensive Super Saint weapons. The Boundless Bell is one of them.
Defensive Super Saint weapon? That small golden bell.
Oh God! If this is really the Boundless Bell, how powerful was the force to be able to leave a crack on it? Looking at the crack on the Boundless Bell, it's obviously new. Did it crack when Lord Pei Si-Hai entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? The focus of everyone's attention was not on how Pei Si-Hai managed to obtain the Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell. Their attention was on the new crack on the Boundless Bell.
Nevertheless, Pei Si-Hai did not respond to the Violet Dragon King's questions. He stood motionless for a moment. At this time, many scenes were flashing in his mind. He was so close to dying. At some point, Pei Si-Hai lowered his head to look at the small golden bell in his right hand. He was secretly thankful. Fortunately, I have this Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, that Master gave me. Otherwise, I would have died earlier. This pseudo-realm is not a treasure vault. It's more like a trap that's left behind by an eminent celestial. Pei thought to himself as his expression darkened. I think Senior Brother Bai Li's soul pearl has shattered because he entered the pseudo-realm and was killed by the killing formation inside. A downcast expression appeared on Pei Hi's face when he thought about this. Pei Hi had come for Bai Li. Bai Li, the powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was also one of the patrons of Sin City. Moreover, he was a handful of sectless cultivators whose cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. No one knew that Bai Li was also one of Nia Wutian's personal disciples. In fact, he was accepted as a disciple earlier than Pei Hi was. However, Bai Li refused to publicly announce he was a disciple of Nia Wutian because he thought his innate talent was not good enough and would bring shame to Nia Wutian. Naturally, he still acknowledged Nia Wutian as his master in private. Moreover, he treated his youngest junior brother, Pei Hi, very well. To Pei Hi, Bai Li was like his biological elder brother. He had Bai Li's soul pearl with him. He had rushed to Sin City immediately when he discovered Bai Li's soul pearl had shattered. After learning that Bai Li had left Sin City after meeting with Meng Hao, Pei Hi began to track Meng Hao's whereabouts. Eventually, it led him here. Pei Hi. As the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa, the Violet Dragon King naturally had her pride. After Pei Hi had ignored her, the expression on her face that was hidden under the veil darkened. Pei Hi regained his senses when he heard the annoyance in the Violet Dragon King's voice and turned to look at her. At this moment, the 2 powerhouses who were ranked in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking stared at each other. A hint of anger was apparent in the Violet Dragon King's eyes, while Pei Hi's gaze remained calm. It seemed as though he was not bothered that the Violet Dragon King was annoyed. Among 2 of them, one was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking and was the personal disciple of the current strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The other was the leader of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa who was ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Currently, everyone could feel the animosity between them. It was palpable. Naturally, everyone could tell it was one-sided. The animosity came from the Violet Dragon King. Upon seeing this, the elders from Black Kshetra sect began to fret. They instantly sent voice transmissions to the Violet Dragon King. Lord Karmapa, Pei Hi's ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Please try not to get in a conflict with him. Lord Karmapa, I know that you're powerful, but Pei Hi isn't an ordinary man. If possible, try not to offend him. Lord Karmapa, Pei Hi is a friend, not a foe. The voice transmissions from the elders of the Black Kshetra sect were filled with fear. They fear Pei Hi's strength and the person supporting him, Nia Wutian, the current strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Nobody knew if it was the elders from the Black Kshetra's advice or the Violet Dragon King realized it was unwise to act against Pei Hi. But her gaze instantly softened. It was no longer confrontational. As soon as the Violet Dragon King's gaze softened, Pei Hi said indifferently, "It is the boundless bell." At the same time, he glanced at the boundless bell in his hand and sighed inwardly. Although the boundless bell was a Super Saint weapon, it was currently a broken Super Saint weapon. If he encountered another attack like today, the boundless bell would definitely shatter. Everyone heard Pei Hi's words clearly. Although he did not speak loudly, his words sounded thunderous to everyone. It's really a Super Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, the boundless bell? Everyone's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The small, cracked golden bell that Pei Hi held in his right hand was the defensive Super Saint weapon. The boundless bell? How strong was the attack for it to be able to leave a crack on the Super Saint weapon, the boundless bell? Unbelievable! Only eminent celestials who have passed the heavenly tribulation are able to damage a Super Saint weapon. To be able to leave a crack on the boundless bell, the force that struck it has to be as strong as an eminent celestial. Only an eminent celestial can damage a Super Saint weapon? Does this mean if someone below the Saint Celestial stage possesses a defensive Super Saint weapon like the boundless bell, he would be able to defend against an eminent celestial's attack without being injured? It's not like that. For example, if a cultivator at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage possesses the boundless bell, he would only be able to defend against attack from cultivators below the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Attacks from cultivators at or above the third form of the Saint Celestial stage might not damage the boundless bell, but the force from their attacks would definitely injure the cultivator at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's right. The boundless bell is a powerful defensive super saint weapon. However, it would still depend on the cultivation of the person who wields it. At this moment, everyone was curious about Pei Si Hai's encounter in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. What was it that managed to damage the super saint weapon, the boundless bell? Many of them felt chills running up their spines. Those who were eliminated earlier, in particular, felt glad they were eliminated. Otherwise, it was highly likely that they would have died in there. With Lord Pei Si Hai's strength and the super saint weapon, the boundless bell, attacks weaker than those of an eminent celestial wouldn't be able to harm him. Only eminent celestials or those who are stronger would be able to harm him. Indeed. It seems like after Lord Pei Si Hai entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, he must have encountered an attack at or above the level of an eminent celestial. I wonder what Lord Pei Si Hai encountered in there. Everyone's attention was on Pei Si Hai. They were all curious about what he had encountered in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Unlike the others who did not dare to speak up, the Violet Dragon King did not have such reservations. She was truly curious, so she asked him bluntly, Pei Si Hai, what did you encounter in there? After that, the Violet Dragon King said, one of our Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa, the Green Bat King, has also died in there. If you have any information, please let us know. The Black Kshetra sect will owe you a favor. When Pei Si Hai heard the Violet Dragon King's words, he frowned before he sighed. He shook his head. The Green Bat King died in there? Greed is really a sin. After a while, Pei Si Hai did not wait for the Violet Dragon King to respond before he said, after I created an opening in the space barrier and entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, I encountered a killing formation. At this point, the Violet Dragon King and the others did not think too much about this. They thought this was just the prelude to the rest of the story. A killing formation? They only realized they were wrong when Pei Si Hai continued to speak. The force of the killing formation is extremely terrifying. Pei Si Hai had a tense expression on his face when he spoke. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Even the full attack of an eminent celestial isn't that strong. Fortunately, I have the super saint weapon, the boundless bell that my master has given me. Otherwise, I would have died. However, even with the boundless bell, I lost my arm and my 1000 inscriptions saint blade. My spatial ring turned to dust as soon as it came in contact with that force. The same thing happened to my 1000 inscriptions saint blade. His voice turned grimmer and grimmer as he spoke. When Pei Si Hai finished speaking, the entire place was dead silent. Currently, even the leader of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa, the Violet Dragon King, had broken out in cold sweat from fear. She was extremely grateful that Pei Si Hai had come. Otherwise, she would have entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial and encountered the same killing formation. There was no doubt she would have died in there. After all, she was weaker than Pei Si Hai. Moreover, she did not possess a super saint weapon, nor did she have the boundless bell to rely on. She thought Pei Si Hai might have been exaggerating, but she knew there was no reason for him to do so. Oh God! Such a powerful killing formation. Even an eminent celestial wouldn't be able to set up such a powerful killing formation, right? Indeed. According to Lord Pei Si Hai, the strength of that killing formation was stronger than the full strength of an eminent celestial. I really don't know who could set up a killing formation like that. How strange. The others slowly recovered from the shock of Pei Si Hai's words. No one doubted his words. Even when Pei Si Hai said the force of the killing formation was stronger than an eminent celestial, they still did not doubt him. If it was someone else, perhaps they might have questioned him. However, since it was Pei Si Hai, they did not question his words at all. After all, Pei Si Hai's master was currently the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Nye Wu Tian. If Nye Wu Tian was still in Dao Martial Saint Land, he must be very close to being an eminent celestial even if he was not one yet. With a master like that, Pei Si must have a good understanding of the strength of an eminent celestial. Such a killing formation. I'm afraid even an eminent celestial who specializes in formation Dao wouldn't be able to set it up, right? The Violet Dragon King asked as she looked at Pei Si. Naturally, it's impossible for one eminent celestial to set it up. However, what if there were 3 of them? 3. The Violet Dragon King's eyes widened as she involuntarily trembled. The others were stunned. Pei Si nodded, and before he said warily, "When the force from the killing formation struck, I extended my divine consciousness to study it. I discovered 3 different energies in it. Although they were perfectly fused, I still managed to detect it. If I'm not mistaken, the formation was probably created by 3 eminent celestials." Pei Si paused for a moment before he said, "Moreover, this so-called treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial isn't a treasure vault at all. It's a trap. If I'm not mistaken, not only did your Black Kshetra sect's Green Bat King died in there, but even Sin City's Meng Hao died in there," Pei Si said in a low voice. Meng Hao. The Violet Dragon King's eyes widened involuntarily when she heard Pei Si's words. She realized her speculation had been right. Similar to Wei Suo, something had also happened to Meng Hao. At the same time, many sectless cultivators were shocked when they heard this. Meng Hao? Lord Meng Hao also died. Stern-faced scholar Meng Hao was well known in Sin City. He was also one of the patrons of Sin City. His cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, Meng Hao's rank on the Supreme Saint ranking was even higher than the Green Bat King from Black Kshetra sect. Meng Hao was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could everyone not be shocked by Meng Hao's death? "So you came for Meng Hao? It seems like you're close to Meng Hao." "My condolences," the Violet Dragon King sighed as she consoled Pei Si. Pei Si shook his head. "I merely know of Meng Hao's existence. I don't know him personally." Pei Si's words confused the Violet Dragon King and everyone present on the scene. If Pei Si did not know Meng Hao personally, why did he ask about Meng Hao's whereabouts as soon as he arrived? "I came to find Meng Hao because of my senior brother. Due to Meng Hao, he has probably entered this space as well," Pei Si said in a deep voice as he answered the question. He looked at the opening he had created in the space barrier. As soon as Pei Si finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. The person whom Pei Si addressed as his senior brother was another disciple of Nie Wu Tian, the current strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Pei Si was not the only disciple of Nie Wu Tian? Otherwise, why would he refer to someone as his senior brother? Naturally, there were also people who thought the senior brother Pei Si had mentioned might not be related to Nie Wu Tian. That senior brother of his might be from a sect he had joined or a disciple of another master. People began to whisper among themselves. "My senior brother is also a disciple of my master, Nie Wu Tian," Pei Si said, dispelling the doubts from those people who did not think his senior brother was also a disciple of Nie Wu Tian. With his words, he confirmed that the senior brother he mentioned was also a direct disciple of Nie Wu Tian, the current strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Pei Si's senior brother was alive, he did not want to shame his master, so he did not announce that he was a disciple of his master. Now that he had died, Pei Si wanted everyone to know the identity of his senior brother. Apart from Lord Pei Si, Senior Nie Wu Tian has other direct disciples? "I have never heard that Senior Nie Wu Tian has another disciple. Someone whom Nie Wu Tian accepted as a direct disciple must have a high innate talent." A commotion broke out again after Pei Si spoke. Their topic had changed again. Many people were curious about Pei Si's senior brother. When everyone, including the Violet Dragon King, was wondering who Pei Si's senior brother was, Pei Si announced, "My senior brother is Sin City's Baili." Everyone fell silent again. Baili. Most people present on the scene were familiar with this name. Baili was one of the strongest patrons in Sin City that they know. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was even stronger than the Violet Dragon King, the leader of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa, who was ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. After the Violet Dragon King recovered from her shock, she could not help but cried out, "Your senior brother? Is Bai Li?" Everyone was in a similar state. They were in disbelief and shock. Compared to Pei Si Hai, Bai Li had always appeared in public. He was a famous sectless cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint land for a very long time now. However, prior to today, no one knew he was also a direct disciple of Nie Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. It was shocking news for everyone.
Upon hearing the Violet Dragon King's words, Pei Si Hai nodded and said faintly yes. Senior brother always felt that he did not live up to our master's name, so he never announced his relationship to our master.
The Violet Dragon King muttered to herself, "I didn't expect Bai Li was also Senior Nie Wu Tian's direct disciple." After a while, the Violet Dragon King seemed to have thought of something as her expression changed slightly. You came to look for your senior brother Bai Li. Could it be? Because, his soul pearl is with me and it shattered not too long ago. Pei Si Hai seemed to know what the Violet Dragon King was trying to say, so he nodded and said, "I suspect that he died in there as well." Although Pei Si Hai seemed calm when he spoke, there was sadness in the depths of his eyes.
The moment Pei Si Hai finished speaking, everyone was stunned as though a bolt of lightning had struck them suddenly on a sunny day.
Bai Li, the powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking, a rare powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had died in the trap that was left behind by 3 eminent celestials. This was undoubtedly a serious matter for those who were present and for everyone in the Dao Martial Saint land. After all, this matter concerned the death of a powerhouse in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking. After a while, news of this began to spread.
When word of this reached Sin City, it caused a big commotion.
Apart from the Bai Li, one of Sin City's patrons, Meng Hao, and one of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa, the Green Bat King, had died as well.
Subsequently, more shocking news arrived in Sin City.
The 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City, had announced their disbandment. Not only did the 3 strongest alliances announce their disbandment, but even those alliances that were slightly weaker like the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance, the 100 Ghost Alliance, had also announced their disbandment. The reason for all this was due to the deaths of the backbones of all these alliances.
Bai Li, Meng Hao, Wei Sua, and all these people had died.
I heard that the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, Pei Si Hai, had personally investigated this matter. All these people had died in the trap left behind by 3 eminent celestials.
Moreover, I heard when Lord Pei Si Hai entered that space, he almost lost his life. Luckily, he had the boundless spell given to him by Senior Nie Wu Tian. That's how he managed to narrowly escape death. However, he had to pay a heavy price since he lost an arm.
The boundless spell?
Why does it sound familiar?
Oh right, there's a defensive super saint weapon called the boundless spell in the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Could it be?
If it wasn't for the super saint weapon, do you think Lord Pei Si Hai could survive a trap set up by 3 eminent celestials?
Lord Bai Li was actually Lord Pei Si Hai's senior brother. This means Lord Bai Li was accepted by Senior Nie Wu Tian before Lord Pei Si Hai was accepted. I never knew. Lord Bai Li really kept a low profile. Similar discussions could be heard all over Sin City. As these shocking news spread from Sin City, more and more people learned about what had happened. Based on the speed the news was spreading, it would not take long before the entire Dao Martial Saint land found out about it. To be more precise, it would not be long before the entire Upper Province found out about it. Soon after, a few shocking news spread again. Apart from Bai Li and Meng Hao, another 4 patrons from Sin City had died as well. Their respective children discovered this when their soul pearls shattered.
One of our powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and 5 of our powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage died? When the sectless cultivators heard this, they could not accept the news.
There were not more than 10 powerhouses who vowed to guard Sin City. Currently, 6 of them had died. Moreover, one of them was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. According to the time when the soul pearls of these powerhouses shattered, all of them had died at almost the same time. It's very likely they died in the trap that the 3 eminent celestial had set up. Many people speculated. What are those eminent celestials trying to do? Spending so much time and effort to create a realm, they didn't even leave anything useful behind. Instead, they set up a trap to harm us.
No one could understand the motive of those three eminent celestials. As the shocking news spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it shocked everyone to their cores. Regardless of how chaotic it was in the outside world, Duanling Tian was still in the dark about it. He was still stuck in the trap left behind by the three eminent devils.
The seven treasures' exquisite pagoda lay quietly in the pseudo-realm that was created by the three eminent devils. There was no movement in the pseudo-realm, therefore, Duanling Tian, who was inside the pagoda, was left undisturbed. Currently, Duanling Tian was sitting cross-legged on the fourth level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. He was fully immersed in his cultivation. Huge amount of heaven and earth spirit energy surged into his body at an alarming rate before they fused with his sun saint origin. After that, it began to circulate in his body by the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. The heaven and earth spirit energy continued to fuse with his sun saint origin, and Duanling Tian's cultivation kept improving. Duanling Tian was so immersed in his cultivation that he was completely motionless. He was like a statue as he sat cross-legged in the air. The golden light of the sun saint origin around him made him look ethereal.
In this pseudo-realm created by the three eminent devils, it was completely calm. After all, Duanling Tian was the only one in the realm now.
However, as calm as it was in the pseudo-realm, the outside world was in chaos. As word about the trap left behind by three eminent celestials spread, more and more people learned about it.
For this reason, many powerhouses from various forces began to gather at the entrance of the realm due to their curiosity. All of them wanted to see if the realm created by three eminent celestials was really as terrifying as people said it was.
The opening that P54, who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had created on the space barrier had closed a long time ago. However, it did not stop the powerhouses from coming to gather information.
Isn't he that Lord Cheng Yikai? The appearance of a white-clad young handsome man who carried a sheathed sword on his back caught some people's attention.
Lord Cheng Yikai? The white-robed swordsman Cheng Yikai? The person who's ranked 28th on the Supreme Saint ranking. As soon as that person cried out, everyone shifted their attention to the white-clad young man.
The young man wore a snow-white robe and carried a long sheathed sword on his back. His handsome appearance caught the attention of many women present on the scene. Some of them even tried to flirt with him as though they could not wait to throw themselves at him.
Cheng Yikai was a supreme elder from the mystical sword sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land. He was also the youngest supreme elder in the history of mystical sword sect. Currently, he was just a little more than 100 years old. In terms of generation, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect should be his junior granduncle. It was an amazing feat that at Cheng Yikai's age, he managed to become the only supreme elder of the mystical sword sect. He was the only person in the mystical sword sect who had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
There was a rule in the mystical sword sect that stated it did not matter who, as long as they broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would become a supreme elder in the sect.
As the only supreme elder of mystical sword sect, Cheng Yikai could be considered as one of the pillars of mystical sword sect. His status in the mystical sword sect was above almost everyone in the sect.
I didn't expect him to come. Many people exclaimed.
This white-robed swordsman, Cheng Yikai, is one of the rare prodigies in the Dao Martial Saint Land. At a little more than 100 years old, he managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Such cultivators are rarely found even in the three great sections.
Rumor has it that the great sects sent an invitation to the mystical sword sect when he broke through to the 6th form of Saint Celestial stage when he was less than 100 years old. The invitation stated that if he was willing to join their sects, they would happily give him the position of a vice-sect leader. It's a pity that he declined all of them. Otherwise, based on his current strength, he could have been a guardian of the fire worship sect, a Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect, or an oracle of the Heaven Divination sect. I heard he has a dark indigo innate spiritual root. If P54 is really less than 100 years old like those sectless cultivators said, then it's possible P54 has a violet innate spiritual root, since his innate talent is higher than Chang Yikai. How can you trust the words of those sexless cultivators? I don't believe them at all. White-robed swordsman Chang Yikai's appearance caused quite a stir.
In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Chang Yikai's cultivation base might not be the best. However, the fact that he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at his age was something rare.
Currently, most of the people who came were people from various forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There were almost no sexless cultivators present on the scene. Although sexless cultivators in Dao Martial Saint Land were believed to be always in a state of disunity, they had their own beliefs or people they strongly believed in. Due to the fact that the current strongest person in Dao Martial Saint Land, Wu Tian, was a sexless cultivator. He, naturally, became the person they believed in. When Wu Tian's direct disciple, Pei Si Hai, had declared that the trap left behind by the 3 imminent celestials was dangerous, they had, naturally, taken his words to heart. They did not bother going to investigate the matter.
Xiao.
Most people's attention was still on Chang Yikai when the piercing cry of a sword rang in the air, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. It felt as though a gigantic sword had swept across the sky. Many people jumped in shock. A few moments later, the wind stopped blowing. A figure emitting the aura of a sword appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a black-clad young man. Similar to Chang Yikai, he carried a long sheathed sword on his back. He was wickedly handsome. His expression was cold, making him seem unapproachable.
His appearance had also stolen the limelight from white-robed swordsman Cheng Yikai. Before the crowd regained their senses, Cheng Yikai sneered and said, "Xianxia."
Zhongchen.
A commotion broke out immediately when Cheng Yikai revealed the black-clad young man's name.
Zhongchen?
Black-robed swordsman Zhongchen? Some people exclaimed.
I didn't expect to see the white-robed swordsman and the black-robed swordsman in the same place. It feels like I didn't live in vain, an elderly cultivator said.
Zhongchen was known as the black-robed swordsman. In the past, he was the ultimate prodigy in the Heaven Divination sect. However, for some reason, he left the Heaven Divination sect and was hunted by the people from the Heaven Divination sect for some time. The Heaven Divination sect had only stopped hunting after him after he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At that time, they even invited him to return to the Heaven Divination sect and said they would put the past behind them. However, Zhongchen had ignored their invitation. Ever since then, he became a lone wolf, wandering the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was a strange sexless cultivator. Zhongchen was ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking, a place higher than white-robed swordsman Cheng Yikai, who was the same age as he was. They were equally famous as well. For this reason, Cheng Yikai was displeased.
Chang Yikai had challenged Zhongchen several times, but it always ended in a draw.
Since it was a draw, their ranking naturally remained unchanged.
Therefore, Chang Yikai felt extremely displeased and dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Zhongchen was lucky enough to defeat the person who was formerly ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Currently, unless Chang Yikai could defeat Zhongchen or someone who was ranked ahead of Zhongchen, Chang Yikai would not be able to surpass Zhongchen's rank on the Supreme Saint ranking.
Upon hearing Cheng Yikai calling him, Zhongchen only said indifferently, He did not even deign to look at Cheng Yikai. It seemed as though he did not think Cheng Yikai was a worthy opponent at all. Cheng Yikai was naturally furious when he saw this, but he knew this was not the time to start fighting. Moreover, he was not confident he could defeat Zhongchen. At most, it would end in a draw like always.
Zhongchen, since you came, I'm sure you intend to explore the realm that's rumored to be created by 3 imminent celestials, right? Chang Yikai's eyes suddenly lit up briefly as though he just recalled something.
He forced a smile on his face as he said, "Let me help you find the space barrier of this space so you can enter. What do you think?" Everyone instantly turned to look at Zhongchen.
Zhongchen cocked his head and glanced at Chang Yikai before he said coldly, "If you want to enter, I don't mind helping you."
Zhongchen's words thwarted Cheng Yikai's plan and put him on the spot instead.
Chang Yikai's smile disappeared immediately, and he began to feel irritated. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying aura surged out of his body. The aura similar to a sword chi quickly spread in the area and people began to move to avoid it. They did not want to become collateral damage between these two people's fight. The tension between these two people was almost palpable. Are they going to fight? Many people looked forward to watching a fight.
Just as a cold sword intent began to rise from Zheng Chen's body and a fight between him and Qing Yikai seemed inevitable underscore.
Suddenly, a loud and ancient-sounding voice cried out, "You're Zheng Chen? The deserter from my heaven divination sect."
Boom! Almost instantly a loud explosion rang in the air.
The crowd felt as though they were suffocating as wind blew around them violently.
A palm formed by saint origin that was the size of a small hill fell from the sky in Zheng Cheng's direction.
The palm the size of a small hill slapped downward with peerless force. Bang! Bang!
Bang!
Bang!
Bang!
Explosions rang in the wake of the palm. It was thunderously loud. Apart from that, it seemed to have covered the sun and the sky like dark clouds. Bang! 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 Bang!
Bang!
When the palm landed, explosions rang in the air again. It was the sound of people from various forces around Zheng Chen turning into a mist of blood. Those people did not manage to avoid the palm attack in time.
The mist of blood lingered in the air with some remnants in it like red roses.
In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from various forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land had died without a corpse.
Among those Saint Celestial stage powerhouses who died, some had broken through to the 4th or 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, when faced with the palm attack, they could not even defend against it, nor did they have time to evade it.
Xiao!
Xiao! Xiao!
Xiao! Xiao! As the Saint Celestial stage powerhouses turned into a mist of blood, the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword Zheng Chen carried on his back had been unsheathed. It flew up and formed a tight sword web above him. The sword web hung in the sky and emitted a piercing sword chi that seemed as though it could destroy everything it encountered.
The black robe Zheng Chen wore fluttered in the air as a tense expression appeared on his wickedly handsome face. The saint origin in his body surged out unreservedly. He had unleashed all the defensive martial tactics and defensive divine ability that he had mastered. Sword-wielding heaven and earth.
When Zheng Chen cast that move, he had managed to nullify the attack that contained the full force of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was only slightly injured. However, he had depleted most of his saint origin. Rumble! A thunderous noise rang in the air again. It was from the palm that fell from the sky earlier. After killing more than a dozen of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses, it landed on the sword web above Zheng Chen. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang in the air again. The destructive force of the palm landed on the sword web repeatedly as it tried to break its defense.
The sword web had also weakened under the repeated attacks from the palm.
Zheng Chen seemed to have sensed something as his expression changed dramatically. The palm had broken through the defense of his sword web and landed on him. No! Although the sword web had absorbed most of the force from the palm, its remaining force was still quite strong. When it landed on Zheng Chen, it sent him flying and smashing down somewhere in the huge valley. Boom!
Rumble! Along with the earth-shattering noise, the whole valley quaked.
At the same time, the force from the palm seemed to be completely depleted. At this moment, the crowd, including Qing Yikai, regained their senses and gasped. They had not even seen this person, but he had already killed more than a dozen Saint Celestial stage powerhouses with just one palm strike. Even the black-robed swordsman, Zheng Chen, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking, was completely defenseless before him. They knew very well in their hearts that after the palm had landed on Zheng Chen, even if he was not dead, he would be severely injured.
Who? A gust of wind blew past everyone, shocking Qing Yikai and the others. In the next moment, a person appeared before them.
It was an old man shrouded in a long black robe. The old man was tall and had a sturdy body. Although his appearance was ordinary, his eyes shone with hostility. Since he appeared, he stood motionlessly like a statue. It's Qing Yikai, who was astute, noticed a scarlet skull embroidered on the chest area of the robe the old man wore. His eyes widened as he began to tremble. It was as though he had seen something terrifying. The others were looking at the old man warily when a weak but respectful voice called out, "Great Oracle!"
It was Zhongqin who was sent crashing into the valley by the palm. He was dragging himself up. Currently, his appearance was no longer as handsome as before. He was covered in mud and dirt.
As Zhongqin rose in the air, he looked at the man warily and fearfully. "Why, you personally came?" He was very respectful when he spoke to the old man, even though the old man had severely injured him. He did not dare to show even the slightest hint of disrespect. "Since you managed to survive the attack from my palm, I'll spare your life today." Although Zhongqin had spoken respectfully, the old man whom he had addressed as Great Oracle did not even spare him a glance before he sneered and flew away. "Thank you, Great Oracle." Zhongqin sighed in relief when he heard the Great Oracle's words. If the other party intended to kill him, he would be defenseless even if he had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage.
After a few moments, the old man landed near Cheng Yikai.
When Cheng Yikai saw this, he hurriedly moved away. He feared he would offend the old man for blocking his way.
The old man's strength had struck fear into Cheng Yikai as well.
"It's really the Great Oracle." Cheng Yikai shuddered inwardly. He realized his speculation was right. This old man was the Heaven Divination sect's Great Oracle. He was also the strongest person in the Heaven Divination sect. The Heaven Divination sect's Great Oracle was someone whose cultivation base had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage.
His position on the Supreme Saint ranking was only below Nie Wutian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint land, and another person. He was ranked third on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was one of the top powerhouses who stood at the apex of the Tao Martial Saint land.
"Wang!"
The sound of Saber's cry rang in the air, and Cheng Yikai and Zhongqin saw a flash before their eyes.
The old man casually swung his saber and tore an opening in the space barrier. In just a blink of an eye, he moved and disappeared inside. He entered the space? The crowd was dumbstruck when they saw the old man's actions. Meanwhile, a few people who had regained their senses muttered to themselves, "Earlier, Lord Zhongqin addressed that senior as Great Oracle, right? Great Oracle is a title that's not lightly given in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land, right?"
Zhongqin used to be in the Heaven Divination sect. That senior's so strong. He must be the Great Oracle of the Heaven Divination sect, Mo Xian.
Lord Mo Xian? It should be him. Apart from him, I can't imagine anyone else who can kill more than a dozen Saint Celestial stage powerhouses and injuring a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, who's ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking with just one palm strike before even revealing himself. Mo Xian, the Great Oracle of Heaven Divination sect. The strongest person in Heaven Divination sect. The powerhouse who's ranked third on the Supreme Saint ranking. One of the peerless powerhouses currently living in the Tao Martial Saint land. Peerless powerhouses were what people respectfully addressed the people who had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Those who were present were shocked to their cores when they discovered the identity of the old man. At the same time, they felt curious. They were curious if the Great Oracle from the Heaven Divination sect would survive unscathed from the trap that was left behind by three eminent celestials. The force from the formation in that trap had even damaged the defensive Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell. Moreover, it even caused P54 to lose an arm even with the protection of the Boundless Bell. I'm not sure if Lord Mo Xian will be able to come out unharmed. I'm sure he'll be able to.
Lord Mo Xian isn't only the Great Oracle from the Heaven Divination sect and the strongest person in the Heaven Divination sect. He's also the only person alive to have cultivated the Heaven Divination sect's defensive divine ability to its limit. The Heaven Divination sect's defensive divine ability is an ancient divine ability that's known as the best defensive divine ability in Tao Martial Saint land. With that divine ability, the Great Oracle's defense is definitely stronger than P54 and the Boundless Bell.
The crowd whispered among themselves. They seemed confident in the ability of Great Oracle Mo Xian from the Heaven Divination sect. Even Cheng Yikai and Zhongqin were curious if Mo Xian would be able to come out unharmed.
At the lower province of Tao Martial Saint land,
within a valley that was quiet, screams suddenly reverberated in the air. "Su Li, wake up, please.
I'm your master. Look,
I'm your master, Sword 13. The screams were loud and laced with anxiety and helplessness.
So,
2
rapid sounds of wind whistling in the air sounded as 2 figures flew across the valley.
However, the speed of the pursuer was much faster than the person fleeing. In just a blink of an eye, the pursuer caught up with the person in front of him.
The person who was fleeing was a middle-aged man. He was in a terrible state as though he had just escaped torture.
The pursuer was a handsome young man. He had a pair of sword-shaped brows and bright eyes. It should have made him look heroic. However, he was currently shrouded in devil chi. Moreover, it was pure devil chi. Such pure devil chi could not have possibly belonged to an ordinary devil cultivator. That was not all. The young man's eyes were blood red. It was cold, piercing, and devoid of any emotions.
Xiao.
The young man waved his right, and the 3-foot-long blade in hand disappeared instantly. The only thing that remained was a sword's cry. It was fortunate Duan Lingtian was not here. He would have been horrified if he saw the young man attacked the middle-aged man. This was because he knew these 2 people. Not only that, but he knew they were master and disciple. The young man who was covered in pure devil chi looked extremely evil. He was Su Li, a very good friend of Duan Lingtian when he was young.
Duan Lingtian could still remember the first time they met. It was at the camp for prodigies in Iron Blood City of Crimson Sky Kingdom. Back then, both of them were in their teens.
Later on, both of them passed the test in the camp for prodigies and entered the Paladin Academy of the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the Imperial City. At that time, in the Imperial City, the Su clan from the Crimson Sky Kingdom wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. They had even used the lives of Su Li's immediate family to threaten Su Li into submission. However, Su Li truly valued their friendship and refused to hurt Duan Lingtian.
Eventually, he chose not to betray Duan Lingtian. After leaving a letter for Duan Lingtian, Su Li left the Imperial City. It could be considered as him giving up his bright future.
At the very least, that was how Duan Lingtian saw it. Ever since then, Duan Lingtian regarded Su Li as one of his good friends. After that, the next time Duan Lingtian met Su Li was at the Genius competition organized by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Following that, at Darkstone Empire, he and Su Li had also qualified to participate in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition. Both of them shone brightly in the competition and advanced to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Throughout the journey, their friendship and bond grew indestructibly strong.
After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, a lot had happened. First, Duan Lingtian found himself in conflict with the Blade sect which Su Li had joined. Later on, when he wanted to look for Su Li, he found out that Su Li had left the Blade sect with his master.
From then on, he had never seen Su Li again. On the other hand, Su Li's master was known as Sword 13. He was the middle-aged man that Su Li had hunted down.
Previously, Sword 13 was the second strongest person in Blade sect's House of Sword. Later on, he left Blade sect because he could not accept how Blade sect had treated Duan Lingtian. In despair, he and Su Li left Blade sect and began their wandering lives ever since.
At the moment, when Su Li waved his hand and the sound of a sword cry appeared, a soft noise sounded before Sword 13 trembled for a brief moment before he stopped struggling. Following that, he grunted softly as he struggled to turn around to look at Su Li. There was a fine cut that was rapidly deepening on his throat. It was a deadly sword wound. As blood gushed out from the wound, Sword 13 exhausted the last of his strength and said to Su Li, who had a cold expression on his face, Your name is Su Li. You are who? Human? Not a devil." Before Sword 13 could finish speaking, his eyes closed and his body fell to the ground. The odd part was that he had died with a contented smile on his face.
Prior to this, Sword 13 probably did not think he would die in the hands of his direct disciple, Su Li. However, based on his expression when he died, it could be seen that he did not blame Su Li for his death. His only source of comfort for many years had been Su Li. As for why he was contented even in death, only he alone knew the reason.
I am Su Li. I am a human. When Sword 13 closed his eyes and fell to the ground with a contented smile, Su Li seemed to change as the bloodlust in his eyes lessened. Then, He held his head with both his hands as his expression twisted in pain. He kept muttering to himself as though he was being tortured. As time passed, the bloodlust in Su Li's eyes completely disappeared. When that happened, the pure devil chi surging from his body disappeared as well. In just a moment, it seemed as though he had transformed into another person. Currently, he looked like a polite and handsome young man. Suddenly, Su Li let out a painful howl. "Master!" He landed by sword 13's side and kneeled on the ground. His body was trembling violently due to the turmoil of emotions. Tears were streaming down his face. Su Li vaguely remembered what had happened earlier. However, at that time he was being controlled by the pure devil chi. He could not gain control of his body and could only watch as he killed his master. It was only when he heard his master's broken sentence that he found the strength to struggle and regained control of his body after temporarily suppressing the pure devil chi. "Master, wait for me at the entrance to heaven. I'm coming to accompany you." Su Li could sense he was about to lose control of the pure devil chi, so he quickly turned his sword on himself at lightning speed. Shoo! Su Li stabbed his heart at lightning speed. The force was so strong that the sword pierced through his body. Under such circumstances, one would usually bleed profusely. However, that did not happen. Instead, a strange thing happened. Although Su Li had stabbed himself in his own heart with so much force that the sword pierced through the other side of his body, he did not shed a single drop of blood. It was as though he had missed. Su Li's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Boom! In just an instant, the pure devil chi surged out from his body, making him look like one of the devils. At this moment, his eyes were filled with bloodlust again. Another soft noise rang in the air. This time it came from Su Li. It was the sound the sword made when he pulled it out of his chest. Even at this time, not a drop of blood could be seen at all. The wound from the sword closed as soon as he pulled it out. It was as though he was never injured at all. He was currently like an undying evil immortal. Bang! As the devil chi surged out, Su Li, whose eyes were brimming with bloodlust, stomped his feet and rose up into the air. A strong explosion of devil chi appeared in his wake. Su Li did not only blew up the place where he was at, but he had also blown up Sword 13's body. Meanwhile, Su Li flew away and disappeared from sight. All this happened in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land that was currently overrun by devils. Duanling Tian, who was in the pseudo-realm created by 3 eminent devils in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, was unaware of what had happened to his good friend, Su Li. If he knew about it, he would have been worried sick. After all, he considered Su Li as one of his best friends. Not only was Duanling Tian unaware of what had happened, but he also did not know Su Li had become like that due to the legacy left behind by these 3 eminent devils. The pseudo-realm the 3 eminent devils left behind in the upper province was just a trap without treasures. Their treasures and legacies were left in the mortal continent where they used to stay. That mortal continent was Duanling Tian's hometown, the Cloud Continent. Their legacy was obtained by Su Li. It changed Su Li completely, turning him into a devil. As for the treasures they had left behind, the most precious one was a super saint weapon. It was the 3-feet-long blade Su Li held in his hand earlier. It was none other than the Traceless Sword. The Traceless Sword was one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. It was also one of the 2 10,000 inscriptions saint swords that still existed in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Outside the pseudo-realm where Duanling Tian trapped, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of an opening that was slowly closing. It was an almost naked old man whose body was covered in horrifying wounds and cuts. All of the wounds looked deep and extremely painful. The old man was gasping for breath. He was visibly exhausted. It seemed as though he had exhausted all of his strength. Although there were many people standing near him, all of them only gasped inwardly when they saw the state the old man was in. No one dared to make a sound. God! What did they just see? The great oracle from the Heaven Divination sect, Mo Xian, the 3rd strongest person on the Supreme Saint ranking, a peerless powerhouse, was so badly injured after coming out from the trap set up by 3 eminent celestials. One should know that without using saint weapons, the defensive divine ability from Heaven Divination sect that Mo Xian had mastered was the best defensive divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In fact, It was not an exaggeration to say that Mo Xian had the best defense in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. In fact, even the defense of a seven-clawed divine dragon from the Dragon Clan was not as good as Mo Xian's defense. Naturally, this could not be all credited to him completely mastering the best defensive divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Part of the reason was due to the fact that he was not human. His real form was a super saint beast called the Crimson Armored Wild Boar King. This super saint beast was famous for its defensive ability that was as strong or stronger than a seven-clawed divine dragon from the Dragon Clan.
Currently, although Mo Xian's body was covered with deep wounds, they were healing at an alarming rate. In just a few dozen breaths' time, all the wounds had healed a lot. This was another characteristic of the Super Saint Beast, the Crimson Armored Wild Boar King. Their recovery speed was amazing. Their durability and resilience made the Super Saint Beast, the Crimson Armored Wild Boar King, one of the best defensive creatures in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In regards to defense, even the current strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Wu Tian, could not compete with Mo Xian if he did not use any defensive Super Saint weapon, techniques, or divine abilities. It was shocking that someone like that ended up in such a state after entering the trap that was set up by three eminent celestials.
It seems like P54 did not exaggerate. The white-robed swordsman, Xianxia, and the black-robed swordsman, Xianxia, thought to themselves as soon as they regained their senses. At the same time, they were glad they did not enter that space.
Otherwise, there was no doubt that they would have died. After most of the wounds on Mo Xian's body were healed, he took out a new long black robe and put it on. After that, he stared at Xianxia intently. Xianxia was nervous when he saw this.
However, Mo Xian did not say anything in the end. He disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Among the people present, Xianxia and Xianxia were the only ones who managed to vaguely catch the old man's movement when he left. The others only regained their senses after Mo Xian had left. As soon as they regained their senses, a commotion broke out. News about this spread quickly. It did not take long before it spread in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. The trap that's suspected to be left behind by three eminent celestials. After causing P54, who's ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, to lose one of his arms, it had severely injured Mo Xian, who's ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking.
God!
Is that true? Although Lord Mo Xian doesn't have any defensive Super Saint weapon, his defense is definitely not inferior to P54, who has the Boundless Bell.
If he was severely injured after entering that space, others would definitely die if they enter that place. It's true. Many people witnessed it.
I just want to know who those eminent celestials are. They left such a space behind it. Isn't it just a trap?
Currently, people from various forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land discovered how frightening the trap that was suspected to be left behind by three eminent celestials was. Previously, although the sectless cultivators had already regarded that place as a forbidden place, people from the other forces did not take them seriously. In fact, they thought the sectless cultivators had spread fake news to prevent people from trying to obtain the treasures and legacies in that space. However, it seemed like the sectless cultivators did not exaggerate at all.
For a time, the pseudo-realm Duanling Tian was trapped and became a forbidden place for everyone at the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land.
Naturally, Duanling Tian, who was inside the pseudo-realm, was blissfully unaware of this. In the northern region, on the peak of a snow-capped mountain, an old man in a gray robe was standing at the peak of the mountain. He seemed to be lost in thought as he looked in the direction of the central region that was located at the south of where he was. Snowflakes kept falling, but when they neared the old man, it was dissolved by an invisible force. Seemed like magic.
Who? A gust of wind suddenly appeared, causing the snowflakes to flutter. A beautiful woman appeared behind the old man. In the past, I thought the mission of the 7 sects disciples is to seek revenge from the 3 great sects and surpass them. The old man spoke when the beautiful woman appeared. He did not look at her when he spoke. It was hard to tell if he was talking to himself or the beautiful woman.
However, currently, it seems like it's possible for the 7 Absolutes sect to annihilate the 3 great sects and destroy their foundations, let alone surpass them. The old man continued to say, "You're saying this," the beautiful woman said. "Is this because the 3 girls' innate spiritual roots have successfully turned violet?" "Yes," the old man nodded. Previously, I thought it's only possible for the girl from the blazing phoenix progeny to change her innate spiritual root into a violet one. I didn't expect the other two girls to also improve their innate spiritual roots to a violet one.
After a while, the old man continued to say, it's definitely a pleasant surprise for our seven absolutes sect. When I think about it, once they grow into their full potential with the heir to the first absolute, the fog rain progeny,
it won't be difficult for them to destroy the three great sections. However, I can no longer divine anything in regards to the heir of the first absolute.
It was obvious the old man was the old prophet, the predecessor of the second absolute of the seven absolutes sect, the prophet progeny.
As for the beautiful woman, she was the predecessor of the seventh absolute of the seven absolutes, the red dust progeny. She was also the master of the current heir of the red dust progeny, Han Xuanai. Old prophet, don't you think you're underestimating the three great sects? The beautiful woman shook her head and said, back then, the predecessor of the first absolute, the fog rain progeny, sword Saint Feng Qingyang, was invincible in Tao martial Saint land. Even then, during his time, they couldn't destroy the three great sections. Do you think this generation's heirs to the seven absolutes are stronger than that generation?
The old prophet remained silent when he heard the beautiful woman's words.
Naturally, it might be because Senior Sword Saint was merciful. However, we can't know for sure. Perhaps the great sects have trump cards we don't know about. The beautiful woman said.
You have a point. The old prophet nodded in agreement to the beautiful woman's words. The old prophet's expression turned solemn suddenly as he said, nevertheless, according to my latest divination, the greatest enemy of the seven absolutes sect isn't the three great sects. You're talking about the devil clans from the land of exile, right? The beautiful woman asked as she looked at the old prophet.
Yes. The old prophet nodded with a grim expression on his face. The devil clans, they're back. Although the beautiful woman did not live through the human-devil era, she knew how fearsome the devil clans were from the books left behind by the predecessors of the red dust progeny. During the human-devil era, the Tao martial Saint land had not been divided into the upper and lower province. At that time, the devil clans ran rampant in the Tao martial Saint land. It was like hell on earth.
They're most probably here now. Currently, I can't divine what's happening in the lower province of the Tao martial Saint land at all. The old prophet sighed. Not to mention the three little fellows, I can't even divine what's happening with Mansion Master Duan Ru Feng of the Azure Cloud Mansion and the people around him. It's as though there's an invisible wall blocking me from divining their fates. The beautiful woman fell silent when she heard this. After a while, she said skeptically, even if the devil clans have invaded, would they even have time to grow strong? The old prophet shook his head and uttered a sentence that he rarely said, I don't know.
At the western region, in the fire worship sect. In the middle of the four symbol sanctums was the fire worship sect's saint land. At this moment, the saint land of fire worship sect was shrouded in a peerless and domineering aura.
This aura came from high above the sky.
As soon as it appeared, it swept across the entire saint land. Most people who were on the saint island noticed it first. On the saint island, some elite disciples with weaker cultivation bases began to tremble when they felt the peerless and domineering aura. It was as though they were preys in the presence of the king of the jungle, a tiger. Fear rose in their hearts immediately. Such a frightening aura. Whose aura is that? Many true disciples and bronze flame elders were shocked and frightened after sensing the aura. Such an aura? Could it be?
Meanwhile, many silver flame elders seemed to sense something as their eyes lit up in excitement.
At the same time, a figure from each of the four symbol sanctums flew out and made their way to the Saint Island. To be precise, they were headed in the direction of somewhere above the Saint Land. In the major minds of the four symbol sanctums, a few more figures rose into the air and made their way to the same place.
In a quiet mountain valley in the enforcement hall's Saint Island, inside a normal-looking independent courtyard, an old man with shabby appearance was relaxing on a lounge chair under the sun. After he sensed the domineering aura, his eyes widened immediately and he instantly sat up.
Sect leader has broken through? He muttered in shock and disbelief before he rose up into the air.
Behind the mist and clouds above the main island in the Saint Land of the Fire Worship Sect, there were numerous floating islands at 4 different levels. At the highest point, there was only one floating island.
Below this island were 5 floating islands, and below that were 10 floating islands. At the very bottom there were 50 floating islands. Zoom, 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 zoom. The wind howled as figures from all directions headed to the highest floating island. All of them came to a halt simultaneously when they arrived, as though they had rehearsed it before. Sanctum leader Lu Tai of the Azure Dragon Sanctum was one of these people. The Sanctum leaders of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum leader, and the Black Turtle Sanctum had also come. Apart from them, there were a few Golden Flame Elders as well. Even Dong Yuan Jin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, had come with the other Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall. Furthermore, 2 unfamiliar cultivators at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage were there as well. They were stronger than Lu Tai and Dong Yuan Jin. These 2 people were the Vice Sect leaders of the Fire Worship Sect. Lu Tai, Dong Yuan Jin, and the others paid their respect to these 2 people since their status as Vice Sect leaders of the Fire Worship Sect was higher than them. As the 2 Vice Sect leaders of the Fire Worship Sect smiled at everyone, an elderly voice said in a drawling manner, "Why is it so lively here?" An old man with a shabby appearance appeared out of thin air under everyone's watchful eyes as soon as the voice sounded. The old man wore an old robe. He looked like a beggar. However, this old man who looked like a beggar made the proud Dong Yuanjing bow in respect as soon as he appeared. "Hall Master! Hall Master!" The other Vice Hall Masters from the Enforcement Hall also bowed respectfully. It was obvious this old man was the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lang Yin, based on how respectful the Vice Hall Masters were acting. "Greetings, Hall Master Lung. Hall Master Lung." Following that, the Sanctum leaders of the 4 Symbols Sanctums and the Golden Flame Elders also paid their respect to the shabby-looking old man. Even both of the Vice Sect leaders of the Fire Worship Sect greeted the old man with a smile. Although the cultivation base of the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall was also similar to the Vice Sect leaders, they knew they would not be able to defeat him even if they joined forces. Hall Master Lang Yin was halfway to breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. The Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall was about to respond to the Vice Hall Masters and Elders, but he suddenly seemed to have noticed something as he turned to look at the horizon. Zoom! 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 3 figures appeared almost instantly like a gust of wind. When they stopped moving, everyone could finally see them. An azure-clad old man, a purple-clad young man, and a red-clad beautiful woman stood there. The old man had long flowing white hair and a white beard. He looked like an immortal. The young man was handsome and possessed a graceful bearing. His presence seemed to be able to put others at ease. The young woman had a seductive body and a pretty face, evoking desire from those who saw her. However, none of them dared to entertain lewd thoughts about her. After everyone saw these 3 people, they turned solemn and became tense. It was as though these 3 people were some fearsome beasts. Only Hall Master Lung Yin's expression remained unchanged. He was the first to regain his senses. He instantly said with a smile, "Today must be my lucky day to be able to meet all 3 guardians." Based on Lang Yin's words, it was obvious these 3 people were the 3 great guardians of the Fire Worship Sect, whose positions were only second to the sect leader of the Fire Worship Sect. The 3 great guardians of the Fire Worship Sect were also known as the 3 guardians of Wind, Fire, and Cloud. They were Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun. Among the 3 guardians, Guardian Zifeng was the strongest. He was the handsome purple-clad young man with a graceful bearing. He had already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage a long time ago. He was, naturally, an important figure in the Fire Worship Sect. The second strongest guardian was Guardian Qinghua, who was also Gan Ru Yan's master. Guardian Qinghua's cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked in the top 20 of the Supreme Saint ranking. The weakest among the 3 guardians was Guardian Hong Yun. Although Guardian Hong Yun was a female, she was one of the few female powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land who had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Greetings Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Qinghua, and Guardian Hong Yun, led by the 2 Vice Sect leaders. Everyone bowed and greeted the 3 guardians respectfully. The 3 guardians nodded indifferently before they shifted their attention to the floating island nearby. That floating island was located at the highest level, looking down on the other floating islands like a king.
At this moment, a peerless and domineering aura rolled out in waves from that floating island.
Some of the weaker golden flame elders present on the scene felt pressured when faced with this aura. Suddenly, Guardian Qinghua's eyes lit up and cried out in surprise. The ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. It's definitely the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. His excitement was palpable. The ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage?
Our great sect leader has broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage.
Apart from Lung Yin and the other two guardians, Guardian Qinghua's words took the others by surprise. They did not expect their sect leader would break through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage at this time. The ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage was the final and highest cultivation stage that humans and saint beasts could achieve in the Tao Martial Saint Land. This stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form.
If a cultivator at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the Celestial Ascension form, further improved, he or she would have to face the Celestial Ascension tribulations. If they successfully passed the tribulations, they would be able to ascend to the Devata realm and become a powerful celestial. We'll have a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage in our fire worship sect?
After regaining their senses, the vice sect leaders and the others were joyous.
One had to know that, prior to today, the fire worship sect was the only sect without a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage among the three great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land. This had always been a cause for concern among the fire worship sect's high-ranking officials.
Now that they discovered their sect leader had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, they felt all their worries fading away. Their discovery was an effective medicine for their worries.
The domineering and peerless aura that came from the floating island seemed to be surging out endlessly.
Meanwhile, on the Saint Island beneath the clouds,
chaos reigned among the elite disciples. They were all terrified as though the end was near. Although the disciples from the four symbols sanctums had also felt the aura, they did not feel the pressure since they were located further away. Even then, they were equally as curious.
Whose aura is this? It's so domineering and peerless.
I don't know.
It seems to have come from the Saint Land. Similar conversations could be heard everywhere in the four symbols sanctums.
The elite disciples in the Saint Land and the disciples from the four symbols sanctums were still in a commotion when a voice rang in the air.
I am glad to inform everyone of this good news. Our sect leader of the fire worship sect has successfully broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the Celestial Ascension form. The voice echoed in everyone's ears in the fire worship sect. The news was like a bolt of lightning. Everyone in the sect was shocked.
In the end, the group of fire worship sect elders regained their senses first and said excitedly, "Sect leader. He has broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage."
Sect leader has broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the Celestial Ascension form? The group of fire worship sect disciples who finally regained their senses was excited as well. Since the sect leader of the fire worship sect had gotten stronger, this meant the sect had gotten stronger as well. This was, naturally, a good thing for the disciples of the fire worship sect. About 15 minutes later, the group of elite disciples in the Saint Land were relieved from the pressure as the peerless aura finally disappeared. Although they knew the aura belonged to the sect leader of fire worship sect, it did not change the fact that the aura had pressured them. Meanwhile, a large imposing figure appeared above the highest floating island in the clouds above the Saint Island. Sect leader. The people in the distance bowed respectfully as soon as this figure appeared.
The sect leader of the fire worship sect was a middle-aged man with a sturdy body. He was dressed in a long white robe that was embroidered with red flames. It looked slightly similar to the exclusive uniforms of the fire worship sect's elders and disciples.
However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the flames embroidered seemed to form a divine dragon. It seemed as though the dragon was protecting his body. Although the sect leader of the fire worship sect was tall, had a sturdy body, and his features were chiseled, he did not look like a brute. Whether it was his figure or face, everything seemed to be in harmony. His features were noble, it made people feel like submitting to him. It seems like I've caused quite a commotion. Even our three guardians and Hall Master Lung are here. The sect leader of the fire worship sect smiled faintly and bowed slightly as he spoke. At this moment, an overwhelming but faint energy swept toward the people who were bowing at him. However, it did not harm them. When the energy shrouded them, it was gentle. It slowly lifted them with a gentle but firm force. Everyone was extremely shocked.
Is this the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage?
Congratulations, Lord Sect Leader, for breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form.
In the end, the 3 great guardians, Zifeng, Xianxia, and Hong Yun, regained their senses first. They instantly congratulated the sect leader of the fire worship sect.
The voices of the 3 guardians snapped the Lang Yin and others out of their shock. Congratulations, Lord Sect Leader. Lang Yin and the others instantly congratulated the sect leader of the fire worship sect as well. The sect leader of the fire worship sect was Tang Xian. He was already the strongest person in fire worship sect back when his cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was also the strongest person among all those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. Previously, he was ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking.
The ones before him were 3 cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Today, after being in closed-door cultivation for so long, Tang Xian came out stronger than before after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form.
He had officially become a peerless powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint land.
Tang Xian nodded at the high-ranking officials of fire worship sect with a smile before he asked, "Did anything happen while I was in closed-door cultivation?" Lord Sect Leader. As soon as Tang Xian finished his sentence, one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall took the lead and said solemnly, "The fire worship sect's saint girl who was missing back then has returned to the sect." The vice hall master of the enforcement hall who had spoken was Vice Hall Master Xianxia, who had sent Kuer and her daughter into the enforcement hall back then. The saint girl who was missing. Upon hearing Xianxia's statement, Tang Xian was stunned before a delighted expression appeared on his face. He asked excitedly, "Is this true?"
The way Tang Xian had lost his composure and became excited shocked Xianxia. Took him quite a while to recover from his shock.
The 3 great guardians of the fire worship sect and the others were shocked as well when they saw Tang Xian's reaction. They did not know why their sect leader was so excited over the return of the saint girl. For a moment, they all recalled that after the disappearance of the saint girl, the appointment of a new saint girl had been continuously delayed. Now that they thought about it, it seemed like the sect leader had no intention of appointing a new saint girl at all. Does Lord Sect Leader think the saint girl is special due to her violet innate spiritual root?
Is the saint girl a reincarnated goddess?
All of them began to speculate wildly in their minds. Naturally, none of them really believed she was the reincarnation of a goddess. They thought it was made up. Hall Master Lang Yin of the enforcement hall recovered from his shock first and nodded in response.
It's true. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "However, during the time the saint girl was missing, she had acted against the rules of our fire worship sect. Not only does she have a husband, but she has given birth to a daughter. Both the saint girl and her daughter are."
When Lang Yin was about to say the saint girl and her daughter were currently being held in the enforcement hall, he was interrupted by Tang Xian fiercely before he could even finish his sentence.
"What? The saint girl has a husband? And she has a daughter with that man?" Tang Xian's voice became louder and louder as he spoke. He sounded extremely furious. As his anger rose, the domineering and peerless aura appeared again and swept through the sect. This time, even some of the Golden Flame Elders whose cultivation bases were weaker felt the pressure. On the Saint Island under the clouds, the Saint Land elite disciples who had just sighed in relief felt an even more terrifying aura. They began to feel suffocated. Some with weaker cultivation bases even began to bleed through their eyes and noses. They were forced to sit, kneel, or lie down on the ground. What's happening? The aura released unintentionally by a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is already so terrifying. How Hoting Yifeng would it be if a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage releases all his power? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is too frightening. I have no doubt about them being the strongest in the Dao Martial Saint land. On the fire worship sect's Saint Land, many silver flame elders, bronze flame elders, and true disciples were shocked. After several breaths' time, the domineering and almost peerless aura vanished again, causing the elders and disciples in fire worship sect's Saint Land to sigh in relief. The elite disciples with a weaker cultivation base, in particular, felt even more relieved. It was as though they had just narrowly escaped death. Above fire worship sect's Saint Land, high up in the clouds, Tang Xian's eyes were piercing as he looked at Lang Yin. He asked coldly, "Tell me what the hell happened?" "Lord Sect Leader, the saint girl went missing when she was still a baby. When Guardian Qinghua's direct disciple, Gan Ruyen, found her. She already has a husband and was pregnant," Lang Yin said when faced with the furious Tang Xian. Initially, when Gan Ruyen brought the saint girl back to the sect, she didn't tell anyone, including Guardian Qinghua. She hid the saint girl in her independent mansion. Moreover, she allowed the saint girl to give birth to her baby. After a few years, Vice Hall Master Jiang Qin discovered the saint girl had returned to the sect thanks to Wen Yen, the direct disciple of Sanctum leader Lu Tai of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Subsequently, Jiang Qin brought the saint girl and her daughter back to the enforcement hall to await judgment once Lord Sect Leader comes out from closed-door cultivation. Any other ordinary person would have been afraid to speak up in front of a furious Tang Xian. However, Hall Master Lang Yin of the enforcement hall managed to recount everything calmly. After Tang Xian listened to Lang Yin, he turned to look at Qinghua and asked, "Guardian Qinghua, Ruyan's the one who found the saint girl?" At this moment, his voice was calm. It was unknown whether it was due to Qinghua's high position in the fire worship sect as a guardian or if his anger had lessened. "Yes," Qinghua nodded. "That girl discovered the saint girl in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I know she made a mistake. She actually kept the matter to herself, hid the saint girl, and allowed the saint girl to give birth. Sect Leader, I've ordered her to be imprisoned in the enforcement hall. No matter how you plan to punish her, I won't have any objection." He sighed when he finished speaking. It seemed as though he had aged a couple of years in just an instant. Ruyen is the saint girl's twin sister after all. It's normal for her to protect the saint girl. "You don't have to worry, Guardian Qinghua." Tang Xian shook his head and then his eyes turned cold as he asked angrily, "Now I just want to know who's the saint girl's husband. Who's so bold to taint our fire worship sect's saint girl?" His voice trembled when he spoke. When the others heard the tremble in Tang Xian's voice, they thought it was from anger. However, Tang Xian's voice was actually trembling from fear. Why would Tang Xian, the sect leader of the fire worship sect, feel fear when he learned that the saint girl had a husband and had given birth to a child? All of this went unnoticed by the others. If they noticed it, they would have been confused and shocked. "Lord Sect Leader," Lang Yin said again at this moment, "we did ask the saint girl who her husband is, but she's unwilling to tell us. We're reluctant to use force on her without your consent." After Tang Xian took a deep breath and suppressed his fear, he nodded and said, "You did well. Since Ruyen found the saint girl in the lower province, it's likely the man's from the lower province as well. If the saint girl's unwilling to talk, we'll dig for information about that man from Ruyen." Tang Xian's voice was laced with anxiety and fear. Indeed, it was fear. It was unknown what secrets the saint girl held to be able to strike fear into the heart of the sect leader of the fire worship sect who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. "Hall Master Lung, bring me to see Ruyen now. Once I find out who the man is, I'll personally go to the lower province to bring that man here." Tang Xian's words shocked all the high-ranking officials of fire worship sect to their cores. Their sect leader was going to personally make a move.